Got a tough welding job? Titanium welders from Harbor Freight make it easy, quick to set up, dual voltage compatible, and built with advanced inverter tech for clean, consistent welds. Built to perform. Price.
Okay. Welcome, guys. Welcome to our Saturday night show. Let me kill my echo here. There we go. Okay, got there. All right. So I've made it foolproof for our favorite hacker. So I'm watching the show from a window like you, so that he doesn't have control of the control screen. So he's not hacking shit tonight. All right. So who's here? Let's see. Hang on a second. Let me get rid of this stupid crap. Got an ad up here. Got to get rid of. I don't know where that went. Oh, let's see. Well, I guess I can't get rid of that. Well, I probably can if I do the shop now. I don't want to do that. How about, can I... Yeah, whatever. It's fine. Okay, so, Shadow Up, what's up? How you doing, Eric? And Eric EQ, how you guys doing? Jeff in Lower Alabama! David, Crystal, hello, welcome. Who else is here? I think that's it for the moment. I think. Roy, Roy, what's up? And let's see, who else? I think that's it for right now. All right, good enough. So, what's new and exciting? Oh, well, I got all kinds of new and exciting news, guys. You ain't gonna believe this. So, anybody catch my post on the poop group or my Facebook page by any chance? Anybody see something there they wanna mention? Trying to get to the bottom here. Yeah, most of my Hemis, yeah. You're right, most. Not all, but most, yeah. They're not school bus yellow though, but yeah. What can I say? I love yellow cars. Damn, Roy, who is it you know? What did Roy say? What did I miss here? Looking. Yeah, did he really? Oh, I didn't know that happened. I'm sorry about that, Roy. Yeah, well, he ain't gonna do it tonight. You know, that screen's not available, so he can kiss my ass. All he can do is come in and watch. He can't touch the control screen because I don't have it open. So, yeah, we're not gonna have any more of that nonsense. The only thing different between the control screen and this screen is that I can't see numbers, the analytics, how many people are in the chat, how long we've been streaming, not important shit. Who gives a crap? So that's why I'm just going to run the screen from here, so that so he can't fuck shit up. And then changing cameras done on another screen that has nothing to do with the live stream as far as controlling it. All it does is let me pick a camera. So we might change camera when I start unboxing some airplanes, which we're going to do tonight. But I thought we'd get the the elephant out of the room first. um, Urban RC, hey, welcome back. Good to see you, man. So yeah, so I am going to expand my channel. I'm sure you guys, because some of you guys are car guys. I know some of you are. So you've watched other channels that are rebuilding, um, Aston Martins and P1s and Lamborghinis, and I ain't doing any of that. This is going to be a down to earth for regular people, not the rich and famous and wealthy. So I'm going to be buying cars, and more. I'm certainly going to be flipping a few of them over time. But I stumbled on. I mean, they're practically giving these things away. So I had to I had to I had to buy these cars. And like I said in my post, hey, I got 3, so I got free shipping. So there's that. Yeah, so I have 3 Dodge Charger Hemi Chargers now. 2 are the Daytona version, and 1's a Super B. And the difference there is the Super B has the 6.1 liter Hemi. It's a SRT8 package, and the other 2 are the Daytona RT package. So so why did I buy 3 of them? Okay, well, like I said, they're giving them away practically. I mean, if you're gonna offer me a car for free, I'm gonna take it. Well, this is close to free, and I'll get to that in a minute. So, how did this all happen? Let me tell that little story. So, let me see what happens if I do that. Oh, perfect. Did that get rid of the ad? Nope, it's reloading the whole page. Oh well. Hang on a second. I'll be right back. My page is just reloading. I'm trying to get rid of an ad that's taking up part of the chat. So let's see if it goes away now. Yeah, it did. Good. All right, so that fixed that. Anyway, so here's how it started. So, and some of you guys know this story, but I'll refresh all of you that don't know the story. Back in 06, if you guys go back that far and remember, practically nobody was making a rear-wheel drive car. Everything was front-wheel drive. There were really no muscle cars left. Yeah, Ford was still making a Mustang. I don't like Fords. No Camaro. The only thing a Cadillac was making was a CTS. That was rear-wheel drive. Everything else was front-wheel drive. Dodge had nothing at that point. Well, actually, I guess in 05 they came out with the Magnum, but I didn't know that. I didn't catch that. So I didn't know that they actually came out with the Magnum first in 05. So I didn't know that at the time. But I found out in 06 when they came out with the Charger. Then I saw the Magnum at the same time. So I was hooked on these cars. I never owned a Dodge. In 06, I had never owned a Dodge product of any kind. My brother did. He had a van that was very rain weather. It wouldn't start in the rain. Christ, you couldn't get that damn thing to start in the rain and save your life. And I guess that was pretty common for Dodge products back then. I guess the distributor cap got wet from moisture, just humidity, and they wouldn't run. They wouldn't start. So on a rainy day, that thing didn't run. Other than that, though, I didn't really have anything against Dodge. His van was cool. We fixed it all up. That's what you did back in the 80s. You put a bed in the back, and a snack, a booth with a table that folded down and turned it into a bed and all that fun stuff. And I really put a really cool ceiling in it. We put a drop ceiling in it with regular, light panels, the plexiglass, and then I put lights in the ceiling that would, flicker colors and So we had this, disco ceiling in the van. It was really cool. Um, hey, that's what we did back in the 80s. Disco was big. So we put a big disco. We cut holes in the side of the back, put those big the moon porthole windows in the back of the van. The van was orange, and it was really cool. It was a cool van. So, but that was my only experience with Dodge until '06, and then they came out with these cars, and I was really blown away. They looked cool. Hemi motors, big horsepower. Well, Bill, what's up? How you doing, man? JCB, welcome to the show. Yes, and by the way, all you guys, my YouTube or my Facebook page got hacked, but because he's not using my picture or any of my content, other than he has access to my friend's book, Facebook isn't going to do anything about it. According to them, he's not breaking any rules. So you might get messages from the other me that doesn't have my picture up. If my picture with the red background's not up, then it ain't me. I'm not changing that. That's a staple picture for me on purpose. With the red background, makes it very easy to find it and know it's me. So if anybody pretending to be me, it doesn't have that picture up, it ain't me. And if the guy does put that picture up, YouTube will take the channel down. So that's that. That's the end of that. So anyway, let's see. Anybody else? Boss 223, what's up? Good to see you too, man. Welcome. Hey, welcome, guys. We're doing pretty good. 17 watching. All right. Good job. Got a lot of lurkers, and that's fine. Perfectly fine. So anyway, getting back to the Dodge. So, of course, now the first one that came to Florida came to Kenyon Dodge, and we knew it was coming, so we were there. And the dealership didn't even know they were getting the car, and me and my buddy were there. We wanted to see him unload it. We were waiting, and augured in. God, I still love that name. Good to see you too, buddy. Anyway, so we're there, and it was so funny because a woman salesperson comes out to see what hey, can I help you? And I said, no, we're just waiting for a car, and she looks at us like we're nuts. Like, what do you mean you're waiting for a car? I said, well, you're getting a Super B today. We are? I said, yeah, and she says, oh, really? And then she went and got the manager and told him, and he comes out to say hi, and hi guys, hey, can I help you with anything? I said, nope, we're just waiting for your Super B. And he says, well, we're not getting a Super B. I said, yeah, you are. He looks at me and smiles. He says, how would you know that? I says, because we're tracking it. Like, it'll be here shortly. Well, it's going to be in about an hour. I forget where it was at the time. Maybe it was in Tampa or something. But yeah, it's on a truck right now. It's coming. We're tracking it. We know it's coming. And he's looking at me like I got 6 heads. Like, yeah, we're not getting it. And I said, okay, all right. So he goes back inside, and the car shows up, and I open the front door, and yelled in, "It's here!" And they all come running out, and there's the truck, and here it comes. And it was the B5 Blue Super B, which is, I wanted the yellow one, but hey, we wanted to see the car in person. It was all new, for us, and we really wanted to see this thing. So yeah, 93, the Stealth was rear-wheel drive, and the Viper, but were they still making it in 2006 when this came out? I don't. Maybe you could be right. I'm not sure. But the Corvette and the Viper, I wasn't really considering. Yeah, those were 2 rear-wheel drive cars that were still being made. Although, yeah, I think they were. Yeah. But I was just saying that they got rid of the Camaro, and they got rid of everything that was rear-wheel drive, that anything I would be interested in, and it was getting pretty sparse. There wasn't a big choice to go get an everyday driver that was rear wheel drive. Everybody was going front wheel drive, and that was the big new thing. And everybody's making front wheel drive cars. And personally, I hate front wheel drive cars. I hate working on them. I hate the way they drive. Although they have fixed that, but on some cars. But yeah, the torque steer and shit was just, I hated it. So anyway, so the car shows up and we're really excited, but then we get to see the window sticker, and the Super B had a $54,000 window sticker on it. I'm like, oh my fucking god, I can't afford that. So that was a lot down. I was kind of bummed. But and the Daytona was 30. I think they started at 32 for a base model. And I have the window sticker for the first one I bought. We'll get to that in a second. But yeah, so that's where it started. And then by Christmas of that year, all the toy companies had die casts of all the cars, the Magnum and the Daytona and the Super B. You could go out and buy die cast cars. There was a company called, they're still in business, New Bright. And they came out with those giant, I've had it on the show, the giant yellow Daytona I had on the show here. I bought 4 of those, radio controlled, and I bought 2 yellow ones, a mango, that burnt orange and mango color. I bought 1 of those, and then I bought SRT8 package 1. Didn't care for the color of the SRT8 at all. Yeah, well, I actually, Eric, I don't really think they consider that Hemi a big block. Do they? Because it's not very big. The actual block is no bigger than a small block Chevy block, so I don't think they consider that a big block. And the 6.1 and the 5.7 share the same block because you can put the 6.1 heads on the 5.7 motor, because we were talking to a tech at the dealership that told us that they were already making those kind of mods to the car, and putting the 6.1 heads on a 5.7 motor gets you. I think he told me it was like 30 horsepower or something, and I said, what about the warranty? He says, if you have us to do it, it doesn't void the warranty at all. And I'm like, really? He goes, yep. And I'm like, okay. So that was good news. That was cool. So, no. Well, the regular 5.7 is a 345, and the 6.1 is a I forget what the cubic inch on the 6.1 is. I'm sure you could do the math, but yeah, same block. It's just like the LT1 in my Impala SS. They made a 4.3, same block, V8, 4.3 liter, and then the 5.7 liter. So, and we refer to the 4.3 as the wimpy LT1. And but the same block, just pistons that were like this size in the 4.3 versus the 5.7 pistons were like this big. So, but same block. So yeah, I don't, the new Hemi is nowhere near the size of the old Hemi for sure. They're totally different engines. And like I said, the block that's in the new Hemi small block is, I would think they consider it a small block because it's pretty small. I've got the Magnum out here's just got a block in the engine bay. The guy stripped the motor all the way down. There's just a block in there, and there's plenty of room. With the heads off and everything, it's like it's not even in there. It's pretty small. So, Philip, what's up? Good to see you, buddy. So anyway, all right. So getting back to my story. So that was how it started, and I bought all the toys. I've had them for 19 years now. Die casts and I've had them on the show before. I've shown them to you, and that's all. So I forget. I was looking for. Well, the first car I bought was a Buick Roadmaster wagon. That's what started all this. I was looking for a, because if you guys don't know, and you can go check it out right now. Go open another window in YouTube and Steve Morris Racing. He's up in, I believe he's in Michigan, but he's down in Florida a lot. He's been down here to Cletus's place a bunch, and he came down for the Sick Week, so I got to meet him in person at Sick Week at Bradenton, and so he gets around, but he's racing a 5-second quarter mile full size Buick Roadmaster wagon. Well, it's not a Roadmaster actually; it's a Caprice wagon. But he calls it the Boostmaster, and it's got wood on this. It's a white car with wood grain on the sides, and then most people consider that a Roadmaster because the Buicks came with the wood. I don't remember if you could get it. I think you could get it on a Caprice, the wood, but it wasn't as common. The Roadmaster was more. So everybody, because he has on the side of the car Boostmaster instead of Roadmaster, and everybody thinks it's a Buick, but it doesn't have the glass roof in it, so it's not a Buick. It is a Caprice wagon, but they're all the same body, same fender, same hood, and so he runs this. It's 30. The car weighs 3,800 pounds, and the motor that's in it makes over 4,000 horsepower. So it is unbelievable how fast this thing goes, and it accelerates as it goes so fast. It's just mind-boggling to watch it go because it leaves hard. But then it just keeps going. I mean, you can visually see it accelerating, and it's doing over 225, 235 mile an hour at the top end. It's insane. So anyway, so I wanted a white wagon because I want to go on Sick Week next year, and so I bought a white 94 Buick wagon. It's got an LT1 in it. It didn't run when I bought it, and it needed a gas tank, needed a fuel pump in the tank. They had tried to take it out, big nightmare, which I've told this story. The kid that he hired to help him cut the fuel lines, he didn't unhook them with the special little, I call it the safety scissor tool. He just cut them. So it took me a while to get fuel lines because you can't buy the fuel lines, and they're not supposed to be repairable, but I guess they are. Anyway, I have a couple of scrap cars on the property, and I took all the fuel lines out of both cars and was able to put together a set of fuel lines that are 99% right. There's a very, very slow drip on one of the lines. I haven't got under the car to see where it is, but it was enough to get the car started, to get it off the trailer. And that's when I found out that the motor's got a knock. So that didn't work out. But I only paid $1,200 for the car. So it's got good wheels, brakes. The body's pretty decent. I mean, so fixing the motor's not a big deal. I can put new bearings in the motor and fix it. Not a big deal. I've done it before. These LT1s are fun to work on. They're easy to work on. So they're cheap to work on. So it was still a pretty good deal. I only paid $1,200 for it. But that's what started it because I did that search on Facebook Marketplace. So every time I'd go to Marketplace, it automatically brought up all these damn cars. And I think the first one that I saw of the Daytonas was a beautiful yellow 06 Daytona. And he only wanted $8,000 for it. And I thought, well, that's a screaming good deal for a car that used to cost $34,000. So holy crap, how cheap are these cars going, right? So I started looking. Well, that particular car, a tree branch fell on the roof. He didn't disclose that in the first ad. He only had one picture of the car up, which was a nice picture. The car looked perfect, but there's only one picture of the car, and then it disclosed it has a rebuilt title. And he wanted $8,000 for it, and I was like, forget it, not interested, and moved on. But then I started actively looking for Daytonas to see what there was out there. And I'm running across, $19,000 and, $21,000 for Daytonas, and 25 to 35,000 for a Super B. And I'm like, yeah, well, okay, that's still way out of my price range. I'm not spending that, but I kept looking, and then some of I started seeing some. There's a really beautiful, it's still up there, a beautiful purple '06. Might be an '07. I think it's an '07. A purple Daytona. He only wants $7,500 for it. And I'm like, holy shit, really? And this one's doesn't have a rebuilt title. It's clear title, and it looks perfect. I'm like, wow. So so I started actively looking. And I found the first one I bought, which was a guy that his dad was the original owner, and when he was old enough to drive, his dad gave him the car, and then when his son was old enough to drive, he gave it to his son. Well, his son didn't want it, so he's got the car. He doesn't want to drive it anymore. He's not a mechanic, and that's part of why I became an auto mechanic, guys, is because I've been a car guy since I got my driver's license. And I actually went drag racing my first car, which was a 70 Maverick with the whopping 176 straight six in it. And it ran, I think, a 27-second quarter mile, which is pretty lame. But, hey, I'm 16. I got my first car, and I went drag racing. So, anyway. But I'm just a car guy, so I learned to fix my own shit. Because I knew from go that I was going to be into cars for the rest of my life, and I'm not paying somebody else to fix it. So I'm going to learn to fix my own car. So I've always done all my own work on my car, pretty much almost all of it. I didn't start out doing tranny work. I've rebuilt motors and everything else, but I didn't do transmission work until about maybe 10 years ago, 12 years ago. I rebuilt my first transmission from scratch, and it came out perfect. Best tranny I've ever experienced, man. I'm really proud of myself because, man, I built myself a top shelf turbo 350 tranny that's awesome, and so that was pretty cool. So anyway, so I contacted the guy. He says, "Has this thing got a salvage title?" Because he only wanted, I think he was asking. I think he started it at 8,000, and he knocked it down to 7,500. Yeah, actually, that's snail speed. Yeah, well, like I said, it was a straight six 170, Maverick, so hardly a race car. I was 16. I didn't know any better. I didn't care. I just wanted to go racing. So. So anyway, I contact him, and he tells me the whole story. He took the car. Since his son didn't want it, he wanted to get rid of it because he's paying somebody to fix it, and things keep going wrong with it, and he's just done with working on it. Or I should say, paying someone to work on it. So he that's why he was selling. Well, he went to the Dodge dealership and asked them what they'd give him for the car, and they only offered him $1,000. Now, this car is mint. I mean, it is near as perfect it can be. The dashboard's absolutely perfect. Door panels are perfect. The carpeting is perfect. The back seat's perfect. Passenger seat, perfect. Driver's seat has 2 tiny little tears in it. Near perfect. The body, perfect. No dents, no rust. Couple of little nicks, paint chips, stone nick on the front here and there, little tiny, no scratches. He tried to do something with the paint. I don't know what he was using on it, but there's some very light, like swirly marks in the paint that are easily buffed out, and the car just looks fantastic. So I started cleaning it up. I started polishing it, waxing it. I took not back to black, but one of those products. It was a McGuire's product, to go over all the black decals on the hood, the sides, and everything, and brought them back to black. All the moldings I brought back to black, and the car just cleaned up like show ready almost instantly. So I was so happy with the car. I'll never sell this car. This one's staying with me. The other ones, maybe not, but this one's definitely staying. Victor, what's up? So, So anyway, so I told him, he wants to know how much I'm going to give him for it, and I said, well, you listen, I don't want to insult you or anything. I want to see the car before I give you a price. So let me come see it. When can I come see it? And he says, well, I'm busy until Saturday. I said, okay. Now this is Tuesday. I said, that's fine. I'll drive over. He's in Orlando. He's not that far away. Hour and a half, hour and 40-minute drive, something like that. So I said, okay, I'll come over and take a look at it. And so meanwhile, during the week, now we're just text messaging. I haven't actually talked to him on the phone yet. So I texted him on Wednesday or Thursday, I forget which day, and I wanted to know, hey, how do you want me to bring you money? Am I going to PayPal you? Do you want a check? What do you, cash? How do you want to know? How do you want to pay? And again, he starts hammering me. Well, what kind of money are you gonna, what you want to pay for the car? And he'd already told me the 4,000. He took the car to CarMax, and CarMax was going to give him 4,000 for the car, and that was still not enough. He wasn't going to sell it for 4. And I said, well, if it's as good as the pictures and what you're explaining to me. Oh, and by the way, it's got a brand new motor in it. I'll touch on that in a second. I'm definitely going to pay him more than $4,000 for it. And he says, okay, all right, well, that's cool. All right, good. So he says, well, you can just bring cash. And I said, okay, no problem. And we talked a little more, and he says, you sure you don't want to? And I said, well, listen, all right, if you want me to give you a number, I'll probably pay, as long as it's as good as you say, I'm sure I'll pay you at least 6 for it. He says, I'll take it. And he was already asking 7, and hell, I was prepared to pay the 7, honestly. But I just threw a 6 out there, and he took it. So I took him $6,000. I got there. The car was everything he said it was, and I bought it and tried to drive it home. Didn't make it once. I did get to drive it home, but we have a brake issue, and I didn't catch it on the test drive because we only went around the block. But he had all new brakes put on the car, new rotors, calipers, the whole bit, and new tires. New to the car. He likes to buy takeoffs, somebody's used takeoff tires. And so he put a set of those on it, and they're in good shape. They're fine. They don't match. I've got 2 or 3 different brand tires on the car, but they're all the same size, and that's fine. I don't give a shit. I'll probably put new tires on it that I like, but they ride fine. They're fine. But the caliper was defective. It was a rebuilt caliper that he got. And, of course, he paid a mechanic to put it on. The mechanic didn't check it. And it was dragging. It's a 2-piston caliper. And one of the pistons, the dust cover, the rubber dust cover, was tucked in between the piston and the caliper. And was making it drag. It wouldn't release. It wouldn't, go back into the caliper when you release the brakes. And it was dragging. So we got about an hour from his place, and the car I'm starting to feel like a vibration, and it's just not driving right. And I'm like, there's something wrong, And so my Deb's following me. She's behind me in her Cadillac, and I said, listen, we got to pull over at this gas station. There's something wrong with the car. So we pull in there, and I pull up by the pump, and we get out of the car, and literally the left front wheel is almost on fire. There is smoke rolling off that thing, and I'm waiting any second for it just to spontaneously combust into flames. It is so freaking hot, and I'm like, oh my God. So we went inside, bought a couple drinks. I pulled the car. It had already been sitting for probably 10 minutes. It stopped smoking, and I pulled it around to under a tree that was at that particular gas station, and we just went over there and sat. We sat in her car with the air on and just sat there waiting for the car to cool down. No, when you release the pedal, the one piston wouldn't back off, Shadow. It kept applying brake pressure. I mean, it was trying to release, but it wouldn't release all the way. So it would let the car drive, but that little bit of drag was causing it to heat up. And then the more it gets hot, the brake fluid expands, which applies more brake pressure, and because the caliper heats up, brake fluid heats up, it expands, which pushes the piston on harder. And so, yeah, the farther I drive it, the hotter it gets. So, so no, it was just, it wasn't installed correctly. It wasn't rebuilt correctly. The boot was jammed in between the piston. I've got pictures of it, but yeah, the boot was jammed in between. On the one, the other piston was right, but the one piston, the boot, the dust boot was jammed in between the piston and the caliper, and it was causing it to stick. It wouldn't release right. Yeah, easy fix, but not in the gas station. so so anyway, we let it cool all the way down. And I'm probably, let me think, how many miles from home? I'm only about maybe 50 miles from home. So I told her, I says, okay, we're going to drive it and see if we can get closer to home. And if we can't make it all the way home, at least we'll only be like 20 minutes away. And I'll go home and get the car trailer and come back, and we'll put it on the trailer and bring it home. So, but I'm not going to use the brakes going home. I'm going to use the emergency brake to stop the car. So now I've got brakes if I need them, but so all the way home I was able to use the emergency brake to stop the car at red lights. Gave myself plenty of room, nobody in front of me. I made sure there was a lot of distance between me and everybody. Just rolling home, and we got it home no problem. And then the next day is when I found, took the caliper off, and there was the problem. So went and got a new caliper, put it on. Problem solved. Well, not 100%, but 90% solved. So then I found out that the brake was dragging anyway, but would release. The brake hose was bad. Now, what I mean by that is there's two layers to a hydraulic brake hose. There's an inner and an outer. And when the inner hose fails, it leaks into the outer. It doesn't leak on the ground. It just puts brake pressure between the inner hose and the outer hose. So now the outer hose is pushing on the inner hose, which is putting pressure on the brake, and you have to let it, it will relax as long as you don't overheat it too fast. So I drove it for a day that way, and got tired of fiddle farting around with it. So I went and got a brake hose. Well, the brake hoses they had listed for it were all wrong. But I looked up the Magnum, I looked up the Super B, I looked up the Charger, I looked up, I looked them all up, and they were all coming up with the wrong hose. But then I found the 05 Magnum passenger side brake hose was correct, which they're identical except the bracket that holds it's flipped over. But the left and right hoses are identical except that, but the other ones. The brake head, the square head was bent this way, is the correct way. But on all the hoses that they listed, it was bent this way, sideways, and that won't fit. But the right size hose was bent the correct way, so I had to take the bracket off, flip it over, and put it on, and put it on the left side. Worked fine. So that cured the problem, I thought. So we're 100%. So I go drive the car, I get out, I feel the left front wheel, it's cold. All right, got plenty. The brakes are working perfect, but it's not hot. And I go around the passenger side. Well, the passenger side's warm. Yeah, the left side's cold. The passenger side's warm. Okay, so I got the same problem on the passenger side. I got to replace that brake hose too, but it's not near as bad as the left side was. So I've been driving the car that way. I did finally buy the hose. It's actually in the house. I was gonna change it tonight, but instead I decided to do this. So I'll change it tomorrow. So, and that'll fix my brake problem. But the right side hasn't been a problem. It always releases and cools back off. And I've been driving the car for over a month now, and it's not a problem. But I want to take to the drag strip, and I don't want that brake hose dragging and slowing me down on my time. So I'm gonna fix it. So I got and I need to fix it anyway. So I finally got around to fixing it. Okay, so that's the story with the first one I bought, which I absolutely loved the car. Absolutely awesome. So, and I really wasn't looking anymore. But I would go on, just if I clicked on Marketplace, what does it bring up? It brings up my previous searches, right? The Dodge Daytonas and Buick Roadmaster wagons. And that's all, I'm inundated with all these cars. And I'm like, oh shit, and there's a Super B, an 07 yellow Super B, and he only wants $6,000 for it. And I'm like, holy crap. You know, and so I sent him a message. Is this a salvage title? What's the story? He says, no, it's not salvage title. Title's fine, clear title. It has a transmission problem, and it needs paint. Well, I'm looking at the pictures, and the thing looks fantastic. So, and he's close. He's 20 minutes away. He's right. He's in Wiki Wachi, and you know, which is part of Spring Hill, and I'm in Spring Hill. So he's right down the road. I mean, it was a 20-minute drive to go look at the car. So I'm like, all right, so I gotta go look at this thing. So I drive over there, and the car, driving up, the car looks fantastic, and he's got a 2019 Dodge Charger, yellow, of course, in the driveway. That's what he bought to replace the Super Bee. So it's I think it's a 392 motor, but it's not a Hellcat or a Demon. It's just a 392. Craig, what's up? How you doing, man? So he sees me pull in with the Daytona. He's all excited, and he says, "I had one of those. I just sold it to buy the Super Bee." He said, "I love that car." You know, so now there's 3 yellow Dodge Chargers in his driveway. So I looked the Super Bee over, and it's straight, it's clean. It's some minor issues with it. Nothing major at all. Minor stuff, except the transmission. And so he described to me what happened, and the first thought comes to my mind is it's low on training fluid. And if any of you guys have Dodge products, you know, according to Dodge, the transmission's not serviceable. You don't even get a dipstick. The dipstick tube is there, but there's a cap in the tube that says non-serviceable right on the cap. So you're not supposed to check the fluid ever. It's supposed to be a lifetime transmission. Yeah, right. We all know how that is. So I'm thinking, you know, he never checked it. The guy's not a car guy at all. I mean, he loves cars, but he doesn't work on cars. He didn't even, I hope he doesn't get embarrassed. I'm going to tell this, but he already admitted he was embarrassed to me that he didn't even have the jumper cables. When we were jumping the battery to start the car, he had the jumper cables backwards. So he had the black on the positive, and with a big arc, and I'm like, wow, this thing's got a dead short. It's like the battery cables are backwards. And then he goes and looks, and he goes, oh my God, I'm an idiot. You know, and that was the problem. So, okay, we solved that. We got it started. The motor runs perfect, 6.1 liter, and the engine's no problem, no knocks, sounds good. You know, and everything works. Windows, everything works. Everything's, you know, no problem. Interior, like I said, interior. Yeah, there's a little wear on this front, both the front and the passenger seat. They're both got some wear marks on it, but no holes, no rips really. Cracks, but no rips. Leared leather. You know, all the cars have leather seats in them. So I said, you know, I said, yeah, I was expecting the roof to look like this because most people can't reach the roof of their car, so they don't wax it. So it's very common in Florida for a roof to look like shit. So I was expecting that. I wasn't expecting the hood and the trunk to look like this. So this was a little worse than I thought. I wasn't expecting this. I said, so have you got any room to move on this? He says, yeah. He says I'll take 4 for it. So I'm like, okay, you have a deal. $4,000 for a Super Bee in this condition, I'm good. I'll take it. So I went to the bank, got the money, got my trailer, come pick the car up. The car did go into gear, and I was able to drive it to the ramps to the trailer. But as soon as I started to go up the ramp, of course, the fluid came away from the pickup, and it stopped pulling. It wouldn't, you know, I couldn't drive it up the ramps. So I'm pretty convinced at this point. Nope, wasn't a flood car. No, I checked that. No rust underneath it. It was clean. But, you know, the first one wasn't a flood car. The second one wasn't a flood car. No problem. I looked for that, especially in Florida. So I'm thinking it's just out of training fluid. So I get it on the trailer, bring it home. The next day I went out and I put 3 quarts of training fluid in it. I do have, you have to buy a dipstick, but you're not buying a dipstick for these cars. You're buying a tool. And it's a dipstick, but you're not supposed to leave it in the tube. You put it in and bring it out, and it's got a gauge on it, and like in quarts, you know, and it tells you how much fluid's in it. But you don't leave it in there. You put the plug back in. So And I haven't checked it yet. I know I have the tool out in the other garage, but I haven't gone to look for it. I just put 3 quarts of fluid in it to see what happened, and it went right into gear and drove it off the trailer, drove it around the yard. You know, the training's working. So I'm like, this is for $4,000. I stole this car. This is awesome. So then I tried to take it out on the road. Well, it won't shift. So I thought, okay, well maybe there is something wrong with the training. Maybe it wasn't just low on fluid. But in gear, it won't rev over $3,000, 3,500. You know, okay, it's in limp mode. So why is it limp mode? So now I'm thinking, okay, maybe the training's good. It's just in limp mode. So I bring it back, you know, in the driveway, and I pull in, and I go get my scan tool, and I scan it, and there's all kinds of codes, and some of them aren't defined. You know, the scan tool just says undetermined or you know, even though OBD2 was supposed to make everything available to everybody, it doesn't. So every manufacturer still has some of their specialty codes that they're not releasing. But I had a misfire on number 7. It showed a random misfire and then a misfire on cylinder 7. And I'm like, okay, all right. So I got to put spark plugs in it anyway. Probably. What the hell? I'll just get plugs and we'll swap the coil with another. Because if you swap 2 coils and the coil's bad, the problem will move from 7 to 5. You know, if I move it from 7 and 5. So I'll know the coil's bad and I'll just go buy a coil. So that's what I figured I'd do. So not working on the car right now. I'm working on this, you know, the apartment. So I'm not working on the car. I'm just kind of did a quick, you know, check to see what would happen. And so now I know, you know, what I'm looking at. You know, all right, I gotta clear these codes, so I'm gonna need plugs and blah blah blah, whatever. All right. So the car's sitting there. I'm driving the other one to car shows every week, and that one's just sitting here parked. And then, you know, I don't know, a couple weeks, about 3 weeks, I think it was, goes by because I just got this car, the last one. You know, I for marketplace again, and bam, here's another Daytona, another yellow Daytona. And I'm like, oh Christ, what's this one's story? So I read it, and it says the roof, you know, a tree limb fell on the roof. I'm like, oh, you know, and now all new pictures. I'm like, this sounds familiar. Isn't this the first car I looked at? The very first one that's got the rebuilt title? Because it's got a rebuilt title. And now he only wants $7,000 for the car. He wanted 8, now he wants 7. So I contacted him. I said, hey, is this the same car? I've been watching this car for months now. Because I've owned my first Daytona for 3 months now, I think. So I said, is this the same car? And he says, yeah, it is. He says, all right, well, what's the story? So he tells me. He says, yeah, and he sent me the pictures. So a big tree limb fell on the roof of the car, broke the back glass, dented the trunk lid, and put a dent in the roof right at the back glass. You know, there's a little, like a V dent like this, right where the glass is. And he tells me they put a brand new roof on the car. They cut the top off and put a brand new roof on it. And I'm like, well, shit, this isn't what I would call structural damage. It's not a flood car. It's not a crashed, you know, into a barrier rebuilt car. You know, fucking branch fell on the roof. You know, they would have totaled it if it was a convertible. You know, a convertible top's $3,000-$4,000. You know, plus if you buy it at the dealer and have them install it. So they would have totaled it even if it was a convertible, and nobody would hesitate to buy a convertible that had a new top put on it. So I'm not worried about the top. You know, I'm like, okay. So you know, he tells me some things wrong with the car, minor little piddly shit. So he's, you know, and I said okay, and I said, all right, well, you know, I told him I've been looking at this car for months, and I told him I already bought, you know, a Daytona and a Super B, and he's oh, you know, so we're text messaging on Facebook, and he says, are you still interested? And I said, well, yeah. And then I typed thinking, and he says, okay, I got you. You know, he says, all right, you know, so now we don't talk anymore, and I'm really thinking about the car. So I'm over at my buddy's house on a Friday, and I just drove over there to hang out with him, and we're shooting a little pool, and I was telling him about the car. And when I got there, he had already lowered the price from $7,000 to $5,700. And I looked at Charlie and I laughed. I said, "This guy's desperate, man. He went from $8,000 to $5,700." An hour later, I check it again. I'm still at Charlie's, and he's down to $5,400. And I'm laughing. I'm like, "Oh my God, this guy's trying to give this thing away." So then he, like an hour later, it's $5,000. And I looked at Charlie. I said, "You know what? I'm going to offer him $4,000 and see if he takes it." And he says, "That's what I would do." He says, "Yeah, lowball him, see if he'll go for it." And oh, is that right? The driveless cars are running around. I haven't seen any in Florida yet. I think they're afraid to bring them to Florida. We got enough bad drivers here. We don't need AI drivers fucking with the bad drivers. Did we talk? No, we haven't talked about 3D printing yet. Although I'm gonna 3D print something live. We're gonna reprint what I broke last time. This takes less than an hour to print. All right, and it's a little a T-light is what they call it. And you put a. So now we're gonna talk about 3D printing, Wild Bill. Just for a second. You put a T-light in it like this, right? Yeah, there it is. And then it looks like that with a light in it. And I'll turn this off for a second. Okay, so now it looks like this. You know, so I dropped it and I poked a hole in it. So I'm gonna print a new one, and I'm gonna do that live before I start my unboxing of the planes. We're gonna start that print. And it'll be done printing before we get the boxes plane unboxed. So now we've talked about 3D printing. All right, so we're gonna print one of these. All right. So anyway, so he meets me at the gas station. I told him he said 4. I said, "Okay, I'll bring you $4,000." All I texted him was, "I can bring you $4,000 tomorrow, Saturday." That's all I typed him. "I can bring you $4,000 cash tomorrow," and he said, "I'll take it." So I told Charlie that. He laughed. So I drove over there. Okay, the car's not in as good a condition as I thought. It's got some issues. The tranny supposedly has been rebuilt. Either he rebuilt it wrong, or he did something to it, which is sometimes possible. I don't know for certain. No, I ain't paying anywhere near $5,700 for it. So the tranny's not shifted. It's going through the gears, but sometimes they modify them, like putting a shift kit in it to cure a problem. If the car is overlapping too much, or if it's causing the transmission to wear excessively, sometimes tranny shops will modify, do a modification, to make it live longer. And then maybe that's what he's done. I don't know. It shifts fine. I mean, it does shift. It goes through all the gears, goes in the lockup. It's fine. It drives. The motor's perfect. Boy, the motor sounds really good. It's 5.7, Hemi. The motor's perfect. The interior's in great shape. I mean, even better. Well, not better than my Daytona, but better than the interior's better in this car than the Super Bee. And the Super Bee's good, And it's right in between my Daytona and the Super Bee, interior-wise. The door panels and everything are perfect in all 3 cars. I mean, the headliner, the dashboard. Well, the dashboard's broken, this car. All right, so anyway. So we take it for a test drive. He's got a really loud exhaust system on it. Not really happy about that. Not happy about the tranny. I'm leery a little bit. But I'm only paying $4,000, so I'm thinking, yeah, I don't know. So I'm kind of backing off this car. And then the paint on the hood. Now, at the time, I thought the paint on the hood was paint wearing off the hood, because it was starting to rain. So I'm looking at the car in the rain. Not a good idea. But it looks like, and it didn't dawn on me why at the time. The paint it's silver inside the word Hemi on that black decal on the hood. And I thought the paint was wearing off, and that was the silver bare steel hood, or maybe a silver primer, gray primer, showing through the yellow. Inside the letter, the rest of the hood's perfect. Outside the decal's perfect, but inside the decal where it says Hemi is kind of fucked up. Well, come to find out, not at the time when I offered him the money, but at the time, now I've looked at it. Somebody, I don't know if it was him or the guy that owned it before him, they painted inside the Hemi silver paint, and it's coming off. So I can make the hood look perfect just by removing the silver paint inside the Hemi decal, and the hood will be perfect. And the rest of the paint's really good. So I got out of the car and I said, listen, you know, I don't think I want this car. It's not what I was thinking. I was really expecting it to be nicer than this. It's got a few issues. I wasn't looking for another project, so yeah, I don't think I want it. Oh God, really, Michael? Which way are they transitioning? Man to woman or woman to man? No, it's not print yet. We're going to start it in a minute. As soon as my story's almost over, then we're going to start the print. So we're almost done. So I tell him, I said, I don't want the car. And he says, oh, man, now he's already told me 4,000 is as low as he's going to go. Well, now he wants to go lower, you know, because he just wants to get rid of the car. Yeah, he's a young kid. He's 20 years old, and he ain't a mechanic. And he already did the brakes and everything on it already. He's been putting money in it. He wants to get out from under it. He says, you know, human to squirrel. So anyway, hey, come on! I have to acknowledge the people in the show, guys. I mean, I'm not going to ignore you. So anyway, so I told him, I said, listen, I can't give you more than 3 for it. He says, I'll take it. Okay. So I got the car for $3,000, a running, driving Daytona that's in pretty damn good shape for $3,000. And so I loaded on the trailer. I was going to have somebody go with me, but, you know, Florida's gotten really anky on the laws. And they, you know, when you buy a car, your insurance company covers whatever you're fucking driving, even if it's your own car, for 30 days. So the car's covered. It's insured. But Florida's not accepting that anymore. You have to have the car in your name, a plate on it, and insurance on it before you can put it on the road, period. And I'm like, so the only way to do it in Florida is you have to buy the car. If you don't have a car trailer, you have to buy the car, take the title, go to the tag office, call your insurance company first, because they won't put it in your name until it's insured, which is going to be a problem for me because I'm not putting the car on the road, one of these cars. And I'm going to tell them that. I said, listen, it's not a driver. It's got a blown motor in it. I'm not putting insurance on it. I just want it in my name. So and I've done this before. I got to sign some affidavit. It says I'm not gonna drive the car. Blah 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 blah. Whatever. Okay. So, but yeah, you have to go get the car, you know, or the title, take it to the tag office, put insurance on it, put a plate, you know, registered to it, and then come all the way back to where you're buying the car from, which could be a bitch if, like, you're in Georgia buying a car, and then put the plate on it with insurance, and then you can drive it home. So instead of doing all that, I just took the trailer. I didn't want to get pulled over. So Wiggs, what's up? Good to see you, man. So anyway, I put it on the trailer, brought it home, and I've driven it around. It drives great. Now I've tested everything. There's a problem with the sunroof, which I never open anyway. I'm not a sunroof person. I don't give a shit. All these cars come with sunroofs in them, and I don't give a fuck about a sunroof. So I didn't even bother to test the sunroof. And it works. It's the motor's running. It's trying to open, but they've got silicone on it, so obviously it has a leak. So I'll deal with that later. I'm not worried about that right now. Anytime especially these new cars, they have a rain channel under the sunroof. So if it's leaking, the drain hoses are plugged. So all you got to do is take compressed air and blow back through the drain hoses to get the whatever's in them, plugging them up, and then it won't leak because there's a gutter in there. So the water has to spill over the gutter to leak. So if it's leaking, the hoses are plugged. So that's probably what it is. I don't know. I'm not worried about it. Don't give a shit, you know. But I got the last Daytona for $3,000. I bought the Magnum for $500. So I have a total of $13,500 to buy 4 cars. You would pay that much for 1 car. I got 4 cars for $13,500. So I think I did really good. I'm super happy with my choices for sure. And now there's one more yellow Daytona that's in really, really, really good shape, and he wants $1,500 for it because it's got a blown motor. And I mean, the interior on this thing is perfect, but the seats are perfect. There's not a crack in the seats, nothing. This is, I think, of course, I'd have to go look at it, but by the pictures, this is the nicest of the 3 I own. So I'm contemplating going to buy, or at least go look at it. I don't remember where it is. I haven't thought that seriously about it. I don't need another one. But I thought maybe I'd pull the motor and tranny out of the one I just got that they cut the roof off of, because it's got a rebuilt title, and get a clean title car and just take the motor and tranny and put it in the clean car with clean title, and then part the other one out. I'll get my money back out of the car. I don't have to get $1,500 out of it. You know, I could sell 3 doors and get $1,500 out of the car. So, you know, a hood, trunk lid, you know, I could part the car out and get my money back, no problem. So that's why I'm contemplating, you know, getting the other one. But I haven't made that choice yet. It's not on the it's on the back burner. I'm not really super seriously anyway, thinking about it. And I may lowball offer him like $1,000 instead of $1,500 to see if he'll take it, and I'll go buy the car. I don't know. We'll see. So, but right now, that we're not doing that. So, all right. So I'm firing up the printer. I got to change the spool. Let me find my clear filament. We'll start that print, and then we're going to start unboxing some airplanes. So that's my five cars between the Buick wagon for $1,200. I paid $1,200 for the wagon, and then the 3 Daytonas and the Magnum. So that's five total cars for $14,700. Yeah, so paid $14,700 for 5 cars. So I did okay. I'm not hurt at all. Like I said, I can part these cars out and make more money than I spend on them for sure. So anyway, I'm not even working on the cars. I mean, I'm going to replace the brake hose on my daily driver. The other 2 I'm not even tagging right now, so I'm not going to work on them. I mean, I was doing service on my lawnmower, and while I was waiting for the oil to dry out of the drive units, I've got a 0-turn mower. And while I was waiting for the oil to drain out of the drive units, I did the plug change on the Super Bee and pulled and oh, by the way, there were 5 coil packs in the back of the last Daytona because he'd already changed all the coil packs. And I'm assuming the 5 that were in the trunk were the 5 good ones. There must have been 3 bad ones. So he threw those away, but the 5 in the trunk were good ones. So I didn't even have to buy a coil pack. I bought spark plugs, I put them in, and took one of those coil packs and put it in the car, and that cured the misfire on the number 7 cylinder on the Super Bee. So, but the plugs were gapped wrong. Whoever put the plugs in, the plugs they put in were the same ones I bought, the NGK. I bought AC Delco and NGK, but these plugs come pre-gapped at 35 thousandths, and the car requires 50 thousandths. So they didn't re-gap them. These are gapped wrong, so they're not burning hot enough. You know, so I put the 2 new plugs in that cylinder. I put one AC Delco, one NGK, both gapped at 50 thousandths, and put a coil pack in it, and that cured the misfire. So I did that little bit of work on the car while I was waiting for my oil to drain out of the lawnmower. All right, where's my spool of clear? Let me find my spool of clear. That's the white. Gotta be right here. I wouldn't have gone too far with it. Is it in here? No. All right. Because I printed a Chrysler 300. This is gray. This spool here is gray. And I printed a Chrysler 300 that came out really cool. In gray. I printed a black one too. The black one, I had too much support on the black one. And what happens in that situation is the mag wheels get full of support, and it's a bitch to pull all that support out of the wheels. And I spent several hours on that and gave up. I mean, I'll probably eventually take a Dremel tool and go in there, but I didn't have time for that. So and there was another reason that went bad too that I'm not going to talk about, but I reprinted it the right way in the gray, and it came out perfect. It looks really good. So I just have to, I'm going to paint it silver, because my buddy has a 300, and it's a silver SRT8 300. So I'm going to paint it silver for him and give it to him. I haven't done that yet. God, I got every color under the sun except my clear. Where the hell did my little clear go? I wouldn't imagine I would have gone too far with it. It's got to be sitting here close. That's the copper. That's the red. Oh no, this is the brass. That's the red copper. Which, by the way, I printed a whole bunch. I printed a bunch of vases for my buddy's mom for her birthday, and this is called brass. Oh, let me turn the light back on. And it has such a beautiful shine to it that it's just cool as shit. So I'm really happy with this. It's got a lot of reflective shine in it. So honestly, it's not showing up on camera like it does here. It's really beautiful. Anyway, all right. Oh, here, it's got to be in this pile here. Yeah, there it is. All right. I knew it had to be close by. All right. So here's my clear. All right. So you have to preheat to get the old filament, this color filament out of the printer. You got to heat it up. So that's what I did. It's already heated, so I can get in here and remove the gray. Like this. Unlock it and just pull it out. Just like that. Alright? And now I can pull it back out of the printer, spool it on the spool. And just that easy, we just pull the filament out. And we'll put the new filament in. The clear. This is the clear here. Alright, so let's put this in. Gotta nip that here. Hang on a minute. And for you 3D printer guys that are in the chat here, I know Roy's got a 3D printer, and I know Wild Bill's got a 3D printer. So if you don't know this little trick, you want to cut your filament when you're loading it at an angle. All right, you want to you basically. If you know what the end of a syringe looks like, the actual metal syringe, it's cut at a high angle to give you that super pointy tip at the end. Well, you do the same thing here. You cut it at a very high angle, so you got a point. All All right, now it's pointed instead of straight across, and it loads so much easier when you do that. It just slides right through all the little, the filament, detector, to keep you from trying to print, when there's no filament, and and it goes right into the extruder too when you sharpen the edge like that. So, little tip for you 3D guys, always cut your filament at a very high angle, and it'll and it's just much easier to load. Okay, so that takes care of that. We got the clear is loaded, and the file is already in the printer. Okay, so close the door and let's pick the file. My little tea light right here, and hit print. Okay, all right, so that quick, we've just set the printer up. It's going to print the tea light. So in about 50 minutes, I'm going to have another one of these. It's going to take about 50 minutes to print this. 54 minutes, something like that. Less than an hour. All right, so we're on our way. So you're going to watch that live. It's going to. I don't think you'll hear it. You might hear a little bit of it, but I don't think it's going to be too loud. And that fan. Can you hear the fan? The fan might be loud. I don't know if you can hear that. So there's a side conversation going here. Which times be better, and I could do a few mods to really miss the exhaust and the yellow on. Oh, you have a yellow Mustang, don't you, Philip? Right? You still have it? I saw your picture the other day. I was watching one of your videos, and wasn't there a dark color Mustang in the background? Either black or dark gray or silver or something? Yeah, my guess, the guy with the Super Bee probably had the dealer doing the work on that car. I would bet money he's got the dealer doing the work on the car. And the mechanic didn't bother to gap the spark plugs. He just put them in. So the gaps were wrong. So I have, by the codes, which is weird, it literally told me when I scanned it with the scan tool that I had a random misfire and a misfire on cylinder 7. But it also gave me a P302 code. Well, when I looked that up, that's a misfire on cylinder 2. Now, why would it tell me, give me a number code for a misfire on 2, but literally spell it out that there's a misfire on cylinder 7? Didn't understand that. But it's no doubt that it has random misfires because all the plugs are gapped wrong. So I have to redo the spark plugs and gap them correctly. So, so that'll be in the works over the next weeks. When I have a free minute, I'll be changing the plugs. They're pretty easy to do. I got to tell you, way easier than changing plugs on an LT1. The plugs in the top of the head. All you do is 2 bolts to take the coil and unplug the coil pack, 2 bolts, pull the whole coil pack out, 2 big long rubber spark plug boots, and then the two cylinders go straight down to the plugs, and they come right out the top. Really easy to change the plugs on this car, but there's 16 of them. Oh my God! I didn't buy garbage spark plugs, but I didn't buy the $17 a plug iridiums that would have cost me almost $300 in spark plugs. I bought AC Delco double platinums, which is exactly the plug I use in my Impala, and my Impala runs great. So I bought AC Delco double platinums, and I bought NGK double platinum. So I have one of each, in case the heat ranges are slightly different. if the car goes lean, the one plug will, you know, can kind of take over, and if it goes rich, the other plug. They're probably slightly different heat ranges. So I figured one of each might be a good idea to give me a wider threshold of rich, lean, running good. So it worked. I mean, the misfire on number 7 went away, so we cured the misfire. But so that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to regap all the spark plugs and the new ones I bought to 50,000s, and then put them all in, and then we'll see how it runs. I don't know what's causing the car to be in limp mode yet. I'm not sure what's causing it. And I've looked it up, and it could be a multitude of things, including, not exclusively, but including a possibility that there is something wrong with the transmission. And that could put the car in limp mode. So I'm not completely convinced that's the problem, because it goes into gear hard. Into drive. Well, actually, after I put the plug in and got rid of the misfire, it went into gear much better. It wasn't quite so hard. But it goes into drive and reverse positive. I mean, it's not a, like it didn't happen, or it feels like it's kind of slug. Man, it goes right into gear. So, and it accelerates hard, but it, like I said, it only goes to 3 grand because it's in limp mode, so it won't rev over 3 grand, and it won't shift. So I don't know what's wrong yet. I gotta get it out of limp mode, regardless. And if I fix all the other, it's got some O2 issues. I can't believe an O2 issue, especially on the rear O2s. Not the front O2s, which are what the engine reads to adjust your fuel, is the front O2s. They're fine. It's the back O2s, which only tell you that the cat is functional. That's all the O2s in the back are doing, is they're testing the fuel mixture coming out of the cat, and just reports that your cats are either working or not. And both of those are not working. So that could cause a misfire on a Dodge, maybe. I don't know, but I mean, not a misfire, but a limp mode. But I wouldn't think so. I wouldn't think they'd put it in limp mode on an O2, but especially a rear O2. But maybe, I don't know. So we're gonna fix all that. I'm gonna buy 2 new O2s and put them in the front. Take the ones from the front, put them in the back, and get rid of the back ones. I got to look for a wiring issue. It's possible. Maybe there's a broken wire, something. I don't know. I really haven't looked at the car. Putting a lift in first, guys. I'm buying a lift. I got to finish my flooring up here to get that wood out of the floor. As soon as I get that done, I've already picked out a lift in Orlando. I'm going to drive to Orlando and get a lift, bring it home, put it up, so I can actually get cars in the air so I can get underneath them. So that's the next thing that's going to happen. Just so I can service cars I have to work on, because I just can't lay on my back anymore. I mean, it took me 3 days to do the service on this lawnmower, just because I can't get up and down and lay on the floor and get underneath the mower, and oh Jesus, what a pain in the ass. All right, so we're gonna unbox an airplane. Which one are we doing first, guys? The T-28 or the Corsair? Vote now. We're gonna do them both. Which one do you want to do first? And the only reason I'm unboxing, well, I'm going to put the Corsair together, actually, but the T-28, I'm just making sure it's not damaged in case there's a warranty claim. So I'm doing that for both of them, but I am going to put the Corsair together. I want to fly the Corsair. I'm not, I have the exact same one in the Red Bull scheme, and I don't want to fly the Red Bull one anymore. So I'm going to fly this one. So I am going to put that one together, but I'm not putting the T-28 together. So we'll put the we're just going to unbox them today, and then we'll put the I'll do a build video on the Corsair later, not today. All right, so the printer is printing. All this time it's been doing its, well, actually, I swear, no, it's not yet. It's still doing the bed leveling and all its gyrations to make sure. And I have no problem with that, guys. If the printer does, when these printers print, they just print. There's no fucking around. There's no, they just work. And I have no problem with it doing a bed level check on every print. I'm good with that. So Roy says T-28 first, Corsair second. Wiggs wants a Corsair first. Phil says airplanes? Yeah, Phil. Airplanes. Did you ever answer my question about the yellow Mustang? You still have that? Let me back up here, make sure I didn't miss that. I might have missed that. Oh, you said one car's enough. So, okay, so you don't have two Mustangs, but do you still have the yellow one? I don't know how you guys live with one car. I since the day I turned 16, I've always had two modes of transportation. I had a motorcycle and a car. I could not live with one car. I don't know how you guys do it. You know, I'm not calling my boss and saying, hey, I can't come to work today because I have a flat tire or my car won't start or, you know, that ain't happening. You know, I'm going to work every day. There's no calling the boss and saying I can't come to work today. So I've always had at least two vehicles, at least. I have 18 vehicles currently. They're not all tagged and insured right now. They probably will eventually again one day, but right now I have 4 that are tagged and insured. Well, tagged, I don't need insurance on the motorcycle. My Avalanche truck is insured. My first Daytona is insured, and my '95 Impala SS is insured. So those 3 are my driver cars, and I have 1 motorcycle. Right now, that's, you know, all the rest are not insured. But yeah, right now I have 18 vehicles. So Roy's got 10 cars. There you go. So Roy's got a cool Cuda. And don't you have a Camaro also, Roy? You got a Camaro and a Cuda, don't you? Do I remember that right? Fred! What's up? Fred's incognito tonight. He's under his Cadillac badge tonight instead of Red Baron. So, you know, 18 here, guys. Thank you so much. I'm glad you guys are here. You know, it just makes me feel better that you guys are here, that I'm not talking to myself. Oh, now you changed back to Fred Baron. You know, you care. You can stay on the Cadillac, man. It's fine. I don't care. They both count. That's good. So Wiggs got 1 car, 2 trucks, 1 motorcycle, several bicycles, and 67 planes, 8 helicopters, and a splash truck. You don't even want to get me started on my RC shit, because I've got hundreds of planes and hundreds of cars. All RC. Yeah, hundreds. You know, yeah, you know, I just can't stop buying that shit. So I'll admit though, a lot of my surface stuff is toy grade, not hobby grade. All my airplanes are hobby grade, but I have a lot of toy grade surface stuff because they're just cool looking and they work. You know, I'm not going to go racing or anything, but I have a lot of, and I've gotten a lot more hobby grade. I've never really had a lot of hobby grade RC stuff, surface RC, but I do now. So I've bought a lot more hobby grade stuff lately. I haven't bought any more toy grade. The last toy grade, let's see, the last toy grade surface vehicle I bought, I think, I'm trying to remember, I think was oddly enough, another 06 Dodge Charger that was lime green. And it's like smaller than 18th. Maybe 1/24th scale. I was walking through Walmart. I always go to the toy department, and there it was. You know, sitting in the box, ready to drop. You know, ready to run. Comes with a tray radio. It's toy grade. It was less than $20, and it was the lime green. I loved it. I couldn't. I said, okay, well, you're going home with me. And I just took it right off the shelf. And I think that's the last toy grade I bought, and that was a while ago. So, but yeah, I had to have it. That lime green was beautiful, so I had to buy it. And now the wife wants a charger. Hey, Roy, I actually happen to have one for sale if you want to buy it. It's yellow. Does she like yellow? Give you a hell of a good deal on it. The only reason I bought the last one, guys, honestly, was to save it. I didn't want it to go to the crusher. I was afraid somebody was going to buy it, pull the motor out of it, and then crush it. And it's in too good a shape. It's in way too nice a shape to do that. So I didn't want it. So I bought it for $3,000. Here's the fun part about that, because Deb asked me, why did you buy that car? And I said, well, I'll tell you why. I need a motor for the Magnum, right? I look up on carpart.com, and they want $3,000 for a 5.7 Hemi Dodge salvage yard motor. They want anywhere from $2,500 to $3,500. So I told her, I said, listen, I bought a motor for the Magnum. It just happened to come in a box that I could drive it home in. Because that's all I paid for the last Daytona was $3,000. And that's what the motor would have cost. So I got a free body. I'm going to call that the box. And I can drive it home. So there you go. Self-delivered my own, salvage yard Hemi motor. So, it could come, honestly, it might come to that. I might part that car out. I'd hate to. It's in too good a shape to part out. The body's straight, which is all of them are straight. None of them have even a door ding in them. I can't believe all four cars, even the Magnum, there's not a door ding in any of these cars. They're all perfectly straight. They all have very good paint on them. Not perfect, but very good paint on them. So they're just, So anyway, that my 3000 Daytona was just too good to pass up at $3,000. Because that's what a motor would have cost me. Oh, really, Eric? That's kind of cool. They're going to do all moon landing stuff tomorrow. That's pretty cool. Asking for a friend. It starts right now. And since I didn't get very many responses to which one I do first, let me go back and look. T-28 first, then the Corsair, and then just the opposite. And I don't think anybody else voted. Yeah, so none of the rest of you guys voted. Yeah. So I'm going to do the Corsair first, and I'll tell you why. Because I'm really kind of interested. I know what my Red Bull one looks like. I want to see what the non-Red Bull version of it. The exact same airplane that came. FMS made both planes. Everything's interchangeable. The exact same. I think they're even the same color. Although the Corsair has a light blue tip on the top of the rudder that the Red Bull didn't. And it also has a light blue nose spinner, which I don't like. So I'll probably put a chrome spinner on it. Well, let's go get the Corsair and do that one. So the airplane part of the show starts right now. Let me go get that box and bring it over here. Now, I don't know how this is going to work, because these printers are definitely in my way. I am going to switch cameras, even though it's not as clear. It's not horrible, and it's wide angle. So we got a lot more. I have a lot more room to show you the airplane. So we're gonna use this camera mostly. So let me just tidy this up a little bit. I'm just going to move this stuff around the back here, because I'm probably going to need. I might even move my my poop chute. Yeah, not what you think. This is the poop chute right here. For the printer. For the printer's poop chute, okay? Just clarifying here. I know how you guys are, so yeah, I'm just clarifying it's a poop chute for the printer. Yeah, it's not my poop chute. Alright. Alright, that won't go under there. We'll put it over there. Get rid of this. Alright. I don't need that at all. Oh, I am going to take some pain pills. I'm sure my back, I'm going to be standing up a lot. My back's going to hurt. So let's take some pain relief. Diet Mountain Dew, for anybody curious what I'm drinking. Diet Mountain Dew tonight. Yeah, EQ's been kind of, between the trains and talking about painting his trailer, and he's been off the airplane thing a little bit too. So I'm not alone. We do have lives, guys. It can't all be RC airplane, although I wouldn't mind that. But it's unlikely it's going to be all RC airplane. I have too many other hobbies. Between motorcycle riding, 3D printing, racing cars, and I'm going to have footage of that. When I get the brake hose changed on the Daytona, I'm probably going to take it to the drag strip. So I'll have a camera in the car. So you get to see some drag racing footage coming soon. For any of you lurkers there looking for any car content, that's coming soon. So, here's the first box. All right. So my feet's slightly behind. There we are. Okay. I've got it upside down. Flip it over. All right. So, in case I have a warranty claim to FMS, box is sealed. Have not opened the box. Okay. So this is the unboxing. So if there's something wrong with the airplane, here's my proof. Okay. All right, so let's cut these tapes, get the box open. So I've seen way worse. It's crushed on the corner here, but I'm sure that didn't hurt the airplane. The foam carton that the planes are in, doing a magnificent job of protecting them. So I'm not too concerned about little nicks on the box. I don't anticipate there'll be a problem. But I still like to do unboxings just in case. Because I don't want them calling, hell, you must have flown the plane. That's why. No, I didn't fly the plane. This is the unboxing. Okay, so the plane hasn't been assembled and flown, and it's got a factory defect. So, and you guys should do this yourself. Honestly, just do it. You know, you got a recorder. Just use your phone. Put it on a stand or whatever, and unbox. You don't have to do it. You're going to put it on YouTube. Just do it in case you have to send it to, back to Horizon or FMS or whoever you bought the plane from to say, hey, there was damage in the box. Here's my unboxing video. You know, to prove it. You know, it ends any discussion. You know, they've never questioned me. Nobody. Not Hobby King, FMS, Horizon. Nobody has ever questioned me when I put in a warranty claim and give them the link to the video. You know, it couldn't even be. You know, one of them was, I think, 3 months, before I had gotten around to unboxing it. And but because I, had the box open, showed them the unboxing, they warrantied it. So never had a problem. Everybody has been perfect that way. So again, just if the plane's perfect when you unbox it, then you just delete the video. But you should always videotape it just in case. Highly recommend it. All right. So these come out a lot easier if you open both ends. Otherwise, you get a vacuum. So if you open the other end, it stops the vacuum, and the plane, the foam will slide right out. Usually. So if you guys don't have a Corsair and want one, this is a great flying airplane. Been flying my Red Bull one for, I don't know, 10, 15 years easy. It's an old plane. So just an outstanding flying airplane. So don't be if you want a Corsair, this is a good one to buy. It's a great flying airplane. If you want a bigger one, they had a 1700, which I had that one too. As a matter of fact, that one's sitting right there. It's on a plane stand right behind the camera here. So the 1700 one is right there, the one with the orange stripe on it. But the Red Bull one's behind the wall here, over there. I can't get to it right now. Actually, I think I could. It's got some minor damage, but I just want to dial that one all back up pretty again, and then hang it up. In the new digs here, because my new listen, I can touch the ceiling here. I'm touching the ceiling right now. Why does it look like it should be on the other camera? What happened? Yeah, it didn't switch. Or it switched back. Yeah, we're supposed to be on this camera. Alright. I don't know why that switched, but okay. So, yeah, I can easily touch the ceiling here. We're only at 80... I think we're at 82 inches, 84 inches. It's a low ceiling, I mean, I'm short, so I got plenty of headroom. I mean, but at the same time, I can touch my ceiling, because that's short. I needed that so I had this almost the same amount of room upstairs. If I'd have made this 8 foot, 7 foot, that I wouldn't be able to stand up upstairs. Right now, I have the same amount of headroom upstairs in the middle section. It tapers off as it goes to the outside wall, but in the middle, I have the same amount of headroom upstairs as I do here. And that was what I was going for. That's why I made this the minimum. I didn't cut the doors. My French doors I put in, I didn't cut the doors. I made it just tall enough to install the doors without cutting them. And that was my go, no-go was, that's what I had to have. So, I'm going to get rid of some of these tapes first. And you guys, I've said it before, for any newcomers to the channel, I always get rid of my tapes first, and I'll tell you why. Because when you pull it out of the bag, if the tape happens to get a hold of the painted area of the plane accidentally, and you have, try to take the tape off the paint, you're going to pull the paint off the airplane, more than likely. So don't risk it. You're going to say, oh, that's on the bag, I'm not going to wear it. Trust me, it'll happen. So just get rid of the tape. Get all the tape off of everything taped. Get rid of it and get the tapes off the box. Don't have any loose tape. Get all the tape off the box. So there's no danger of the tape ever contacting a painted surface. Trust me, it's well worth it in the long run. All right, so we're going to start with the horizontal stabilizer. All right, and it needs flexing. This has foam hinges, so you got to work your hinges. Make sure they're good and free before you try to put a servo on it. The servo will do it, but it's very hard on the servo. So you want to work these loose first. But and I'll get it close to the camera so you can see. So there's a lot of detail on the surfaces here. I don't know why there's 5 dots, circles on this side of the stab and not the other. But that's the way they do it. I have no idea what that means. I'm sure it's significant on a real Corsair, but I don't know what that is. So I'm not an expert on Corsairs. So I'm sure there's a reason for that, but I don't know why. So a couple of minor impressions here. I'm not that anal. I would never return an airplane for something as minor as this. I'm going to put more damage than this on it. Literally, just getting it out of the room here and trying to get it in the car, I'll damage it more than this. So I'm not going to get anal about that. So that's fine. All right, I'm going to put it back in the bag for now because I'm not building this tonight. So let's protect it. So we'll put that there. And next, we're going to do a wing. Oh, I got a tape here. Hang on. I missed the tape. Covered up my trash can. Alright, so we've got, and the FMS ones, they've got full gear doors, like the real thing. You know what? Let's move that. It's kind of distracting. So here's the wing. I'll turn this around. So the full doors. And they're sequenced, so the doors open, servo operated. They're not little flappers that catch the wheel as it goes in. These doors open and close with servos. So full retract gears and with the doors, very nice. And we've got this decal. So that could use you can see the clear part of the decal here, but you can push that down. You can rub it into the paint better, and it'll definitely make it less obvious if you really rub it down into the foam. I'm just going to do around the number 3. Okay, so if you look between the V and the 1, you'll see that
the tape is very visible, but if you look at the 3 is much better now. So, and then here's the top. Got the stars and bars on the wing here. And, you know, I gotta tell you, I'm a little disappointed. This thing has a lot of minor, I mean, I'm not going to send it back for it, but like there's squashed fingerprints all through the leading edge of the wing here. Like it's been handled a lot. And somebody was, you know, holding it a bit too tight. So there's a lot of that kind of damage on this. You know, it's not minor stuff, but, you know, that might even show up in the camera. You might be able to see those finger impressions in there. So kind of disappointed in that. You got the flaps work as an assembly. There's connectors. It's a three section flap. You see here, and they all work together because they're connected with these flexible pieces between each segment. So there's only one servo here, but it moves all three sections of the flap. So so that's pretty cool. Aileron is a foam hinge, and I think the flap is as well. Yeah. So all foam hinges here, and that's part of what I got to fix on my other Corsair, the Red Bull one. You know, one of the ailerons I think got tore off, or one of the flaps, something. So, and I fixed it by putting hinges in. I replaced the foam hinge with a nylon, you know, a Dubro nylon hinge. So that's how I fix it. So I know I need to do a little of that. No big deal. There's a little chunk of foam out of the leading edge of the wing. We'll glue that back in, and then do the famous Gorilla Glue to repair it, and then a little paint work, and it'll look brand new again. Okay, so that's one wing. Like I said, some minor you know, handling damage. Not something I would warranty it for, but not exactly happy about it. It is what it is. I fly my planes, so it doesn't have to be a showpiece. You know, it's not going to stay that way anyway. Now this, well, I tell you, this is kind of bothering me here. This one's actually been touched up right here. They had to put a touch-up paint on it. The top of the rudder here on the one side. There's that light blue segment I hate on this. I'll probably repaint that. I'll probably paint it blue to cover that up, the dark blue, because I don't like that light blue. But yeah, you can see right above the V. It's shiny. There's touch-up paint on it. So, not crazy about that. Same thing, foam hinge. I'm going to work it. You know, make sure it's, you know, free to work. I don't see any real. Well, yeah, there's a little bit, not much. There's a little bit of compression. And, you know, I'm guessing that, you know, whoever was putting the decals on was just too aggressive, you know, holding it tight while they were doing the decal work, because, you know, it definitely shouldn't be like that. There's too much, you know, too much handling damage on this. All right, let's move on to the next piece. So my tea light's already half done. We're not even all the way through the first unboxing, and that's almost done already. So, operation manual. I like that they, you know, it's a full size. I don't care if it's in color, but it's full size. I like that. And I like the fact that they didn't fold it in half. One of the airplanes I got, they literally folded it in half like this I didn't like that at all because I keep all my manuals, and I keep them in a folder in a file cabinet, you know, full size in, you know, and when they fold it, it kind of ruins it. So, not a fan of that. I hope they don't do that anymore. I made a comment on the video. Hopefully they saw that. Okay. So here are the bombs, the missiles. Now, my Red Bull one didn't come with these. So that's one of the reasons I wanted this also. Because if I wanted the option of putting these bombs or missiles, whatever these are, I think they look like rockets. Yeah, let me take them out of the bag. Okay. And these mount to a plate that's removable. Let me get the wing back. Well, let me get the other one. So right here is a screw with this plate here. All right. This one doesn't have the provisions. So somewhere in here there should be, maybe it's in here with these. Now, but there should be a second one of these plates. You unscrew that, take this plate off. The other plate's got the provision for the rockets. And you glue those to the other plate, and then you just swap the plate. Take this plate off, put that plate on with the rockets on it, and screw it back on. So that's how they do this. So somewhere in here I should have those plates so that I can mount the rockets. You know, it's your option. You can mount them, you can have them on or not. I've got something in here. What are these? I don't know what that is, but that's not the plates. What's in here? Propellers. Here are the plates. Alright, so I'll show you what I'm talking about. See, my Red Bull one didn't come with these. I was going to buy them, because you can buy these. But see, right here where this plate is, with the screw, you replace it with this plate. Okay? If that one pops out, you pop this one in, and these are glued to the plate like that. And then you mount it here like that. So if you want the missiles on, that's what you do. You replace the whole plate, missiles on or missiles off. And then you've got a clean plate or a rocket plate. So that's how they do it. So that's pretty cool. And you can buy these, I think the plates and the rockets come as a package deal, so you can always buy these. And I was going to buy them to put them on the the other Red Bull plane, but now I don't need to. So, because I'm just going to go with this. The Red Bull's just going to become a hangar queen. I'm not going to fly that one anymore. I've damaged it twice, minor damage, but nonetheless, I wasn't happy about it. So, and these are the screws. I don't know why they give you an extra screw, because it's the same screw. There's already a screw in the airplane, but I'll put them back in here. So that's how the rockets go. Missiles, rockets, bombs, whatever they are. They don't look like bombs. They look like rockets. They're not very good looking, I'll be honest with you. They're all right. I mean, they give you the illusion, but yeah, they're not very cool. All right, so here we go again. All right, so we got same thing. You know, I could sit here and push down and get this decal to look a little better. And I could actually take a hobby knife and cut where these seams are and push it down into the seam, and that'll make it disappear even more. So there's that option too. Again, full doors, servo-operated doors. That one needs. The other one was pretty flexible already. This one was stiff. So got that, and then the three position flaps again. Very scale looking, guys. Very nice. And this one's got, you know, again, somebody's handled this too firmly. And they've put finger indentations in the body of the wing, which, you know, I don't know why someone wouldn't know better than to be grabbing it that firmly. You know, they've left finger indentations. So I'm not real happy about that. But again, I wouldn't send it back for it. But just something to be aware of. If you buy one of these, you're going to have, you know, those. And it's not always. I mean, my FMS Pitts was the most beautiful airplane I've ever taken out of a box. I mean, the paint was so perfect it doesn't even look like a foam airplane, and there wasn't a imperfection of any kind on that airplane. In, you know, fuselage, wings, nothing. It was perfect. Before you flew it, it literally looked like a plastic model static display, although it's huge, but it did not look like a foam airplane. And of course, after you get it out in the sun, it starts to show the cells of the foam. But just an absolute beautiful airplane out of the box, the Pitts. So if you ever want to decorate something with a foam airplane, and you're not picky about what it is, just as long as it's an airplane, I recommend that one because it's gorgeous. Nope, we'll put it back in the bag. Yeah, that plane came out of the box absolutely gorgeous. Best one I've ever unboxed, by far. Not going to sit there. They just fell off. Right. Put it back down in the back. Okay. All right. So here are the fuel tanks. All right. Now that's kind of a disappointment. I might have to call FMS on that. I don't think I'm going to accept this. This fuel tank is pretty badly damaged. So I think I might contact FMS and tell them to send me some fuel tanks, because that's I don't think I'm going to live with that. That's pretty bad. You know, I don't know how that happened. The other one's okay, but yeah, this is not. I don't think I'm going to accept that. I'm going to make them send me a fuel tank, because that's got way too much damage on it. So, not happy with that. So I'll send them a email and put this video up and tell them to. I'm looking at my playback because it's slightly behind. Yeah. Okay. All right. There's my baby blue spinner. Don't care for that. I already have an extra chrome one, so I'll probably put the chrome spinner on it. I'm not crazy about that baby blue spinner. These are obviously the wing carbon fiber wing tubes. Okay. I don't know what these pieces are yet. These are some blue, and there's the stickers for the prop, Hamilton standard. You know, all the detail for the prop plates in that sticker there. So all this stuff is add-on stuff. I'm just going to stick it back in the box here. And then last but not least is the fuselage. That's all that's left. So let's hope this is in good shape. So the bag is open. It's not sealed. Actually, none of these bags were sealed. And well, yeah, some of them had Ziploc seals, but not. And the tail is wrapped in foam. Okay, So we'll unwrap this. And check for damage there. No, that looks good. And then, well, again, it's got it's been bounced on the tail, so there's compression wrinkles right there in the back. I wouldn't send it back for that, but just an observation that at some point it was bounced like this, and it's compressed the tail section here. So there's compression wrinkles in this. Not too excited about that, but I don't think I'd send it back for that. Yeah, there's a lot of, I gotta tell you, this is the worst airplane I've ever unboxed from FMS. No, I take that back. The Tiger Cat that I got from Horizon, which was all factory damage, that thing was a mess. The doors were broke. There was paint missing everywhere. That thing was an absolute wreck, and it was put in the box that way from the factory. So I don't know what idiot they had working there at that point, but this thing's got a lot of damage on it. It's all superficial damage, but nonetheless, there's some bad markings right here. I don't know what caused that. There's compression marks all over it. There's just a lot of damage on this airplane. You know, something sharp hit it right here and put 2 slash marks into it right here. Yeah, there's a lot of damage on this airplane. It's a shame. You know, same thing up here. Something impacted it here. Now, I don't know what they did with this, but they were banging this into all kinds of stuff. There's a lot of damage on this. Very disappointing. Again, I'm going to fly it, so I wouldn't send it back for this, but the overall experience though now, unboxing this and all the damage that's on almost every surface, kind of disappointing. I'll be honest with you. Kind of bummed. I usually don't have airplanes that look like this from FMS. My Tiger Cat from when I got it from Horizon was horrible. Again, that was very unusual. I usually don't have anything like that from FMS. But and this is odd. Usually all your bomb kills, bombs or shoot downs, whatever, are always on the left side of the airplane. Usually if there's a name, it's on the left side of the airplane, usually. And they've got all the bomb drop kills on the right side of the airplane. And I don't think that's normal. I could be wrong, but I think that's supposed to be on the left side. I don't know. So, I think this is just magnetic down. I don't think, yeah. So that's the hatch. So it's a giant hatch. It goes all the way forward, almost to the cowl. And so the ESC's here, which obviously you move it away to put the battery up in here. The battery actually goes in at a diagonal. So it slides down into a pocket that's diagonal this way. So you probably it would just lift the ESC up above, and slide the battery under it into there. And it comes with Velcro in there, so you can Velcro it in. Got a little distribution board right here, so when the wings go on, there's two ribbon straps, and there's 2 plugs here for the ribbon straps to plug the wings in, and that's it. I got the rudder servo and the elevator servo are in the fuselage here. They're not in the back of the plane. They're not on the rudder or the elevator. They're here in the plane. And there's 2 rods coming off each servo. So I guess the dual rods on the rudder is one goes to the tail wheel and one goes to the actual rudder. Here's the rudder one's up high here, and then the tail wheel is already locked in, and then there's 2, one on each side here for the elevator. So there's dual rods coming off each servo in here. So standard, it's got the tongue and groove type note front part, okay, and then the back has these 2 big magnets here and here. So that's going to slide in and then snaps tight. All right, so that's going to do it for the unboxing of this one. We're done. I'm just going to slide this back in here, put the fuselage back in the box, and then we're just going to get it out of the way and go get plane number 2. And we'll see if that one's not better. I hope it is. All right. So this is the T-28. This one came first. When I ordered 3 airplanes, the T-28, the Corsair, and the P-40. And I've never owned the P-40, and I've wanted it. And then they had it on sale. All 3 of these planes were on sale for like, one was 80 off, the other was 120 off. So, and the other was 100 off. So it's $100 per plane. So $300. You know, each plane averaged out to be $100 off. And then I got an extra $15 off with a coupon. It was a live coupon thing or something. So I got a really good deal. The 3 planes were under, I think it was $800. $800 and something for all 3 airplanes. And they average over $300 a piece normally, so that's over $900. You know, probably close to $1,100 normally. So yeah, so that's the $300 off, which made it $800. So that's yeah, it was a good savings. They haven't shipped the P-40 yet. I keep checking the website. They haven't shipped it yet. But this was one that showed up first. I'm already flying one of these. I have one of these. I had a radio failure. I put a tactic receiver in it, and I had a signal loss at the field, so that crashed. But it broke clean, so I could fix it. So this one I don't think I'm going to build right away. I'm going to at least fix the other one first, and then if it doesn't fix well or it doesn't fly well after I fix it, then I'll build this one. But otherwise, this one's going to stay in the box. I'm going to put it back in the box after we unbox it and save it for a rainy day. You know, I'm gonna fly the other one for now. The wing's perfect on the other one. It just broke the fuselage. and it broke right behind the wings, and it broke clean. So I think the cowl might have been crushed. Oh yeah, it broke the cowl. I think I ordered a kind of propeller. I ordered a propeller. I don't remember if I thought I could fix the cowl or it wasn't damaged. I didn't order a cowl for some reason, just a propeller. So, and again, right now I don't have time to mess with airplanes. So, between life gets in the way. I mean, I just spent 3 days servicing my lawnmower, which had to be done. I haven't cut grass yet this year, so it's pretty tall. You know, so I finally got that done. So the mower's ready to go. Tomorrow morning, I might go cut grass tomorrow morning a little bit. I ain't gonna cut the whole 3 acres in one day, guys. It's just too much. And I don't do. It's not too much for me. It's too much for the mower. I don't want to run my mower that hard. So I generally cut a section, stop, let the mower rest, go back out and cut another section, and that's one day. And it usually takes me two days or 3, depending on how well it's cut. And it's going to take longer this time because the grass is too high. So I'm going to have to kind of cut it twice. I'll probably have the deck all the way up and cut the whole property with the deck all the way up. And then within a couple of days, I'll lower the deck down to where I normally cut it and cut it again. Just to get caught up. But, you know. But yeah, so that took time that I didn't want to spend. You know, I'd rather be building airplanes or working on the garage, but I had, like I said, life gets in the way. So I had to do something. I had to get the mower done. So new blades, new oil in the drive units, new spark plugs, new air filter. Got to grease the. The only thing left to do now is, which I can do, with it, I don't have to have it up. Right now, it's up in the air. It's on jack stands and hydraulic jacks to do all the work I did on it. And I haven't taken it off those yet, but I can put it on the ground, and I have to grease the 2 front spindle, the wheel spindles, and the caster bearings. So I can do it's just a grease gun, grease fittings, no big deal. So that's all that's left to do on the mower. All right, so judging by this, I'll flip it over to show you. I would say pretty obviously that the prop shaft is right there. Yeah, because it poked a hole through the box. Now I don't know why they make it that, and that's, I'm sure you've had this, because that's pretty, pretty common. They have the prop shaft poke through the box. Didn't poke through the brown, shipping box, but it poked through this box. So that's pretty common. I see that quite often. All right, same thing, open both ends so we don't have a suction vacuum, but it slides out of the box much easier when you do that. If you haven't done that, it's a fight to slide that out of the box, and that's all it is. Just open the other end, and it'll slide right out. Okay. And I bought the red and white. I like the red and white. I'm not a big fan of the yellow. It's okay. I mean, I have 2 of the yellow Carbon Z's. I have 1 red and white one Carbon Z, and I have 2 yellow ones. And but I like the red and white one better. Unfortunately, they never made the red and white one in the Carbon Z with the lights. Now here we're back to this again. I just mentioned that weren't folding the damn instruction book. Well, this one's folded. I hate it when they do that. There's no reason to do that. Okay, it would have laid flat like that, no problem. But now I got this damn fold in it, which is listen, it's a minor inconvenience, but it just irritates me because there's no reason for it. You know, there's plenty of room in the box to lay it flat on top of the, you know, just like that. But now they folded it around the elevator, you know, the horizontal stabilizer. Not a fan. I don't like it when they do that. But not a deal breaker, not a big deal, but just a little, just one of my pet peeves. I wish they wouldn't do that. All right, let's get this untaped. Still got 16 watching. I'm glad you're here. I'm sorry I'm not reading the comments. Let me pause here for just a second. Let me check the comments, because I haven't been watching the comments. Too excited about it. I'm just too excited about unboxing my airplanes. Being a great drinking game. Oh God, what am I saying over and over again? There must be something I'm saying that is making a drinking game. What am I saying? Let's see here. Yeah, Michael, you're correct. I literally have, because I've bought so many airplanes, and almost all of them were on sale. I don't think there's maybe 2, possibly 3 airplanes in my 52 years of buying this shit that I paid full price for an airplane. I just refuse to do it. I mean, unless I have to. So my Carbon Z T-28 is the first plane I paid full price for. And I bought it because Horizon discontinued it, and I didn't know they had discontinued it. And it pissed me off because I really wanted one. And I hadn't gotten... It was expensive. I didn't have the money to buy it. And nobody local had it. I had to get it out of Texas. And luckily, my buddy was riding his motorcycle in Texas and had a crash, which unfortunately. But there was a hobby shop 10 miles from where he was that had it in stock. I called them, they had it, they wouldn't ship it to me. You know, not Tower Hobbies, Hobby Town. They wouldn't ship it to me. So I paid for it with a credit card over the phone, and my buddy went and picked it up for me. And that's the first plane I ever paid full price for. Because I had to have it. I didn't know if they were going to bring it back. It was quite a few years before they did bring it back. But they brought it back in yellow, which I wasn't a fan of. Well, actually, I think the first time they brought it back was in red and white again. And then they discontinued it again. And then they brought it back again in yellow, but the yellow one's got lights. Which everybody wanted the lights. We were all complaining about the lights. A lot of people were complaining about the landing gear. The landing gear wasn't that big of an issue for me. Just like a real airplane, guys, there is a speed limit for cycling the gear. If you're going too fast, the gear's not going to go up. And that's on a real airplane also. You know? You can't go, there's a speed limit you have to maintain under that limit before to operate the gear, or you're going to rip the gear doors off or damage the gear. So there is a speed limit on real planes and the model planes. And everybody's trying to go too fast with the Carbon Z, and that's why the gear wouldn't go up. If you slow the plane down or put the gear up I don't go full throttle when I take off. I ease it up half throttle, a little more than half throttle. I let it build up speed, and I just take a nice gentle takeoff, and the second the wheels leave the ground is when I hit the gear switch. You know, most of my friends, they get up in the air, they make 2 laps around the field at wide open throttle or close to it, and then try to cycle the gear, and it don't work. Hey, the print just finished. So we haven't even gotten, I haven't taken one piece of this airplane out of the box, and our little T-light's done. So we'll get to that. I'll stop this for a second. We'll get that. I gotta let it cool down. You can't take it off the bed hot, so I gotta let it cool off. So that was the big problem with the Carbon Z. It was very speed related. But if you slowed it down, the gear cycled every time. I never had a problem. You know, I mean, sometimes I had to get it in the air, put the flaps, full flaps down, and get it into almost a what do they call that? High alpha. But get it into a high alpha with the flaps down, and the gear would go right up. No problem. Yeah, I know, you shouldn't have to do that. Well, like I said, you know, even real airplanes have a gear speed, flap speed. You have to get below a certain speed before you can operate either one, or you're going to rip them off the airplane, the real airplane. So there is such a thing as overspeeding the doors, you know, the flaps, and overspeeding the gear. So, okay. So, just looking at the wing, just doing a quick, while I'm letting that cool off. No finger compressions here at all. This is perfect. Now, the white's not painted, but that has nothing to do with the, you know, being squeezed and putting fingering impressions in it. And this doesn't have any of that damage. It's perfect. Although, you know, it still has foam hinges. They need to be exercised to, but yeah, this is perfect. Paint's perfect. The decals are perfect. Yeah, very, very nice. This is what I normally get from FMS. This is what I expect from FMS. And this is beautiful. So very disappointed in the Corsair. That was way below expectations. But this looks really good. All right, let me lay this flat on my chair. Let me spin the chair around a little bit so I can get to the. We'll get the T-light out. Okay, so for you guys asking about the 3D printing, right there it is. You know, it's still stuck to the plate. And you want to make sure the plate's cool before you try to pull it off of there. Now, some of the other things I do, I'm passing this on to you guys that are 3D printing. Roy and Bill and what's his name? Big Jim. He's got a 3D printer now. Add extra layers to the floor. I don't care what you're printing, it doesn't matter. Just automatically, I think it defaults to 3 layers on the floor, minimum 5, 6. You want a minimum, and there's a whole bunch of reasons for that. To help it, if it's going to hold water, it'll make it a tighter, less likely to leak. I had one that, you know, the 3 layer. When I pulled it off here, it was still warm, and I pulled it off, and it literally stretched the floor. So now the floor was concave, convex, you know, it would oil can because I stretched the floor because I didn't have enough layers. So always add extra layers to the floor. You want a minimum of 6. I would say 5 or 6, but I usually go 6 or 7 layers on the floor. And it doesn't matter what I'm printing, whether it's going to hold water or whatever. I just want that rigidity on the floor. So that's just a little tip, guys. Add a little bit of add more layers to the floor on anything you print. Now, what I like to do here is I'll flex the plate, but just to get it started. Well, this is going to come all the way off. I'm not going to need to take the knife under it. It's coming off. I'm just because I can see down inside here where it's already off the plate. There's only one little nickel size spot right now that's the only thing holding it to the bed right now. So it's almost off. Now it's the size of a dime. And now it's just about off. There it is. Okay, so you got a perfect floor. It's not stretched. It's very solid because I put the extra layers. If you only do two, 3 layers, you could sit here and oil can the floor. So just add, you know, it's an override on the stock program, but add more layers to the floor. You don't want to print it with the layers with only 3 layers on the floor. I just don't recommend it. So I'm printing these actually because they're going to be a birthday present for another friend of mine who's having a birthday this Friday. And I'm going to give her 2 of these tea lights. So that's the first one. I'm going to print another one right now. We're going to start the second print right now. So we'll have 2 of them. And that one will be done before I get this unboxed. More than likely. Or close to it. So let's get this back in there. Okay, there's that. Close the door. It's finished. Go to the... Now something else I do too, guys. Just another one of my little... I always preheat everything before I start the print. So I usually bring the nozzle to 255 just to preheat it. And I bring the bed to about 65, 70, 77, something. Because that preheats the chamber and the bed and the nozzle. So I want it all preheated before I start a print. So I go ahead and set the temperatures and let it warm up. And once those 2 reach temperature, then I start the print. So while it's doing its gyrations and everything, the whole cabinet's already preheated. And I just have much better consistent prints that way. So that's just what I do. So just, when you're getting ready, when you're doing your filament change or whatever you're doing, just go ahead and heat the bed and heat the nozzle, to somewhere close to what you're going to print it at or a little higher, and let the cabinet warm up, and then you'll have better prints. All right. All right, let me take a look here. I'm still looking at what I missed in the chat here. So, boss, you have an ME 108. Not sure what I know. Isn't the 108 like a twin engine? Like a cargo? Well, more like a business jet. It's not a jet, but I mean, isn't that what the 108 is? That's not a fighter, is it? I'm trying to remember what a 108 is. So, boss, you're thinking about getting the 1700 Corsair. Beautiful airplane. Dude, it's beautiful. The paint on it's beautiful. It flies amazing. It looks so great in the air. Beautiful airplane. So, yeah, if you want a nice Corsair, either one of these. I didn't have any issues like I did with this one on the 1700. It come out of the box flawless. Yeah, you could see the foam in the paint, but not bad. It was very nice. The only one I've ever gotten that it looked like a plastic airplane was the Pitts. That came out of the box so perfect. It was amazing.
Yeah. So listen. My planes don't have to go 100 miles an hour. I'm sorry. I like scale flying, and these planes are so overpowered. We're so spoiled with model airplanes of how overpowered they are that that's why I don't go full throttle when I take off, because it's going twice the speed. It's already going faster than gear rotation speed is allowed, at full throttle. So when it takes off, it's already going too fast. So we're so spoiled with how overpowered these airplanes are. Most of them. Every once in a while, we'll get one that's at wide open throttle. It's flying at scale speed. Well, I don't like flying at wide open throttle. So, and the only one I really have is that the B-25 bomber, the Mitchell, the LX model one. So I did go to a 5S. It's a 4S airplane. I went to 5S. I haven't flown it on the 5S yet, but I'm sure the 5S is going to let me throttle back and still have that scale speed that it flies at almost wide open throttle on 4S. And then it'll give me that little extra, if I need it. I'll have that little extra throttle. So. Yeah, Eric, no, I've had plenty of airplanes that weren't damaged. And like I say, most of the time, the damage is, it's minimal anyway. Yeah, I'm not going to send it back for that. I'm going to fly it. So, yeah, Corsair condom. But, yeah, this one's just got, I'm not going to send it back, but I am going to ask them to send me a new fuel tank. It's the foam's actually gouged up. I would literally have to either steam it and putty it, or both, and repaint it to fix it. And I shouldn't have to do that on a brand new airplane. So I'm going to ask them to send me a fuel tank. They'll probably send me two, because that's the way they probably come, is a pair of tanks. But yeah, that damage is past what I would accept. But yeah, I've had plenty of planes that weren't damaged. But I've had some that have been, for sure. I'm not going to lie. I mean, I've had planes that were damaged. But like I said, even most of those, it's not damaged bad enough that I would send it back. I'm just noting what I'm seeing when I take it out of the box. So you're prepared when you take yours out of the box, that I've already told you that it's got, this superficial damage on mine. So be on the lookout for it on yours. I know things happen. It's, that's why, like I said, normally I wouldn't send it back. But my Tiger Cat was so bad. I mean, there was, I think a foam hinge was ripped off. The gear door on the nose was broke. One of the main gear doors was broke. Literally, the hinge was broke off. I mean, whoever put this thing in the box literally just jammed it in the box with no care whatsoever. And that plane was a mess, and I was not going to accept that. Horizon said they'd give me 20%. No, I want a new airplane. This plane's way too beautiful to accept a damaged one, even at a discount. I don't want it. Get me another airplane. They did, and the action was perfect. But that particular one I got was a mess. All right, so I think I'm kind of caught up. Yeah, Roy, exactly. If it's broken, it's going back. Yeah, period. My Corsair I bought from General Hobbies came broken. He knew it was broken when he sent it to me, because he sent me hinges to repair it. The flaps were all foam hinges, and all the flaps were ripped off the main center section of the Corsair. That's the way this one comes. It comes in the center section, and then the two, because it's a folding wing, and the two outboard sections. And the main section, all the flaps were broke off. And so he sent hinges with it. It was missing the bombs. So obviously this plane's been sent out at least once, if not several times before he sent it to me. and I wouldn't accept it, And he wanted to give me a discount. Nope, and I just, and he was being such a dick about it. I said, you know what, just give me my money back. Yeah, I'm gonna, he wanted me to just take it up to FedEx, put it back in the box, and take it to FedEx and refuse the shipment, so he didn't have to pay to ship it back. And I did that. I don't have a problem with that. That's on him. I don't care. And they did. They sent it back for free. I just refused the shipment, and he gave me my money back. But yeah, I haven't bought anything from him since because he was being such a dick about it. I'm just not going to give him my business. But yeah, that was another one I had that was a total mess, and I wasn't going to accept it. So the 108 is a civilian airplane, and it was converted to military as a transport. Like for a colonel to get flown around in, kind of. Isn't Kermit Weeks is restoring a 108, isn't he? Doesn't he have a 108 he's restoring? See, I'd never even heard of a 108 till I saw Kermit's show where he was talking about a 108, and I'm like, what the hell is a 108? And yeah, exactly. I'm not paying top dollar for broken shit. I'm not even paying I discounted dollar for broken shit. If it's broke, it's going back. I'm just, I got enough things to do. Just like the printer, I got a broken printer. This is the Creality. The Creality K1C is over there. This is the Creality K1 Max here. I bought the K2 Plus, and it wouldn't print. It was a disaster, and I paid a lot of. It was almost $900 for that one, and I sent it back. I'm not going to be their field rep, their field diagnose repair guy, and a lot of people got bad the K2s. Uncle Jesse, if you're familiar with 3D printer guys on YouTube. His was a disaster. I mean, there was all kinds of things broken on his printer, but he was willing to fix it. So he did all the diagnosing and troubleshooting and told him what he needed, and they sent him the parts, and he kept fooling with that thing till he finally fixed it. And I wasn't going to do that. I ain't got time for that. So I just sent it back. I'll probably buy another one eventually because I think that one's, it's 400 by 400, I think, right? Or no, 350. This one's 300. Yeah, this is 300 by 300 by 300. That one was 350 by 350 by 350, and I definitely wanted that bigger volume to do bigger things, but it was just, it wouldn't print. It was a disaster. So I sent it back. So, all right. So this is pre-warmed. Let's go ahead and start this print, and then we'll get back to this unboxing. So, T-Light, start. Okay. It's already preheated, and we're ready, and it's there it goes. So it's printing. And like I said, by the time I get this unboxed, that one will be done too. So, this came out really well. This looks really good. It's very, very transparent. Translucent. It's not. I mean, you can certainly see through it, but it has a texture. It's supposed to have the texture. That's what makes the T-Light a T-Light. Is because it refracts the little light you're going to put inside it to make this not just like show the light but glow. All that refraction in the print makes it glow. So it's supposed to look like that. So it's a very cute little little light. And one of the things, here's another tip for you 3D printer guys. If you're doing anything in vase mode, what you want to do is go into the filament, because that's the only place you can change this. You want to go into the filament settings, not the printer settings, and increase the flow. Generally, the flow comes in at anywhere from 0.75 to 0.95, depending on the filament and I think I'm printing these at 1.2. So I increase the flow rate to 1.2. Well, now, what does that do? Well, it increases the amount of filament that's coming out per inch as it's, or millimeter as it's printing. And what that does is it gives it more squish when it's doing the layers, which makes the walls thicker and they're stronger. So your print isn't so squashy and flimsy. It's a lot firmer. You know, this is because I increased the flow rate. That's the only thing you can do. You can't increase loops or anything when you put it in vase mode because it's just going to do loops. You know, one pass loops. That's all it does. So the only way to get it thicker is you have to go into the flow rate in the filament and change it there. So you increase the flow and you get thicker walls, and it makes this much stronger, much stiffer. And it also will help if you're trying to make it hold water, because the extra squash makes the layers seal better. So it's less susceptible to leaking after the print as well. So that's another little tip. But yeah, so that came out really good. Number 2's printing now. So all right. So the first wing, and none of this stuff's in bags. Okay, it's just laying in here. But yeah, the gear doors are all here, and it's got the three gear doors, 2 outers that fold up separately, and then the inner door. And this one, these 2 are mechanical, hooked to the gear because they're actually attached to the gear, so they go down with the gear. This one's on a servo. All right, so the inner door is on a servo. The inner door is open, the gear goes down, and then the gear door, the inner doors close. So yeah, so this is all good. No damage here. This is perfect. Very nice. Way better shape than the Corsair was. All right, I'm gonna set this here. All right. The carbon fiber rods are taped to the side here. I'm just going to leave them there. They're right here, taped to the side of the box. I'm not taking those. I'll leave them in. But let's slide these out. And get the next thing comes out is the fuselage. Usually both wings are on top, and the fuselage is in the bottom, but not this one. One wing's in the bottom. Here's the horizontal stab is on the side, standing up on its end like this. There's a carbon fiber tube holding the. You gotta save all this because it's going back in the box. Carbon fiber tube holding the 2 halves together, the elevator halves. There's only one control horn on one side, not dual horns. The Corsair had dual horns. This has 1 horn. So there's a carbon fiber shaft connecting the 2 together. That may or may not hold. Depends on how much glue they put in there. Sometimes those break free, and then the one elevator is lagging behind the other, which is aggravating. I like the two control horns better. Again, no damage here, no finger impressions, no squib, nothing. No bang marks. It's perfect. Bare foam, no paint. Lewis, you know, I can't fly in snitches. I love his comment. He says, "Foam is not a color." That's his saying. Foam is not a color, so he wants it painted, even if it's white foam and white paint. He wants it painted. He considers bare foam is not a color. So, so I think that's funny. All right, so I'm just gonna put that back in the box. We don't need to. I think it was in this one. Yeah. So I'm just gonna leave that in the box because this plane's going back in the box. All right, so the fuselage is coming out next. Okay, so there's some, I'm not going to call it damage. It's not damage. It's just the way it was put together, the way it's molded. But there's a little bit of, on the very top, the black, right behind the hard plastic cowl, the foam is where the 2 halves come together, are just slightly, like, I don't know. They're fine. It's noticeable, but I wouldn't call it damage. You know, it's just the way it goes together.
This all looks good. I don't see any impressions. I don't. Uh-oh, I just knocked my camera off. We're not using that camera at the moment, so that won't matter. But my other camera got knocked off. So before I switch over to that camera, I have to fix it. I just knocked it off the stand. But yeah, this all looks good. I don't see any damage here. Nothing. All the decals are smooth. No wrinkles. Not pushed down all the way. That's typical. I always have to do that. That's not a problem. Yeah, this all looks good. The elevator servo is in the back, and so is the rudder servo. So both those servos are not inside the fuselage up front. They're in the back. This is also a magnetic canopy. So you just pull the magnet in the back. Tongue and groove in the front. Okay. The battery goes in the middle of this airplane. All right. So the battery bay in this plane is here, not diagonal in the front, like it was on the Corsair. This one goes right here. So same control board. You know, got 2 ribbon cables to plug the wings in. It's the exact same board that's in the Corsair. So that's the same. Yeah, I don't see any damage on this one at all. This is, oh yeah, all right. There's a little compression wrinkling in the rudder. I wonder how that happened. That's weird. Not bad, but somehow the rudder got squished slightly. So there's some compression wrinkles right here, but not bad. Certainly nothing I would send it back for. I'm looking to see if the rudder took an impact. No, the rudder's fine. So, and yeah, I don't know how that happened. That's weird. Because I don't see an impact mark anywhere, but it's got some wrinkling. That's it, though. I don't see, the decals are all perfect. I don't see any squash finger marks, any dings, dits on the fuselage. This is perfect. Very, very nice. Now, I have no issues with this at all. This looks really good. Just that little bit of, you know, wrinkling on that little fin in the front of the rudder is all I see. So that's fine. That looks good. It looks like the pilot, which is kind of cool actually. He's not in straight. He's crooked, but that's okay because this makes him look like he's looking out to the side a little bit. So that's not a problem. Normally they're in perfectly straight. This guy's in a little crooked. That might have been on purpose. I don't know, but that's fine. Yeah, even the thing here's crooked. So I could possibly, if I loosen these up, I might be able to straighten him. But it's fine. I'm gonna leave him the way he is. I like the fact that he's kind of looking out to the side, so that's cool. I did a whole. If you want to know how to change a pilot, look it up on my channel. I did a how to add a pilot to the back, how to change a pilot up at the front. I did a whole thing on that. So go look that up if you want to know how to do it right. You don't want to pull. You don't want to unglue this. Take the canopy, the plastic off the foam. That's the wrong way to do it. You know. So go watch my video. It'll teach you how to do a good job. Much easier, much better turnout. So go check that out. And that's not a magnet. This has actually got a latch. There's a plastic ear right here. And then there's a plastic catch that this snaps into. So it's a positive, and there's same thing on the sides too. So it actually latches here on the sides and in the back. Not magnets. This actually has a positive snap to it. So that's pretty cool. Alright, I'm going to set this back here temporarily. So I can get the wing out. So this is the last piece. Here's the goodies. Same. Here are the paddle blades. You know, Corsairs have, or not Corsairs. T-28s have big, flat, square paddle blades. So here are the 3 paddle blades.
here are the wing hold downs, and then here's the hub for the propeller, chrome. So this is the hub. You have to assemble the blades into this hub, and then you screw this together. There's 3 screws that go through it to hold this together. Okay, and then you got a big chrome spinner, and there's the chrome spinner. And that's it for any. That's the whole hardware bag. This is it. The screws that hold the wings on, and the horizontal stab are in here. And here are all the linkages. They're all ball links, but they're not pre-installed. So you have to install all the ball links. They're all in this bag here with the wing hold downs. And then the screws that hold the hub together are in here with the spinner. And that's it. That's all the hardware there is. So that's pretty easy. We'll put all that back in here. Okay. And then the only thing left is the last wing. We're going to take that out, take a look at it, make sure there's no damage on it. Yep, same thing. No finger squashes. Nobody was squeezing this too tight. There's no nicks, no impressions, no damage. Yeah, looks good. Very nice. There's a little bit of, and that's typical sometimes. There's a mark on the top of the wing here, because that's where the mounting gear, the plastic mount that mounts into the wing that the gear screws to, is glued in right here. So that could be a reaction. It's not really a dent or an impression per se, but you can see it in the foam. It's distorted the cells slightly. Probably the glue, I'm guessing. I don't know if they use CA and it heated up, but you can see where the glue is that holds the gear mount, this plastic mount, and then the gear screws to the mount. And they glue that mount in. And a lot of times they don't glue it in well enough. But, so, now there is some bubbling on this bottom decal. And that's not a big problem. Listen, you take a pin, you poke a hole right in the middle of it, and then you just squeeze the air out. And it lays right down, and you never see the hole. So that's a simple fix. No big deal. Nothing to worry about there. But yeah, there's several air bubbles. I suspect that they're probably going over the top of these little flowers where the vent, when they're injecting the foam, there's vents. And that's what these little flowers are, and I'm guessing that that's what's here, these flowers. This decal was on the top of the wing, on the other half, and they don't put the flowers on the top of the wing. They only put them. FMS only puts them on the bottom, so that's probably why these are showing up. And you might be able to smooth those out a little bit by popping the air, but that's not a big deal. Nothing a big deal about that. Yeah. So that looks good. So just that compression on the only damage on this, which I don't know if I'd call it damage, I guess kinda, is the vertical fin that front section. It has a name, I can't remember the name of it, but that little piece in the front, that skewer diagonal piece, it's got some compression wrinkles. That's it. That's all. Other than that, there was nothing wrong with this. This is perfect. So let me put it back in the box. We're going to do a reboxing now, guys. Sorry about that, but yeah, I'm not planning on. I'm not planning on flying this. anytime soon. Oh, there it is. It wasn't sitting down right there. Wondering what the hell is going on. There it is. Now it's sitting there. Okay. Alright, so got all that. Let me put the fuselage back in. Alright, I was wrong. We're going to finish this boxing, reboxing before that print's done. It's printing, but it ain't going to be done before I get this back in the box. So. So this, because the prop shaft sticks out, you got to stick this end in first to get it through that piece of foam there, and then you set it down into the box the rest of the way, like that. But yeah, you have to put that in first. Okay, and then these pieces go in next, I think. That one goes there like that. Okay. And this one here goes here like this. Okay. Alright, that's back in okay. And then the wing goes back in, stabs there. These two foam pieces, I think, go on top of this after we put this wing in. I don't remember if this wing is right side up or upside down. I'm thinking it goes this way. Yeah, it goes this way. Okay. This sits on top there. This sits back in here like that. That. And that sits there like that. That doesn't look like it's sitting down right. Let's hold me up here. Oh, there one. Okay. Alright, back in the box. I'm just going to set it over here for now. And we're good. Alright, that takes care of that. Alright. Let me grab my drink. And I guess I can fix the camera. Let me fix the other camera. So let me put this back up on this little holder here. And then I'm going to have to re-aim it. So let me see what, you won't see this, but I have to go into, not studio, just OBS. And then adjust my camera here. It's a little too, how is that possible? God, that's crazy. All right, let me re-aim it here just a little bit. That's fine. That's good enough. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna switch the camera back over to the other camera because it's much clearer. because I know how much you want to see my beautiful face. Okay, all right. So questions, comments, what do we got, guys? What did I miss? You know, what did you guys, all the talking you did behind my back while I was doing my unboxing. I'm going to hit, you going to hit it? All right, Wiggs, you out of here? All right, buddy. Thanks for coming. Have a great night. Well, who else? What else going on? All right, Phil. So I've totally missed it. You know, so I'm going to ask again. Do you still have the yellow Mustang? And the reason I asked that is because I showed you my yellow radio control Mustang that looks a lot like your Mustang. And I just think that was cool. So I'm just curious if you still have the yellow Mustang or did you trade that off for another one? And I'm going to watch for the comment this time. Yeah, reboxing is a thing. I think Jeff from Flght. What is it? Flight test. Flight. What's the name of his channel? Flight Club. Yeah, yeah. Jeff from Flight Club does a reboxing all the time. So we always tease him about reboxing. So the yellow one's gone. Oh, sorry to hear that. All right, but you have another one. What color's the new one? The E-Flight 1500 Mustang is yellow. Is it yellow, Fred, or does it just have some yellow on it? Did they redo it in yellow? Because it was originally like, wasn't it blue and white? And it had a yellow nose area? I forget now. I think they were trying to copy the Furious or Ferocious Frankie. I don't know how to pronounce that, but yeah. And then, but it's supposed to be green and white, and they made it blue and white. Yellow and blue? Yeah, okay. It identifies as black. All right, Phil. Thank you for being politically correct on my show. Thank you. Okay, that was good. I like that one. That's funny. Okay. So let's see what else. What else is going on new? I'm not gonna be able to do it tonight because it takes too long to print it. I mean, unless we do a marathon show. What time is it? It's 12:15. Yeah, it wouldn't be done until about 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. But there is a vase I printed that is so cool. Well, I believe it's a 3 or 4 hour print. But I'm going to print another one. When this is done, I'm going to go ahead and print it anyway. So I'll show it to you in the next show. But it's a very intricate, very cool looking vase. It kind of looks like a Mayan, like something you would find in a Mayan burial site or something. All this detail in this crazy vase. That it looks like literally it's layers underneath, and it's not, but it looks it. It's really cool. So I'm going to print that in the brass. So because I did it in the red copper, and it looked really good in the red copper, but I think it's going to look even better in brass. So I'm going to put the brass roll back on here after this is done, and print it, and then I'll show it to you. It's very cool, really cool looking vase. And I printed 300. It's the full height of this. See, my K1C goes 350. It's 320 by 320 by 350. I'm sorry. It's 220 by 220 by 250. And 250 is the exact height to fit in those shelves at my shelf there. So I can print anything I want, maximum height in the K1C, and it will fit in that shelf. So all my bases, R2D2, pretty much the tortoise, all printed 250, so that they would fit in the shelf. But since I got the 300, I've been printing stuff 300, which won't fit in the shelf. But that's okay. It doesn't have to fit in the shelf. I printed a Millennium Falcon 300 in a chrome, so real bright silver chrome. Boy, that came out really cool. That looks really good. It's on the shelf over there, but it's on the bottom shelf that's taller, and it. Oh, it's actually down here on that shelf. But it overhang. The top shelves are laid back. You can see right there. Okay, so if you look over my shoulder here, I'll get out of the way. You can see how the base, where the doors are, is wider out. And then it diagonals back, and the upper shelves are back. So there's an area in the front there where I can put taller stuff on, and it'll clear the shelves above it. So I can do that. And I had the Millennium Falcon there, but then I moved it. But I printed the bigger Millennium Falcon. That looked really cool. So Horizon came out with another new airplane. I need to build a bigger studio. No, actually, I've got plenty of room. It's just that, see, where the desk is right now, it's slightly diagonal, but the 10-foot mark is right here. It's off the desk here and hits the desk right here at the printer and cuts the face of the printer off. But that's the 10-foot. So I'm 10 foot from that wall. It's a 20-foot room. And I'm sitting on the 10-foot line. So there's airplanes back there. There's all my well, not all my airplanes, but there's airplanes on airplane stands back there along that wall that are all going to be gone soon. They're all going up. As soon as I finish the floor of the living room, all of these are going upstairs to get out of the way because I need to start running all the electrical. That's next. So, and then all this whole area is going to be pushed that way at least 5 feet, which will make a 15-foot gap between my units there and where my chair will be. Right now, it's only 10 feet. It's going to be 15. So yeah, the studio's plenty big, but we're just not exactly where we want to be right now, for various reasons. Building, hanging the strapping, putting up the drywall. There's a lot of things going on that have prevented me from being where I'm going to end up being. But eventually, it'll be totally different. There's going to be basically, this is going to be a giant build table. I don't even know if the desk is going to stay in here. The desk might go upstairs. There's going to be a giant build table here. And when I say giant, it's probably going to be probably 10 foot wide and maybe 8 foot. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. But it's going to be 8 or 10 feet wide and probably 12 feet long. And that's going to be a giant build table. And then I'll have airplanes like Fred does in the Zooms. He's always got an airplane on his kitchen table behind him. I'll have airplanes on the table, and I'll probably, change them around every show. But we'll probably be talking to you from the build table, and there'll be airplanes. And I don't know how I'll have the camera. I might put the camera in the corner so you can see diagonally the French doors and the build table and whatever airplanes are on the table. And I don't know. I haven't decided how I'm going to do that yet. But yeah, there's plenty of room in here. Because I'm figuring all the racks are going to be along the wall, and they're only going to stick out about 3 feet. Each airplane's going to be 3 to 4 feet off the wall. So 3 to 4 feet off each wall is only 8 feet out of 20. Okay, so that leaves a 12-foot area, which is a room inside the airplanes. That after they're all in their racks along the wall, I'm going to have 12 to 13 feet in the middle here to work around. So if I put an 8-foot table in here, that still gives me like 3 feet on all 3 sides of room to walk around the table. So, and that's how we figured it. So we're good. It's going to be a really good studio. I think, anyway. It's going to get the job done. I mean, I didn't want to take up any more floor space in the garage. I got 15 cars. I ain't going to be able to get them all in here. I wouldn't bring them all in here anyway. Some of them are parts cars. They're not anything I'm going to rebuild. I'm just, stripping them of parts, and then I'll get rid of them. So there's at least there's 2 cars out there for sure that are just parts cars. Maybe more. I know the one Cadillac's definitely a parts car. The one Caprice is definitely a parts car. Yeah, right now, for sure, those 2 wouldn't come inside anyway. They're not something I'd bring inside. The lift's going to be here, so I can put a car on the lift and one under the lift. So the 2 cars will be under the lift. I can get 3 cars under the living room over here. It's designed for 3 cars. I've already had 2 in there. Could put 3 over here. Should be able to put 6 down this whole side over there on the other side of this wall, and then a 7th on top of the lift. So that's 10 cars right there, and then I could put 2 or 3 up the middle. Coming up to where the 45 is, because this is only 16 feet. So I can have cars here and cars over there at a diagonal, and that leaves me room to park a car straight in. So I could put 2 big cars or 3 smaller cars up the middle. So that's 13 cars of the 15, and then like I said, 2 of them aren't coming in here anyway. So at least 12 for sure. I'll be able to get in here and still have the apartment, because I elevated that floor on purpose so I could park cars under it. I didn't want to give up that much space. Hobby Emporium, welcome to the show. I think you're new here. I don't think I've seen you here before. So welcome to the show. Good to see you. So So I still got 11A in here, so that's good. Glad you're here. Questions? When you guys want anything about airplanes, 3D printing, full-size cars, the car racing? I'm going to get back into autocross, and we're going to take cameras there. Be doing some autocrossing again, and I'm going to get back to drag racing, and we're going to be doing that. I'm planning to do Sick Week next year, hopefully, if I get accepted. I put an application in. I haven't heard back yet. I'm hoping I make it in. They haven't opened registration yet, but according to Tom Bailey, who's in charge of the whole thing, you have to pre-register to tell them why you want to go, what kind of car you're going to bring, what class you're going to run, and then they pick and choose from the pre-entry entries to fill the spots. And then if there's any left over when they finally open registration, that's when they'll let others in. But he says it's always full before they ever open registration, because you have to, like I said, pre-register. And they want to hand pick what they want. So they want certain cars, certain people, and so I already filled my out and sent it in. So I'm hoping I get picked. He always wanted to have a music store. What kind? You mean like to sell records and or or uh, or instruments? What kind of music store are we talking about, Phil? Do you play an instrument? Um, and like I said, did you want to sell instruments, or you still want to sell records and 8-track tapes, cassette tapes, DVDs? What kind of music store are we talking about? Oh yeah, David Martin Graff. Thank you. Yeah, you're right. I forgot about the E-Flight to Airbus 320. That ain't coming to my hangar. Yeah, it's kind of cute, and but honestly, if you want a jet like a scale, get the X-Fly. What is it? The G3, G35, or no, the J35. Is that what it is? Or 65, J65? The business jet that I have. Oh my God. David's in here. He'll tell you. It's the greatest flying, greatest looking, greatest flying. You know, so that's the plane you want. It's 70 mil, twin 70s, not 64 millimeters. It's way bigger than that jet. I'm sure it flies better. I let David fly mine at Bigfoot, and he really loved it. So that's a great jet. So if you want a jet like that, get the business jet. It's gorgeous. Did you guys just see Ramey? He just did a Gulfstream jet. God, was that gorgeous? It's really big. Um, yeah, mine does loops and rolls if you want to do that, but you're going to spill your martini, right? I mean, a Gulfstream and an Airbus don't do loops and rolls. I always tease everybody that when I'm flying it around nice and smooth and scale looking, hey, do a roll or loop. Oh, the people on board are going to spill their martinis if I do that. But it flies great. It'll do all that. Yeah, yeah, and I think it's cheaper. How much is the 320? I didn't look. How much do they want for the 320? Mine was $499 forever. I think they just lowered the price. I think it's down to $459 now. I think. I could be wrong, but I thought they lowered the price. $619. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah, David, I'm sorry. I don't do safe. I don't need AS3X. That's just not. I'm way above that level. I don't need that shit. Don't care. That doesn't mean I won't buy it. I do buy a lot of their airplanes. I'm still buying their stuff when they make something I like and I think the price is good. I buy their stuff. I'm still buying their stuff. But I don't buy anything that's safe AS3X on purpose. And honestly, if it's over $600, I wouldn't leave that receiver in it anyway. I'd pull the Spectrum receiver out and put one of my RC. What is it? God, I'm drawing a blank. What the hell's the name of my damn radio? FR Sky. I'd put an FR Sky receiver in it anyway. I wouldn't. That plane's too expensive to be flying it on Spectrum, so I'd be pulling that out anyway. So, but that's just me. I don't buy my airplanes based on safe and AS3X. I buy what I like, and I bought. Listen, I have plenty of Spectrum airplanes. I mean, but if it's only a $200 or $300 airplane, yeah, I'll leave it in there. I don't care. But yeah, in general, I don't like their stuff, so I don't buy it. No, David, It flies fantastic. That business jet is one of the smoothest. I mean, if you watched Ramey's, Tyler Perry flying that big one that Raimi, it flies just like that big one. I mean, it's just as smooth, just as elegant in the air as that big ass thing. It's just an amazing flying airplane, and I've done loops and rolls with it. It's not really a aerobatic airplane, but it'll do it. I mean, they all do it. It's just, was it designed to do it, or would the real one do it? No. But yeah, it'll do it, and it's cheaper. It ain't $619. I'm trying to remember the last Horizon plane I bought. Well, I know what the last one was. I bought a UMX Timber X. Was the last Horizon plane I bought. Of course, it comes with AS3X and SAFE. It's the only way you could get a UMX plane. I think that's the last thing I bought from Horizon. Before that, probably the Viper 90. I think the Viper 90, but I didn't bind it in it's got AS3X, but I didn't bind it for SAFE. I bound it without SAFE, so the SAFE isn't even active in mine, but the AS3X is. That's okay. I can, I don't care about that. It's okay. So yeah, I still buy their stuff, but I don't buy a lot of it. Most of my planes I buy elsewhere because they're better airplanes. I did buy a Hangar 9, that giant OV10 Bronco was sitting right over there in the box. I bought that before the. I think I bought that before the Viper. Maybe I bought that after the Viper, but it was definitely before the UMX Timber. I think that's the last plane I bought. That's yeah, their prices are too high. I just don't want to spend that kind of money for an airplane. Yeah, I couldn't afford a Ramey jet. I'd love to have one, David. I don't know if I've been watching him for at least 10 years. And I stopped watching him for a while because, he spends so much time and builds these beautiful airplanes. He doesn't know how to fly. And he takes them out and crashes every one of them on the maiden flight. And I got so tired. I mean, it would break my heart to see him crash that beautiful airplane after all the work he put into it. I mean, I watched his stuff religiously. I love that guy. But he just kept crashing everything he built. And I was like, I just can't watch this anymore. It's killing me. But ever since he got hooked up with Tyler Perry, it's been a whole new ballgame. He's building even more beautiful, better jets. And they fly better. And obviously, Tyler's been teaching him how to fly. Now he can fly. So I've seen him fly his own jets now, and he doesn't crash them. So, yeah, now I love watching this stuff. But for a while there, I had to stop watching it. I just couldn't watch him crash another airplane. Oh, my God. After all that work and how beautiful they are, and he doesn't know how to fly. But he's doing much better now. I guess Tyler taught him how to fly, because he can definitely fly now. You're very right, David. That statement is very, very true. Very, very true. You're right. But I'm going to tell you why that's true. It's because too many pilots won't get off safe and become competent pilots without it. I've been flying for 52 years. I don't need safe. I never lose orientation of my airplane where I can't recover it. I mean, I know how to recover my airplane when I lose orientation, and I have occasionally, but I never crash an airplane anymore other than a mechanical failure or a radio failure. I haven't crashed. Well, I take that back. I did stall my twin, but safe wouldn't have saved it anyway. My what are they? That plane from Hobby King, the King Twin. I was showing off for Tony, flying my King Twin, and I got it too low, and did a roll, and coming out of the roll I stalled it, and I was too low to recover it, and I crashed it. And that was pilot error. I definitely crashed that airplane, but safe wouldn't have saved it. You know, it was too close. It was too low to the ground. It was only 20 feet off the ground, and it couldn't recover from the stall. You know, and Tony said, "What would you rate it?" No, that was me. That was me. That was all me. I screwed up. But that was probably 6 years ago, at least. Yeah. Yeah, too many people rely on that. They don't become real pilots. They don't become proficient enough at it that they don't need that anymore. And I don't need that anymore. I rarely have planes with gyros in them. I've only put the gyro in 2 airplanes the entire time. Now, if it comes with a gyro, like the G65 or the J65, that comes with a gyro, not safe. Actually, I think it does have safe, come to think of it. Yeah, I think that gyro has it. But I don't even have it all hooked up. The only thing I have hooked up is the rudder. You know, the rudder gyro is the only gyro I have, or maybe, I definitely don't have the elevator hooked up. I bypassed the gyro completely on the elevator. I don't remember. I know the rudder's on. I don't know if I have the ailerons on it or not. I don't remember. But I know I don't have the elevator hooked to it. So safe would never save it anyway. And I do that on purpose because I trim my airplane to fly straight and level. And if you've got safe involved, sometimes it hunts altitude. And I don't want it hunting altitude. I want to be able to, you know, get it on a straight path, a foot off the ground coming across the runway and know it's going to stay there. And that's why I trim it. So I definitely don't have the elevator hooked up to the safe anyway, to the gyro. I bypassed that completely. I don't remember if I have the ailerons and the rudder or not. I might have the ailerons and the rudder hooked up. I can't remember if I have both hooked up or not, but I definitely don't have the elevator hooked up. So I bypassed it anyway. And that's your safe, so it wouldn't have saved the airplane anyway. Yeah, I just don't believe in that stuff. You know, I love it for training. I use it for training. You know, I think it's way easier to get somebody to learn their left-right when it's coming at you, it's backwards and all that with a safe airplane. So I definitely train people on safe, and then I train them off of it. You know, I definitely think that technology is wonderful. I'm so glad they came out with it. But I think you need to get off of it. You know, eventually you need to learn to fly without it. And too many people keep relying on it and never become really competent, you know, pilots. And I think you're missing a lot of the hobby, you know, when you do that. You know, because you certainly can't fly a plane inverted if you've got the safe active. You know, so... You know, and I'm like Rich Baker. I like to fly around the whole pattern upside down. even the business jet, I'll fly it around inverted. You know, and it just, you know, and you can't do that if you're in safe. So. Yeah, so that's a perfect example, Roy. I talked to Jerry McGee about that. And he says the only way to fly the F-35 is with a gyro in it. He says it flies like shit without it. So you almost have to have a gyro in the F-35. So yeah, there's a perfect example of when you need it, you need it. 2 airplanes. So I put it on my ME-109 to keep it from ground looping. And the only thing I have hooked up is the rudder. I don't have the elevator or the ailerons hooked up to it, but I do have the rudder hooked up, because it would ground loop really easy. So that stopped the ground, because the gear is so narrow on a 109 and a Spitfire, but I don't have it on I've got 3 Spitfires, and I didn't need it on the Spitfire, but I needed it, I'm going to admit it, I needed it on the 109. It kept ground looping. So I put a gyro on the rudder only to stop the ground looping, and it did. It worked perfect. One of the very first airplanes that Freewing, not Flightline, but Freewing came out with was a T-28. And I put a gyro in that because it would stall, wingtip stall bad on landing. It would be good until it wasn't. and no warning, it would just roll over without any warning. And so I put a gyro in that, and that made the difference. Now if you get a little out of the envelope, the gyro would correct for you until you got it on the ground, and it made that plane fly so much better. So I put a gyro in that. So those are the only two that I ever really put a gyro in to make them fly better. Now, I sold my Dynam 190, and I loved that airplane. What a beautiful airplane, but I didn't like the way it flew. I didn't sell it. I actually traded it. I traded it to my buddy Carl, and he put a gyro in it. And he brought it back out, and he wanted me to fly it. And it flew so good with the gyro, and I told him, I want this thing back. And he says, oh, no. So he wouldn't give it back to me. But that plane flew so much better with a gyro in it, yes. So that's a third airplane, but I don't own it anymore. But I would, if I bought another one of those, the 190 from Dynam, I would put a gyro in that, because it flew 100% better with the gyro. So occasionally they're helpful, but in general, I never put a gyro in an airplane. I just fly them. Everything else I have, if it didn't come with a gyro, it didn't get a gyro. And I think the only planes, so like a perfect example, my first Tiger Cat that, I had the motor failure and crashed. So I bought the second one to replace it. And I'm still fixing the first one. I mean, I haven't been working on it, but it's going to be repaired. I bought everything to repair it. It's in really good shape. As a matter of fact, here's the one sells right here. So this is all ready to fly. I haven't made it pretty yet, but it's repaired. It was broken all the way in half, right across here and across here. And it's all glued back together, steamed out. So it's in perfect condition for flying. I just have to make it pretty. And I haven't done that yet. But I will. But I'm going to fly it first. I'm going to make sure it flies good. Then I'm going to make it pretty. But that's a perfect example. The second one I bought came with a gyro. Does it need it? No. The plane doesn't fly any different with or without the gyro. This is such a beautiful flying airplane that it doesn't need a gyro. But the second one came with it. I left it in there. I didn't take it out. But it don't need it. I don't notice any difference at all between the way the two of them fly. It's a beautiful flying airplane. Doesn't need a gyro. So why they put it in there, I don't know. They make people that think they need a gyro feel better, I guess. Yeah, I have the Blue Angel, the F-18 Blue Angel. I don't have any trouble flying that. That plane flies fine. Ryan gave me that plane at his event. Remember when he had his Pilot Ryan event here at our field here, the Imperial thing? Yeah, he didn't want to take it home, so he gave me his F-18. So I have it here. It's out in the garage. So yeah, it flies fine. I don't have any problem flying that plane. It flies good. I had a F-35 I got from EQ. Is EQ still in here? I bought him the plane he was promised from Dave, the P-38, and he sent me the F-35 in exchange. And I took the F-35 up to the local hobby shop and traded it for a Draco, because I didn't want the F-35. I had no love for that airplane, so I didn't want it. So I traded it for Draco. So that's where I got my Draco, is I traded my F-35 that I got from EQ. So, yeah. Hey, Roy, which jet are you referring to that's hard to fly besides the F-35? Which jet do you have that you think's hard to fly? Oh, they have a 90mm F-18? No, I didn't know that. Oh, it's sketchy as hell, really? No, no kidding. Did it come with a gyro? think that they would put a gyro in that one. Yeah, I didn't even know they had that. I didn't know they made a 90mm F-18. That's you know, I don't follow motion stuff at all anymore. I used to buy everything from Motion. No, it didn't come. Wow, I'm surprised. I would have thought they would have put a gyro in it. I bought a used OV-10 Bronco, the Motion one. I bought one used. It's sitting right there. No gyro in it. It flies okay. Yeah, it flies good, but it does that wobble. It's the same thing that if you fly the Viper 90 with the winglets on it, these, I cut them off. I cut the winglets off. They look cool. I love the look of it, but the plane does the same thing that OV-10 does. It wags the tail when it's flying. If you take them off, it doesn't do it. So I cut them off because I wanted the caps over the lights. You know, that piece covers up your wingtip lights, and I wanted that on there. So I cut these off and then sanded that smooth, so I still had the caps over the lights, but no winglets, and it doesn't do that wag anymore. But the OV-10 does. It does that wag. Doesn't really affect the way it flies. It flies good. Doesn't change. It just looks funny. You know, you're watching it's coming across, and you just watch the tail. And I know that's what it is because there were 3 of us out at the field one day. We all had the same airplane. And all of ours were doing it. You know, and then I took the winglets off, and mine stopped. And then the other guy took his off, and his stopped. And so yeah, we figured it out that that's what's doing it. We confirmed it that the wing. So I decided I wanted my covers on the lights, so I just cut them off, you know, and put the caps back over the lights, and you can't tell. I mean, I smoothed the sand, I sanded the foam all out, so you can't tell I cut it off. They look perfect. So yeah, no wing, and I could always buy new winglets if I want to put them back on, but I just didn't like the waggle. You know, it didn't make it fly bad or anything. It didn't affect the way it flew. It just looked fun, you know, because it just sit there wagging the tail the whole time. You know, I have a feeling that the Bronco does it because of the twin tails. Maybe they have to be skewed slightly, or maybe they are skewed and they don't need to be. You know, I haven't really toyed with it enough to figure out what's causing the waggle. But yeah, it does it. I don't care. That plane, I don't care. I'm not going to mess with that. I mean, I might eventually. I don't fly it that much. It's okay. I mean, but I'm looking forward to flying the big one, my Hanger 9 OV-10. I'm really looking forward to flying that. This is almost done. The second one of these. What do we got? About 10 minutes. 10 more minutes, the other one will be done. But yeah, so the Viper 90, but that's a good flying jet. Good on battery too. The fan motor combo they have in that thing, man, I can get 9-10 minutes out of that plane easy, no problem. It flies really good and it's not hard on a battery. So yeah, I love that plane. I really like my Viper 90. I never had the 70, never wanted it, you know. And the only reason I wanted the 90 is I think at Bigfoot, several guys were flying it, and I was watching them fly, and I'm like, that jet looks like it flies pretty damn good. Maybe I'll get one of those. And then they had it on sale for $100 off, at least 100. It had been more than that. So it was only $485 or something, I think, is what I got it for. So yeah, I bought it. You know, and I'm glad I did. I like it. I'm very happy with that airplane. You know, I like that Viper 90. It's a good flying jet. It's actually one of the best flying jets I have. I still think. Let me think about all my jets for a minute here. Which one flies the best? What is my best, ultimate best flying jet? I would say it's a toss-up between the original F4 Phantom from Horizon, the 80 millimeter Phantom. God, that thing flies so good. I love that airplane. It's amazing how good it flies. It surprises me every time I fly it. I just can't believe how good that airplane flies. Great flying jet. And probably the J65. I think those are my two best jets. Let me think. I'm trying to remember all the jets I have. Don't get me wrong, I got a lot of good flying jets. I'm not trying to say, like my Havoc, my Avanti, good flying jets. I like those jets. My Yak 190, that's another one. That one, the first time I flew it was on rails. I couldn't believe how good that thing flew. The Yak one, the 90 millimeter Yak. I have two of those. I'm sorry they discontinued that airplane because you all should have that airplane. What an awesome airplane. I wish they'd bring it back. Motion, because Motion bought, I guess, I don't know if Motion did or it was a Ready to Fly brand, and Freewing bought Ready to Fly. So, but they discontinued that jet, and I wish they'd bring it back. That's an awesome jet. But yeah, I'd say between my F4 Phantom and the J65 are my two best flying jets, with the Viper 90 being a very, very close second. Great flying jet. So that would be my favorites, I think, out of all the jets I own. And I don't have a lot. I mean, I probably have 10 or 12 jets. I'm not a big jet guy. And I'll tell you, the only reason I'm not a jet guy is because they're just too damn hard on batteries. I don't get maybe a year if I'm lucky, out of a battery pack that I fly in a jet. And I've got prop plane batteries that are 4 or 5 years old. They're still fine. And once you can't use it in a jet anymore, you can continue to fly it in a prop plane for 3 or 4 more years. But I hate having to keep rebuy batteries to fly my jets. That just drives me nuts. I hate it. And that's why I'm not a jet fan. They fly good. I like the looks of them. I think they're cool as hell. They're really cool, but they're just, the batteries are expensive, and you have to keep replacing them. And that's where I lose interest in jets. So that's my only reason on the jets. I hate to keep having to buy batteries. I haven't tried that with my OV Bronco. Try to snap roll it. Yeah, it never occurred to me to try that. But hey, really, you had to put a gyro in your Bronco? God, I didn't think that plane. It flies good. I like the way that plane flies. Other than the waggle, but I don't care about it. Again, it doesn't make it fly bad or anything. It just looks fun. But yeah, I thought the Bronco flew good. I didn't have any problem with the Bronco. That's a good flying plane. I think it flies all right. Now mine's been converted, so let me clarify, because I bought it used, and he converted it to 6S, one 6S, not two 4S. So mine's a single 6S bird. Different motors, different props. He did all. This guy did all that before I bought it, and that's why I bought it, because he'd already done all the conversion. And so I don't know. We're not comparing apples to apples. Because yours is probably still a 2.4S, and I would never fly a plane set up that way where there's a dedicated battery on each motor. I would never fly it that way. I would definitely wire them together. Because I flew a P-38 from Motion. My P-38 is wired together. They're not separate batteries. I fly it on one 6S. It wasn't my airplane. Guy at the field wanted me to fly his plane. You know, he put the batteries in it. I had no idea it had separate batteries. No, you know, didn't know. And I took off. The first flight was great. Flew it around, flew great, landed it, beautiful. Great airplane. Great flying airplane. It's cool. And he wanted me to fly it again. So he brings it over. He's got it, you know, he puts the batteries in, sets it all up. He just hands me the radio. So I'm flying it, and we don't get halfway through the flight. And I have to keep trimming it. The rudder, you know, it's yaw. I'm keep trimming it, and I keep trimming, and I'm like, what's going on with this thing? I can't understand why it's doing this. What's, you know? Well, one of the battery packs was failing, and I keep trimming the airplane to counteract that the one motor's running less than the other, right? Until finally that motor stopped, or it didn't stop, but it got so low that it wouldn't. I couldn't trim it anymore, and I ended up crashing the plane. Now I saved it; it was not damaged. You know, I was surprised as he was. We went out. I knew exactly where to go get it. I knew exactly where it was. So we walked right to it. We had to go out through the gate, walk around, go through another gate to go into this area over here. And it was sitting there against a tree. And there was nothing wrong with it except the hatch was missing. And we never did find the hatch. So I'm guessing it might still be up in the tree. But the plane was perfect. And that's when I see 2 battery packs in it. Notice that they're independent. You know, one's running each, and oh my God. And I told him, David, don't ever fly this plane again like that. Why those 2 motors together so that, you know, 1 battery, 2 batteries, but they're both shared to both motors. Don't ever run it again where they're independent like that. Because if you've got a battery failing, that's what's going to happen. And but you know, so when I put my P-38 together, I wired it together. I don't remember if it's flying on 4S or 6S, I honestly, at the moment, but it's definitely wired together. There's only 1 battery in the plane, not 2. So, because I wouldn't fly it that way. So, yeah, well, gyro will always make a plane fly smoother. You have no argument with me there. Absolutely. A gyro will definitely make a plane fly smoother, for sure. But it can also make a plane do stupid shit if the gyro's turned up too high. So there's a little, you know. But yeah, I have to admit that I like the way a plane flies with the gyro, you know. But the Carbon Z is another one. Doesn't need a gyro. You know, one of my yellow ones is gyroed, the other one is not. And they fly identical. I can't tell the difference. They both fly so good. You know. And my original one, the red and white one, has a gyro in it. No safe. That was before safe, but it had AS3X. And the wind blew that one. You know, I was flying it one day, and I was doing a crosswind landing, and it cartwheeled. You know, the wind blew it over. Even with a gyro in it, the wind blew it over. So, do they always work? No. Not always. So, so broke a prop. That's all. It was fine. It didn't hurt the plane. It just broke a prop. But yeah, that surprised me because I'm thinking it's got AS3X. The wind's not a factor. Yeah, it was. So, you know. Oh, I do know another airplane I have safe in. I just thought of it, but not for the safe. The EC 1500 from Horizon. Okay? If you bind it without safe, the rudder only moves this much. It has very little rudder authority, which it has very little nose wheel authority. So it takes an acre to turn that thing around. And I think it was Chris Wolf, RC Geek, that told me that. I was watching one of his videos. If you bind it in safe and turn the safe off, you have like this much rudder authority. You know, for some reason you have all this extra rudder authority when you bind it in safe but turn the safe off. So I tried it and he was right, and now I can turn it on a dime on the runway, and it made all the difference in the world. And the rudder goes like this, and so yeah. So I did bind that one in safe, but I don't use the safe. But the only reason I did that was to get the rudder authority, and it worked, because we've got I think our runways are 50 feet wide, and it took every bit of 50 feet to turn that sumbitch around. So, yeah, Roy, bind it in safe and then turn the safe off, and you won't believe how much more rudder authority steering you get. It's a night and day difference. Doubles the turning, or cuts it in half. I only need half of 50 feet to turn that plane around now, where with it was bound in, when I didn't have it in safe, didn't have it bound in safe, it took the whole 50 feet, the whole 50-foot runway. I used every inch of it to turn that thing around. Well, this is popping right off of here. I don't have to do any farting around. Usually I have to take this big long knife to cut it off. Not this, it's coming right off. And it's just going to pop right off. Piece of cake. So there we are. So we've got our two. These are going to be a gift for a friend of mine. I'm going to give these to her for her birthday. The lights, these little. Listen, if you're going to buy them in bulk, they're way cheaper. But you can get them at General. Dollar General, 2 for $1. Of those little. I don't know where it went. Where my little light go? I put it right here. Is that it? No? Yeah, anyway, that little light that I put in here, yeah, you get them 2 for $1. But if you buy them like at Temu or eBay or, anywhere else, you get like 12 for like $5 or something. Or no, I think it's like $3. You get a dozen of them for like $3.89 or something. So if you buy them in bulk, you get them way cheaper yet. But if you only need 2, you can buy 2 for $1 at the Dollar General. So that's where I got mine, because I needed them that day. It was the last minute, and then I broke it anyway. So I didn't get to give it to her for her birthday because I dropped it on the floor and broke it. That bummed me out. I was so bummed that I couldn't give it to her. So, but these two will these two will be a gift. I think we're going out Saturday. She's apparently got plans Friday. Her birthday's Friday. Maybe she's going out with her son on Friday. So we're gonna go out Saturday, and I'm gonna give her these. So. Oh, did I put it in the drawer? This is going to drive me nuts now. Trying to figure out where that light went. Because I'm sure I put it here. Did I bury it underneath the... No, it's not here. Do you guys remember where I put it? Where did I stick that little light when I took it out? I don't see it. I can't find it. Got Oscar. Yeah. Well, I want to thank the Academy. I want to thank my mom and dad. Yeah. I don't know where I put that damn light. Well, I'll find it. It couldn't have gone too far. It's got to be sitting here somewhere. I'm just surprised that I can't find it, Yeah, it was in the broken one. Yeah, I know. And I slid it out of there and put it... Let me look up. Did I put it on top of this other printer? Is it up here? No. Nope, I didn't put it up there. It's not in the poop tray. It's not behind the printer there. I don't think it's in here. I couldn't have gone. Oh, here it is. There it is. I found it. I see it. There it is. Okay, I found it. There it is. Yeah. So you can get 2 of these for $1. They come with battery in them. They're already ready to go. You know, it's a little LED light. And it has that fake flicker going on. So, you know, it kind of looks like a real flame. It's even shaped like a flame, kind of. So when you put it inside here, it totally looks real. You know, it looks like a real candle. You know, flickering and, you know. So, yeah. I knew it had to be close by. So yeah, those are cool. So that's printed. Now I'm going to start that print on the crazy. I was so impressed with that because I looked at it and I'm like, I didn't think it would print in vase mode, which is, like I said, it's one continuous motion. It never stops. It doesn't start doing any of this kind of crap, filling in or any of that. It just circles. And it prints pretty fast, and it uses a minimal amount of. That roll still looks full, and I've printed 3 of these, and 1 of these off this roll of filament, and it still looks like a full roll of filament. So you can print so many vases. On a roll of filament, because it just doesn't use any filament. It's the easiest, lowest expense thing you can print. So far I've printed 3 of these and 1 of these out of this roll, and it still looks like a full roll of filament. So, but anyway, that. You would swear to looking at this thing that, and you'll see it next week because I'll have it on the show. It looks like there's layers going like this underneath each other, like it had to print, you know, and it's doing it in one continuous motion. And the way it comes out, because it's actually making V's into the inside to get that 3D look layer, outside look. It's amazing how it does it. When I watched it print, I'm sitting there. The bottom is smooth, so I had to sit here for like 10 minutes, waiting until it got to the area where the layers were, and I'm like, and then finally, and I'm watching. I'm just amazed watching this thing print. I'm like, oh my god, really? So it was the coolest looking vase. So yeah, I'll wait till you see that, you guys. It'll blow your mind. It's so cool looking. Like I said, it looks like something from the Maya, you know, era. You know, it's got all this intricate detail in it. It's the craziest vase I've printed. I've printed some cool ones, and I printed a bunch of new ones for her. Most of the vases I printed were all brand new for her, stuff I had never printed yet. I did give her one like this. I gave her 2 of those other ones because of the texture. I don't have one handy. But that other twist one I have kind of twists like this. That's the on top of my F-27. I'm going to squash that. One of them was done in that, what do they call it, the fuzzy look. So I gave her one of those so she could, because I was hoping she would like come back to me and say, "Can I get one? Can I get this face, in this color with the fuzzy, and I'll custom make her one." So I'm kind of waiting to hear that. But anyway, yeah, no, you missed the whole show. I was talking about you earlier, though, Lewis. You were in our thoughts earlier. I was just telling I unboxed my T-28, and I made reference to the fact that it's just bare foam, and I said, yeah, Lewis, I can't fly snitches. He says foam is not a color. Yeah, it's bare foam is not a color. Like, okay. So I was thinking of you. Yeah, we've been covering everything tonight. I didn't send you the pictures, Lewis. Oh crap! I don't have my phone on. I'd send them to you right now, but I don't have my phone on. Yeah, correct. Get some paint on them things. Yeah. I have. I think you knew I bought a Daytona, Dodge Charger Daytona. Well, I have 3 of them now. All yellow. 3 yellow ones. 2 Daytonas, 1 Super B. So we talked about that at the beginning of the show. I told them how I got them and the whole bit. So and then we got into. I started printing these, and then while these were printing, I unboxed the T-28 and the Corsair, and then we finished printing the first one halfway through the unboxing, and then finished up the second one after the unboxings, and then we got talking about this and this, that, and the other. All that she wants is another baby. Who's that? Yeah, I have 15 cars now. 15 cars, a truck, and 2 motorcycles. A couple of cars are wrecked parts cars, but I still own them. But so I have 15 cars, two motorcycles, and a truck. The last Daytona I bought was the flip, so I bought it super cheap, so I can make a couple bucks on it and still sell it to somebody super cheap. So, and it's in nice shape. It's a nice car. I got to do some work on it. There's a few things I want to fix, minor stuff. Nothing mechanical. Drives fine. It runs good. The motor's great. It's got a Hemi. Drives fine. None of that. Just some cosmetic things I want to fix. Dial up a little bit. And then I'm going to flip it. I'm going to sell it. It's Ace of Ace. Yeah, well, I almost bought one of those too. I was this close to buying a 300. I did buy a Magnum, so I have a Magnum also. It's got a blown motor in it, but it's a beautiful car. Good paint, new wheels. The interior's in great shape, but it's got a blown motor. I only paid $500 for that one. And I almost bought a Chrysler for a 300. I think it had a blown motor, and he only wanted $1,300 for it. It was a pearl white, beautiful car. So I almost bought that one. So I haven't bought a 300 yet. I did print a 300 though. I 3D printed two 300s. A buddy of mine has an SRT8, a Chrysler 300 SRT8, silver one, and so I printed him one. He was bringing I got to fix the car for him. It's got a blend door problem. He was going to bring it over last week for me to fix it, and he wasn't feeling good, so he said, "We'll have to do it another day." And I said, "No problem." You know, but meanwhile, I printed him a 300. A PT Cruiser and make it an off-road. Yeah, no, that's front-wheel drive. I'm not buying a PT Cruiser. I don't buy front-wheel drive cars. I alluded to it earlier, and I'll tell my little quick story on that. The only front-wheel drive car, not 3D car, the only front-wheel drive car I've ever driven that I would purchase is a Chevy Malibu, a newer Chevy Malibu, 2016 vintage, 16, 18, brand new, because it doesn't drive like a front-wheel drive car. So Deb had one that got totaled. You know, some young girl ran a stop sign and T-boned her and totaled the car, and we loved that car. God, that was it got 42 miles to the gallon. It's not a hybrid. It drove beautifully. It looked beautiful. Beautiful car. That candy metallic red. So, loved that car. So if I was ever to buy a front-wheel drive car, that would be the only one I would buy. And if I find a great deal on one, I might buy one. I mean, but I just got great deals on these Chargers, so I had to buy them. I mean, literally they were giving them away. So, yeah, the last one I paid the same amount. I looked up, the Magnum needs a motor, so I looked up on CarPart how much a salvage yard motor is, and they want anywhere from $2,500 to $3,500 for a salvage yard motor, and I'm like, wow, really? A Hemi, but still. And so I bought a whole car. This last Daytona I bought drives in very nice shape. The body's straight. Got a few paint issues that are simple to fix. Interior's perfect. $3,000. I was like, how am I going to pass that up? So I told Deb, I says, listen, we need a motor for the Magnum. I just bought the motor, and it came with its own delivery box. I can drive it home in the box it came in. So I only paid them $3,000. Same thing I would have paid for a motor. I bought the motor, and it came with a delivery box. What can I tell you? How do you pass that up? So anyway, Has Tony flown his A-10? I imagine he has. Yeah, well, that's, the Magnum, at first Deb was mad I bought the Magnum. Till she looked at it. And she fell in love with it. She really did. She hadn't seen one. She hadn't seen this one in person till the next day. And she came out and looked at it, and she just fell in love with it. She says, God, I like that. That's a nice looking car. And the paint's beautiful. It was just freshly painted, brand new wheels on it. And she looked at that, and she looked at me, and she said, you only paid $500 for this? Yep. She says, wow. I said, yeah, So, but it needs a motor. I said, yeah, I can rebuild the motor. It even came with the kit to rebuild it. The guy had already bought the kit to rebuild the motor. So I always got all the gaskets and everything I need to rebuild it anyway. So eventually, not going to happen for a while, but eventually I'll rebuild the motor. What girls are that? What girls you got coming over to the house, Lewis? Come on, you gotta spill now. We got girls coming over to the house. Yep. The Magnum's a Hemi. Yep. Because it was 2 days later. We were going somewhere. I think we were going to meet the girl that I'm giving these to, And on the way there, she says, you know, this is Deb in the other seat. You know, she says, if you had to work on my, my Cadillac, I could drive the Magnum, to work. Now, she wouldn't drive the Daytona because it's got a Hemi in it. She didn't want to drive it. She finally did, but she hated it. She didn't want to drive it. It's got a Hemi. I don't want it's too fast. I don't want to drive it. Her Cadillac is faster than my Hemi Daytona. Not a lot, but it's definitely quicker than the Daytona. And but I finally got her to drive it. But she didn't like the Hemi. So when she said that about the Magnum, she says, yeah, I could drive that to work. And I looked at her and I said, it's got a Hemi in it. You're kidding. Really? Yeah. She's like, oh. And then she's like, well, I'll drive it anyway. So, yeah, that was funny. So, David, I'm not following this totally. So, what are you saying? You're saying because you can put MTV up at your place on a color TV, that gets you money and the girls? Is that what you're saying? I'm not following that exactly. Yeah, village girls. Yeah, go up to the villages. You don't need to. From what I understand, to get a girl at the villages, all you have to do is have car keys. Because you throw your car keys in a bowl, and then the girls go up and pull them out one by one, and whoever's keys she pulls out goes home with her. That's how you get a girl at the villages. And I swear that's true. That's a true story. I'm not making that up. Apparently, at some of the bars up there, that's what you do. You come in, and you take your keys, and you throw them in the bowl, and then the girls start pulling all the keys out of the bowl, and whatever keys they pull out is who you go home with. So, correct, but I would not call them girls. Okay. Now you got me lost there, too. Oh, they're old ladies with bladder issues. What are they doing? To come over to your house to cook for you or clean? Is that what they're... Is that the ladies that are showing up in the Magnum? More like hags. Yeah. My camera is blocking the last row of the comment. So that's why I'm doing this, because I can't see over. The camera's blocking part of the Dire Straits in 1985 when they wrote the song, Soviet Union didn't have luxury refrigerators and ice and water dispensaries. Large Sony Trinitron TVs, Hollywood, other countries had B movies. Really? Did you used to live in the Soviet Union, David? I mean, did you know this firsthand? You experienced this, or just somebody told you stories? Yeah, the ladies that are coming to your house don't live in the villages. Yeah. But they come to your house to what? Are they? Do you pay cleaning? Are they cleaning girls? Is that what they're coming over to the house for? To clean your house, or would you rather not say?
You live in a communist country? It's my TV history time now. What does that mean, Roy? Oh, they're cleaning girls. Okay. All right. You clean their clocks, do you? Hey, you know, any port in a storm, you know. You live in a condomless country. Okay, I get it. Yeah, there aren't any condom. Actually, wait, I take that back. They just built some condos, not exactly where I am, not in Shady Hills, but in Spring Hill, not too far away. They just put up some condos. Those are the first condos in the area. You're also a watchmaker. Oh, really? That's interesting. There's got to be more to that story. So what kind of watches do you make? I can't wait for this one. Yeah, the throwaway car. Oh, condoms. A condom. Okay. All right. Oh, Magnum is a brand of. Okay, I didn't know that. That's why I didn't get the joke. I did not know Magnum was a brand of condoms. I only knew what's the most popular one. Trojan. Yeah, I think that's the only brand name I knew was Trojan. I had no idea Magnum was a brand of condoms. Okay, now all the other jokes make sense. I didn't know that. Louis, did you ever live in Cuba? Yeah, yeah, yeah. I had to explain that to the choir boy. Yeah, unfortunately, there's a lot of truth to that. Yeah, and you would definitely consider me a choir boy for sure. Yep, I do go to church. Um, I don't drink. I don't smoke. Don't do drugs. Yeah, I'm. I have used a condom in my life, but not a brand called Magnum. So, yeah, I didn't know that. Yes, until you were 8. Okay. I thought I remembered you saying that. I just wanted to make sure. Yeah, I thought you used to live in Cuba. So did you take your test? Are you an American citizen now? And if you did, tell us about that because I'd like to hear what kind of questions were on the test. I imagine you are. Yeah, I love the ladies too. Yeah, I that's my pitfall. I love ladies. Yeah, that's my one Achilles heel.
The test was is fifth grade civics. So all you had to do is pass that class in the fifth grade, and you got your citizenship. Is that how it went? Really? Boats and hose. No kidding. Well, that's cool. That's kind of, you know, I don't know. I guess I have mixed feelings about that. I don't think that's a bad thing. I mean, a lot of, from what I understand, a lot of the questions on the test to become a citizen, most of the people that live here couldn't pass that test. You know, so I think they make the test maybe a little too hard. Um, yeah, but you know, we learn all kinds of shit in school when we're young, like all the parts of the eye and all the parts of the inner ear. Do you remember any of that shit? I mean, can you name all the pieces of an eyeball? Because we were all taught that like in third grade, but you know, do you remember it? No, I don't remember it. You know, so yeah, yeah. So you know, yeah. How many senators? Uh, I 100. Are there 100 senators? Two per state, or is it more by? Yeah. See, you know I'd fail the test. I can't. I don't know that shit. I don't give a crap about politics. Yeah, I know the national anthem. Um, yeah, I can sing the national anthem. I know the national anthem. I'm not going to sing it for you right now, but I do know I know all the words to the national anthem. I can sing it. Um, is that true? Really? In 1991, the first McDonald's was opened in Moscow. I gotcha. Yeah, Russia is. I can't believe people still live there. Christ, I would go. I would move into any other country. Uh, Russia is so run down, out of money. I, I wouldn't live there. Fuck, I would move to anywhere, you know, to get out of there. She was sent COD. Was she worth it? Did you pay the COD? Was she a keeper? There are some beautiful women in Russia, no doubt about that. Um, yeah, and I love their accent. We went to a Perkins one night in Clearwater, and there was a beautiful Russian waitress that I fell in love with. God, she was gorgeous, and I loved her accent. You know, so God, she was just beautiful. Jesus. Well, that's true. There are beautiful women everywhere, but especially if you believe all the dating sites. That, you know, you can date all these beautiful women. Yeah, sure you can. Yeah. Oh, I love Asian women. God, I tell you, I think they're the most beautiful women on the planet. Personally, that's me. But I think Asian women are the most beautiful women on the planet. I absolutely love Asian women. God, they just think they're unbelievably beautiful. I really don't know what it is about them. I don't know, but I just, yeah, I think Asian women are beautiful. Not that there's plenty of like, there's, hell, Deb is beautiful. My Deb is a beautiful woman. But if I had to say, was there a ethnic group of women? Yeah, Asian women for sure. That's just me. I know everybody's different, but that's just me personally. So what are these? Are you selling all these parts, David? Is that what you got? You got a little garage sale going on here? Is that what we got going on here? Which is fine. I don't. That's fine. You're no problem. I'm just curious. You're trying to get yourself a Japanese girlfriend. How are you going about doing that? Inquiring minds. I'm asking for a friend. Yeah, it's exactly how are you going about doing that? You're moving to Japan for the summer. Yeah? What's the weather like in Japan during the summer? The tariffs on Asian women is high. I don't want to buy one, Roy. I don't think I want to pay a tariff on her. I'm not buying her. Yeah, but isn't the house like the size of a closet? I mean, they do everything really small in Japan. Yeah, but I mean, is it really hot in Japan? Is it humid? Is it what's it like? You know, nice weather in the summer. Yeah, I always wanted to go there. I really want to go to Korea, South Korea. I want to go to North Korea. I'd like to go to Korea. Have you been to China, Lewis? Just Japan. Not humid, yeah. You never answered my question. How are you going about, finding a Japanese girlfriend? Again, I'm asking for a friend, Deb. No interest in China or India, really. I don't know if I have any interest in India specifically, but I think I'd like to go to China. Definitely want to go to Japan. Definitely want to go to China. Want to go to Korea. Someday. I don't probably never happen, but because I'm not a traveling guy. I really don't like to travel. Yeah, not even within the U.S. Really. I'm just not a big traveler. All right, Roy, you brought it up. Tell us that story. When were you in Asia? How did that come about? Were you in the service? Oh, you went to Hawaii. Oh yeah. I don't have to shave my chest. There ain't no hair anywhere on me. I don't have any hair. Just on my head. There ain't no hair anywhere else. I don't have to shave. I look like I shave. I have zero hair everywhere. So, got a full head of hair, but nowhere else. I can't even grow my facial hairs. Of course, I haven't shaved in 3 days. Look at my face. Yeah. Oh, you had an escort in Hawaii? Really? Oh, is that right? They love a hairy back in Japan? Really? Ugh. Yuck. I just won't roll over. I'll just stay on my back. Then they won't have to worry about it. They can lay all over my smooth chest. Boy, this show really got diverse tonight. Man, we're really getting diverse. We've covered all the bases tonight. There you go. You're going to Paris, huh? So I guess you like to travel. Obviously, because you're leaving the country. Yeah, I really don't have any big desire to go anywhere. I would like to go to Australia. I think I would like to go there. Um, so yeah, China, Japan, Korea, and Australia, New Zealand. That's pretty much the only places I'd really want to go. I don't really want to go to Italy. I don't know. I wouldn't not like to go. I mean, but that's not really. That would be lower on my list, I guess. Um, England, same thing. I guess I wouldn't mind going there. Um, oh yeah, did Tony just go to? Yeah, really? Where'd he go in Australia? What kind of drone does Tony own? I didn't even know Tony had a drone.
You know, guys, I have not heard from Mike Bird at all. I don't know where he is. You know, both the Birds, Mike Bird and Ken Bird, both are missing. I haven't heard from either one of them. So I don't know what's going on with them. Oh, you put a video up of you being in Venice? Did you really? Well, I'll have to go look for that. I didn't know you did that. There you go. Thank you. That's down. Now I don't even have to go look. Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, it's funny how, you know, we like the accents of, like, you know, the Russian women and um, England, you know, and same thing. They love our accent. So if we go over there, you know, women are attracted to us because they love our accent. You know, I find that fascinating. I think that's, you know, pretty interesting. That we both, you know, are attracted to that. You know, Americans are attracted to other languages and vice versa. So I think that's pretty interesting. Uh, oh, this is Tony's video from Australia. Oh, okay. What part of Australia did you say Tony went to? Where did he go? Yeah, this is Sydney. Oh, cool. I already, you know, I answered my own question as soon as I saw the beginning of the video. He's in Sydney. Yeah, who doesn't? Yeah, I love naked chicks too. As long as they don't have tattoos all over them. Not a fan of that. Yeah, David, that's true. That's kind of the icebreaker. Yeah, yeah. Same thing, you know, on a first date, you just kiss her immediately and get it over with. Then you can stop worrying about it all the rest of the night. You know, am I gonna get to kiss her? What? Just get it over with. You know, it breaks the ice, and then you can both relax. Just get that kiss out of the way and be done with it. Those are the best kind of chick. What, the naked ones? Yeah. uh, I'm a little strange. I like women in clothes better than naked, and I don't mean like, an Eskimo. I mean, I'm talking like in something, a nice dress, you know, uh, you know, maybe a nightgown, but not necessarily, a negligee kind of thing. We don't have to go there, um, but a nice dress, something like that. I that to me is perfect. I love a woman that's in heels and a nice dress. Um, you know, even better than naked, personally. Not that I mind, you know, definitely like, you know, naked, but I really like them when they're dressed nice. Yeah, the tattoos for me, you know, I don't mind if they've got, you know, something simple here or there, but when they're covered in them, oh my god, I just that just makes me sick. You know, a woman's body is so beautiful when it's clean skin, beautiful, and they cover it with all that fucking garbage, and it just ruins it for me. You know, that would be a total pass for me if I was on a dating site and there's a girl with tattoos. That's a pass. Next, swipe left. Next, yeah. Uh, I like them better with their thighs by my ears, personally, but that's me. Well, you can always just turn the lights off. Then we don't, you know. I'm okay with tattoos. Then we'll just turn the lights off, and then it's okay. So, David, how did you? I'm curious. You know, asking for a friend. How did you date a girl that you'd already seen naked? You know, elaborate. How does that happen? How do you see her naked first and then date her? Would you agree to move in to a home with a girl you never met or spoke with in light of understanding the sleeping arrangements with sharing a bed and in sleeping together? I'm not totally understanding the question. Let me digest that a second here. Let's see. Moving in with a girl never spoke to. Uh, so so am I going to speak to her? Does she speak another language? Is that why I'm not speaking to her, because we don't speak the same language? Um, is that what where you're going with that, or we just because I'm trying to figure out how I've never spoken to her, but yet we're going to sleep together. I mean, yeah, absolutely. There has to be an attraction first off, absolutely. You know, but yeah, would I sleep with a girl that is attract? Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I don't have any. You know, as long as I on board with it, you know, that's fine. You know, as long as it's her idea, sure, I'm in. Even better if she doesn't speak. All right, David, don't go away on me here. We're getting juicy here. So, so I asked you a question. How do how do you date a girl you've already seen naked? So elaborate on that, and then, when I haven't spoken to her, but we're going to sleep together. If I haven't spoken to her because we don't speak the same language, or maybe because we're going to have to walk into the room together. Are we not speaking for some reason, or are you talking we haven't spoken when the first encounter? You got to get a little more. I need a little more information. Not a lot more, but a little more. Well, I thought of that, Lewis. Yeah, I figured maybe he dated a stripper. That was the first thought that went in my head. I would never date a stripper. Um, yeah, she doesn't even have to be pretty as long as she likes to suck cock. Yeah, yeah, I'm good. Yeah, and she's deaf. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that sums it up perfectly. Yeah. Okay, well that's interesting. Now, see, David, that wouldn't have occurred to me. I've never been to a sauna. So, is this something that happens in America or somewhere else? I mean, do they have co-ed saunas here in America that everybody goes in naked with the understanding that yeah? Because I'm not aware of that. Again, choir boy here. Yeah, I'm kind of pretty vanilla in this area, so yeah. If you do it wrong, if you do what wrong? What are you talking about? You lost me on that one. Was that an answer to Roy's comment? Strippers are expensive if you do them wrong, or what? Um, yeah, you have to elaborate on that a little bit too. I'm not following that one. I do need a little help in this department, guys. I'll admit that. I'm not a open to the world freelance guy like Lewis is. Oh yeah, Germany. Even the bathrooms are co-ed in Germany. I mean, and they don't even put privacy walls between the toilets. I mean, you're sitting there right next to a girl, and everybody's okay with that. Yeah, I know. It's Germany's a different world. Sauna is the Russian word for strip club? Okay. Yeah, there's a really good YouTube channel. I think her name's. It's not pronounced that or spelled that way, but I think it's Feely from Germany. She lives in Cincinnati, Ohio. And she moved here in, I think, 2016. And they're actually moving back to Germany right now. But it's a real nice channel. And if you want to learn cultural differences between Germany and America, go watch her show. She's a very attractive German girl, and she really gets into details about everything. And it's interesting, very interesting. I enjoy her show because I've learned so much about, you know, just differences in etiquette, I guess, is the biggest thing. Like in Germany, you don't pee standing up in Germany. It's considered rude. You sit down on the toilet to pee, and that's being respectful. So that's a a difference between our culture difference. And like I said, the bathrooms are co-ed. There's no men's room, girls room. Everybody goes in the same bathroom, and they all, pee or poop in this right next to each other, and it's not an issue. Nobody gets embarrassed. Nobody gives a shit. And that's we're brought up to think that that's like total voodoo. And there it's just normal. Well, if you're peeing in Germany, the girl sitting next to you is watching you pee. I mean, but you sit down. I don't think they have urinals in Germany. You're going to go sit down on the toilet to pee. Well, I guess you could stand in front of the toilet, but like I said, it's not. That's considered bad etiquette. You're supposed to sit down and pee. So if you're sitting down and you're peeing, there's nothing to see. Okay, and same for the girl. There's nothing to see. They're sitting there. You can't see anything, right? So, and that's just considered normal in Germany. They don't. Okay, that's interesting. So, how does that work? I mean, are we talking one big bathtub, or like a sauna hot tub? Or are we talking individual bathtubs right next to each other? Yeah, I mostly sit down to do my business too, just because. Well, there's a lot of reasons. Because I'm usually playing with the dog, because he's always bringing me a toy when I'm in the bathroom. So that's part of it. Um, Sometimes I just want to get off my feet, and so it's a place to relax for a minute. So I mostly sit to do my business, but not always. But um, really big tub, really hot. Yeah, see that the really hot part I can't handle. I dated this girl for a while, and wonderful girl, and we went on a cruise together to
what's the most popular cruise destination in Mexico? What the hell's the name of that? Costa Rica? No. Shit, I can never think of it. Anyway, we were taking a shower, and she turned the water on so hot I couldn't stand it. I had to get out, and then it set off the fire alarm in our room. The steam was so hot that it set the fire alarm off. So now we got a porter banging on the door, and so I've got a towel around me, and I answer the door, and he sees that that the door to the bathroom is open. Oh no, you must close the door when take shower. Blah blah. Oh, okay, sorry, we didn't know. Okay, and yeah, but yeah, that was ridiculous. I couldn't. Cozumel, thank you. Yes, that's where. So yeah, we went to Cozumel, and on the cruise ship, she set off the fire alarm, and but yeah, probably one of the best women I ever met in my life, and we're still very good friends. I really love this girl, but she had trust issues like most women, because of all the men before me that have fucked them over. So now you try to have a reasonable life with them, and they're suspicious of every fucking thing you do. And that was her. That's where our problem was. She had trust issues, and yeah. So, but we're still friends. Yeah, she does real estate, and if she's selling a house up here by me, she'll always call me. We go out to lunch, have lunch together, and so wonderful. I'd have married her. If it wasn't for the trust crap, I would have married her for sure. She was a keeper, for sure. Beautiful girl, just a wonderful girl. But, where's Turks? Where's that at? See, I like the heat. That's why I'm in Florida. I don't mind the heat. I like the heat, but not when the bath water is 140 degrees, 150 degrees. Now that's too hot. I don't want to be a lobster, So, but I do like the heat. I hate the cold. That's why I moved. I grew up in Cleveland, guys. I've had enough snow for my lifetime. I don't ever want to go back to that. I hate the snow. I don't mind driving in it. It's fun. I mean, listen, I was drifting before there was a thing called drifting. When I was in 1976, I would take my car to the mall. Jono, what's up, buddy? How you doing? I would take my car to the mall after they plowed the parking lot in the wintertime. Me and my buddies. and we'd go out in the mall parking lot, and we were drifting around the entire parking lot, around the poles, in and out of the poles. We were drifting long before that was ever a sport. And it was just something to do. It was fun. And the best part about it in the wintertime on ice is I'm not ruining tires, because I don't have money to be buying tires every other week. So we're not hurting the tires. We're not hurting the car. We never hit a pole. You know, we were, and we got really good at it. And, you know, so, you know, and then, you know, 20 years later, they come out with this new sport, drifting. Fuck, that ain't new. Been doing that since I started driving. I've been doing that. What the hell? That ain't nothing new, you know. But yeah. So I don't mind driving it. I don't want to shovel it. I don't want to get up in the morning and have to go out and shovel the driveway, start my car and let it run for 15, 20 minutes before I can get in it to drive it to work, because the windows are all iced up, and and it's just frigid cold. It's like getting into a refrigerator. So you let the car warm up, you have to shovel out the driveway, and then you come home from work, and guess what? The snowplow put all of the snow back in your fucking driveway. So you gotta stop parking the street so you can shovel out the driveway again, so you can put your car back in the driveway. Oh, this is a great way to live every fucking day. Oh yeah, this is what I want to live in. Yeah, this is fun. No. I couldn't get out of Ohio fast enough. You know. So I've been here since '83. You know, because I was done with snow. Snow sports were okay, but again, it's cold. I don't like the cold. You know, we went tobogganing and sledding and ice. I'm not a big ice skater. I'm a roller skater, but my dad always bought us hockey skates. Okay, well, I don't have ankles strong enough for hockey skates. I need figure skates. I need something to support my ankle. And my dad was a big skater. He was a hockey skater, and so he didn't know any different. So he bought us hockey skates, and I couldn't stay on those things to save my life. But figure skates, oh yeah, no problem. I can figure skate, but I do a lot of roller skating. I almost competed in roller skating. We were working our way to a competition at one point in my life. And I knew it wasn't going to work because the girl I'm skating with was married and had kids. And I'm like, how is she going to be able to, because the owner of the skating rink has prepared us up. And I said, how is she going to be able to come and practice with a husband and kids? Well, she says she can do it. I said, yeah, it ain't going to work. There ain't no way. And I was right. You know, we did it. We got 2 or 3 weeks into it, and that was it. You know, she couldn't keep doing it. And I told her, you know, I told the woman that owned the skating rink, I said, I told you this wasn't going to work. And she said, well, would you be interested in another? Yeah, if you can find me a partner, yeah, I'd be very interested to go competition. You know, but, you know. And she never did find another girl that wanted to go to competition. So, but yeah, I'm a very, very good skater. So, but not ice skating. I'm okay in a figure skate boot, but not in a hockey skate boot. My ankles are doing a lot of this bullshit, you know. So yeah, that doesn't really work. Yeah. Yeah, I've done some skateboarding, not a lot. I'm certainly no, you know, Tony, what the hell's Tony's last name? I'm drawing a blank at the moment. But yeah, no, never that far. But yeah, I did a little skateboarding. I can ride a skateboard around about as well as the dog does. If you've seen the dog that skateboards, I can skateboard about that good. I can't do any tricks or anything. I'm not gonna. Yeah, Hawk. Thank you. Yeah, Tony Hawk. Yeah, I can't ride a railing or any jump or flip it or any of that crap. But yeah, I can do your basic skateboarding. Um, yeah, I really never did any outside skating. You know, I went to the skating rink. I like to dance on skates, so it's where I met my first wife. Was at the skating rink. Yeah, so I can dance on skates at the skating rink. So um, that's what I like to do. I never really roller skated outside. Never really had any smooth enough concrete here, or in Ohio for that matter, to roller skate outside. Um, I know in California, like you said, it's a regular day. They have purpose, concrete, smooth concrete designed for roller skaters. So, but yeah, I just did your average basic skateboarding. Um, Never had, Back to the Future where they had the handle skateboard thing that Michael J. Fox ripped off and did. I never had anything like that. It was just a flat skateboard, with a lip. But yeah, that was, you know, that I did outside, but not much. Um, I've never snowboarded. I'm sure I can. I'm sure I could do it. Again, I'm not going to get in any kind of competition or anything, but I could go down a mountain, on a snowboard. Sure. I can ski again. I'm no star skier, but I can, you know, enough to keep upright. But not a big skier. It's winter sports. Not into it. I'll do it, and I went sledding and all that, but not for a long. I didn't do the for a day. I'd go for a couple hours at the most, and I'd go back home. You know, play hockey. We used to play hockey. I lived on a golf course. We grew up on the road I lived on was right at the end of the street, and there was a golf course right there, a little 9-hole golf course, and the number 3 hole had a pond, and in the wintertime we'd go skate. We'd go play hockey on the pond. Once the ice, once it froze over, where we could skate on it, and my dad was a awesome ice skater. With hockey skates, he could skate. Jesus, that guy could skate. But yeah, I'm not. That's just not a winner. Listen, I was racing RC cars in this. Let's see, in the '70s, and I bought a Subaru Brat at one point. And in the wintertime, I would take it out the front door, go down my little steps, set it on the sidewalk there, go back in the house and sit on a coffee table in front of the window. And I would run my car all around in the snow and out in the street and around and everything, sitting inside the house, looking out the window. So people would be walking by, trying to figure out who the hell's driving this car, because there ain't nobody outside anywhere, right? They can't figure out who the hell's driving the car around. So that's me winter sports. I mean, even RCing, I didn't want to go out, and rarely I went to the flying field. I never flew an airplane off skis in the winter. I've flown off floats and I've flown off skis, on wet grass and stuff, but I never had an airplane on skis. Now, we did make snowmobiles that were pusher prop snowmobiles. So we just built a tricycle gear square box with a pointed nose and put a motor on the back with a pusher prop on it. And we'd take them out to the flying field, and we would run around the flying field on these, ski sleds, snow sleds, whatever you want to call them. And
You know, and I made my own set of skis. I soldered up little metal skis. Um, I forget what they were made out of. Probably like copper, something I could, you know, solder with lead, not weld. Um, and yeah, yeah, you know, I probably still have it. Honestly, you know, it's probably around here somewhere. I haven't seen it in years, but there's so much shit I've got packed away that I've never unpacked since I moved to Florida. So I might still have it. Um, is there a year in time I would go back in time to live again? No. But if I could go back to the 50s and live, I would like to do that. Because, you know, even in the 60s, we had still some of it, but it was more prevalent back in the 50s. We knew all the policemen in our town personally. They would come to our houses. They'd come hang out with us while we're playing in the yard. We knew the police. As a matter of fact, my dad, every time the police got a new car, they'd come to my dad's house because my dad had the fastest car around. And they'd come to the house and knock on the door and say, "We got a car that can catch you now." And my dad'd say, "What do you got?" They'd tell him, and he says, "No, you don't." And then they'd go out and race my dad. The police were racing my dad on purpose, trying to see if they had a car fast enough to catch his. And they never did. You know, and it was hilarious. But that's, you know, that's back in the era where, you know, things were simpler. And I love that simplicity of it. You know, I hate to give up my RC stuff to go live in the 50s. But if I could take my RC stuff with me and go back to the 50s, yeah, I would like to live in the 50s. But the rest of it, no, the 70s, 80s, the 60s, 70s, 80s, no, I don't remember anything special about those times that I can't still do today, that I would want to go back to. But to go back to before, yeah. Go to the future, definitely. Yeah. But yeah, cops were cool back then, you know. Yeah, well, yeah, I know the world's changed, so the cops can't be as, you know, trustworthy because people back then obeyed the law, and today a guy will shoot. You know, I see videos on YouTube all the time, police encounter videos, and I don't watch a lot of them, but there was one where this dumbass gets pulled over by the police in a truck, right? And he's already got, you know, the cop is standing at the door with the window down, and the guy tries to shoot him through the door. Why? I mean, there's cops surrounding you because you let them on a chase, and where the fuck do you think you're going now that there's 15 police officers there, and, you know, and you try to shoot the cop, and then when they shoot you, and they've got you on the ground, and there's 15 cops around you, you know, beating you, kicking you, and you've already got 2 or 3 bullets in you, and you start, you know, begging them to leave, you know, to save you. Fuck you. You know, they shouldn't even let you live at that point. I mean, goddamn, why do you pull over and then try to shoot a cop through the door with all these cops around? I mean, how fucking stupid are you? You know, that's a Darwin Award for sure right there. You know? So, yeah, I mean, it just blew my mind that this dumbass, you know, and then a chase, you know, they let the cops chase them around. They try to get away. And then when they don't get away, then they get out of the car and beg for help, you know, mercy. You know, you don't deserve mercy. You know, you're already committing a felony by trying to evade the police. That's felony already. You know, so if you're going to go that far, you don't deserve any latitude after that. You know, it just, to me, that's, you know, I certainly don't condone police officers, especially beating up black guys just because they're black. You know, but
that's another whole story. But once you've already been a felon, you don't get mercy. You know, I don't screw that. You know, that's out the window now. Yeah, people be stupid for sure. You can't fix stupid. That is for sure. You cannot fix stupid. And yeah. So right, right. Yeah, asking for leniency or anything else after you've pulled a gun out. Yeah. That's about as stupid as it gets. You know, listen, if you pull a gun, you better be prepared to use it to the death. If you aren't prepared to shoot to the death, then don't ever pull a fucking gun out. Okay? Because if you're not going to shoot the guy that's trying to assault you to save your own life, he's going to take your gun away from you and kill you with it. Period. So if you pull a gun, you better be prepared to use it. Otherwise, you're going to die. You're going to die by your own weapon. Oh yeah, I've got guns. Oh yeah, yep, I've got guns. Yeah, I've got some cool guns. I don't have a big gun collection, but I've got a couple of cool guns. Yeah, I used to shoot in a league when I was going through my first divorce. I was living in Georgia with my brother. And I got hooked up with a gun league at a local shooting range. So I spent a lot of time there, you know, because I had anything else to do. I was working and working, you know. Went home to an empty house. I was living in my brother had two houses, and his tenants had left his rental, so it was empty. So he let me stay there. And so it was across town, so we weren't close enough like I could just pop over to his house, you know. So we didn't spend any time together, just at work, but not after work. And then there was they opened a place in Atlanta. It was one of the first places they opened, a Dave and Buster's, and I loved that place. On a Friday, I was there every Friday night. I loved going to Dave and Buster's. That was a fun ass place to go. So I went there quite a bit. So I was either shooting at the range or at Dave and Buster's, or I was just home watching TV. You know, went motorcycle riding a lot. You know, I was working at not only was I working for my brother, but I was working at a Honda dealership. I was a mechanic at the Honda dealership. And we would go on rides up in the mountains, me and a couple of the salesmen or stuff. So yeah, we'd go bike riding, and that was fun. I enjoyed that. So I did a lot of that too when I wasn't. But yeah, it was. Bows and knives and rocks. Yeah. So yeah, so I was doing some target shooting for a while, and I've got my dad actually bought a Daewoo gun. It's a 9mm. I think it's a 40 cal / 9mm. I think it shoots both. I guess those rounds are close enough that you can put either caliper in it. I think. I you know, it's been a while since I've had that gun. I believe it's right there in this. There's a dresser. I think that gun's in the dresser right here, if I remember right. Oh no, that gun's in the back of the truck. It's under the back seat of my truck. That's right. That's where that gun is. I've got a Smith & Wesson target gun, and I've got a Ruger. It's a Mark I, which is a rare gun, and it was blued, but the acidity of my sweat takes the bluing right off a gun. So I de-blued it and polished it. I mean, I wet sanded that thing to 3,000 grit and polished it, so it looks like a chrome gun. and because I got it that smooth, it doesn't rust. Rarely does it rust at all, and if it does, it mean literally just some chrome polish takes the rust, the surface rust right off. It's so light. When you polish something that smooth, rust accumulates in the pores. Well, when you polish a piece of steel that smooth, there are no pores, so there's no place for the rust to start. Obviously, if you put it in salt water, it's going to rust. But I mean, in general, it'll stay polished when you get it that smooth. So that's what I did with my Mark One. So it looks really cool. It looks like a stainless gun. My Smith's a stainless gun. So anyway, yeah. And then I was gonna, I love guns. I was gonna buy a rifle. I started to buy a rifle, and then I didn't buy it. And then it was a 22, but it was a camouflage, but it wasn't brown and green or brown and tan. It was white. It was like a what do we call the Arctic camo? It looked like Arctic camo. It was really a beautiful gun. Walmart was selling it. It was cheap too. I was gonna buy it. I never did buy that damn thing. I wish I had. I'd like to have had that gun with a scope. That would have been a cool gun to have. Wow, David, you've been all over. Tasmania, Africa. Really? You've been to Tasmania, Africa. Wow. That's interesting. I haven't been anywhere. I've been to Canada. That's the only place I've ever gone. Well, Cozumel. But yeah, when I lived in Ohio, Canada was just a drive. No papers, no passport. You just go up to Canada. They stop you at the border just to ask you why you're here. And we're going to Niagara Falls. And okay, it was that simple. I think you need a passport now. I don't think you can just drive into Canada anymore. I think we have to have a passport. But back then, there was no passport or anything. Just drive in for the day. And yeah, so I've been to Canada several times. Been to different parts of Canada. My first wife, her sister had a defective leg. I forget what it was. It wasn't a disease. It was a birth defect of some kind. And the only doctor that could do the surgery that she needed to fix her leg was in Canada. So we all drove up to Canada one time for her to see the doctor. I went, me and my wife and a group of people from church, we all went to Canada together. And her mother scowled me for that. God damn you, Kenny, God damn you, Kenny. Because we went to Canada. She thought we were going up there to elope. And so she, of course, her mother hated me anyway. But yeah. And then we went back a couple times to the falls, and I think we went back twice for Donna's surgery, or the sister. Her leg's fine now. She they fixed it. I mean, she doesn't have a limp or anything. They did a great job. She's living a perfectly normal life. I saw her recently too. I haven't seen my ex in quite a while. She lives several miles, not a few miles from me, my first ex. but we just, and we're not mad at each other or anything. If she called me tomorrow and needed help, I'd be there. We just don't socialize in the same circles. We just don't. But my best friend married her mother, my first wife's mother. We met, we introduced them to each other. They got married. So when I would go over to his house to hang out, my ex-wife sometimes was there. And but the last time I went over there, the sister Donna and her husband were there. So I got to see Donna. I hadn't seen her in years. So we got to talk, and she looks fantastic. She's aging very well. God, she looks great. And yeah, no big deal. But yeah, that's the only place I've ever been is Canada and Cozumel. And I've only been to this. I've been to Lincoln, Nebraska for an autocross. We were racing cars. I went to Lincoln, Nebraska for nationals. So I've been in through the states that got from Florida to Lincoln. So I've been in like Kentucky and and I've been in all the states between Ohio and Florida. So I've been in those states, but I haven't been to Montana. I haven't been to California. I haven't been to Nevada. I haven't been to Nevada. I'd like to go to Nevada. Go see Wild Bill. Yeah, so I haven't been all over, but I've been to Mobile, Alabama a couple of times. Went to saw the battleship and the submarine. Been there a couple times. Been to Texas. I went to an autocross in Texas. Actually, it was the Impala Nationals in Texas. Went to Louisiana for the Impala Nationals. Went to Bowling Green, Kentucky for the Impala Nationals. So yeah, been around the United States a little bit. Nowhere near everywhere I want to go. I want to go see the Grand Canyon. I'd like to go see Mount Rushmore. Not really interested in going to California for any reason. I couldn't afford to go to California. Christ, I couldn't afford to buy gas to get out of California if I ever got there. So yeah, I don't really want to go there. My brother used to live in Washington, but I never went to see him there. Not D.C., the state. Yeah, not haven't been to Alaska, haven't been to Hawaii. Like to go to Hawaii. Don't really know if I want to go to Alaska. That's cold again. Don't like the cold. But I'd like to go to Hawaii. I'd like to see that someday. Oh, you bike week at Daytona? Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. Been over there a few times for that. You were 7 hours away. You were living in New York, and you were 7 hours away from Canada, from Niagara Falls. Christ, what did you live in the bottom of the state? Christ, it didn't take from Cleveland. It didn't take me 7 hours to get to Niagara Falls. How the fuck did it take you from New York? Holy shit! Really? Yeah, it didn't take 7 hours from Cleveland to get to Niagara Falls. I think it was closer to like 4 or 5 hours is all it took to get to Niagara Falls from Cleveland. East Cleveland, way East Cleveland, but yeah. That's true, you're right. Yeah, Wild Bill lives in Arizona. Well, wait a minute. He lives right next to the Air Force Base. Isn't the Air Force Base in Tulsa? Or no, that's Oklahoma. Where? Now you got me wondering. Where the hell's Bill live? Yeah, because I want to go see that museum. The Boneyard. I want to go see that. And Bill lives literally right across the street from it, from what he tells us.
Yeah, I know. Roy lives in Washington. Yeah, yeah. My brother used to live in Washington. He lives in Indiana now. So he's moved around. He left home before I did. He moved to Atlanta. He got a job in Atlanta. He's a computer programmer. He's the icon of computer programming. Um, and then from there he got a job in Washington, so he moved there. And then he's there a while, and then he went to and now he's in Indiana, very close to Indianapolis. He lives in, I think it's called Avon, which is very close to in Indianapolis, I guess. He says he's very close to the racetrack, but he's never gone there. How the fuck do you live that close to the international, Indianapolis 500 racetrack and not go there? I mean, there's a museum there. I think they have tours around the track. You can get. I think they even have a driving experience there. You can actually drive a race car around the track. And you haven't bothered to go there? Not even for the museum? Seems weird. I've been to Daytona a bunch of times, both for the racing and for Bike Week and for the Turkey Rod Run, the Summer Fling. I mean, we've been to Daytona a lot. So for all different venues. I've been over to Daytona, but my aunt lives just south of Daytona. And when I used to go see my aunt and uncle, my uncle died, but my aunt still lives there, and I've gone over to see her a couple of times. I actually bought. I went over to see her when I bought an RC airplane. The guy lived south of. She lived in Edgewater. Well, no, actually, yeah, they were in Edgewater, which is south of New Smyrna, which is south of Daytona. So it's Daytona, New Smyrna, Edgewater. So I bought an airplane. The guy lived in, I think, Boca Raton, which is on the coast over there by Fort Lauderdale. So I went over there and bought an airplane, then drove up to Edgewater to spend the night with my aunt and uncle. So I bought my my B model, my FMS 1400, I think it's a 1450 technically. The Dallas Darling B model Mustang. They discontinued that particular airplane, but I still have it, and it's in perfect condition. Love that airplane. And I actually, it came with a 4-bladed prop on it. Well, if the B model plane had an Allison motor in it, then it had a 3-bladed prop on it, not a 4-bladed prop. So I switched mine over to a 3-bladed prop with a chrome spinner that looks freaking awesome. And people say, "Why do you have a 3-bladed prop on a B model Mustang?" I said, because if it had an Allison motor in it, it had a 3-bladed prop on it. They didn't put the 4-bladed prop on it until they put the Merlin in it. And they don't believe me. And I said, "Look it up." So sure enough, yep, 3-bladed prop. So yeah. So anyway, I went over there for that. So yeah, I've been to Daytona a bunch of times. I've been over to the space museum over there several times. Been over there for that. I've only been there. I was living there when one of the shuttles went off. So I was living with my uncle for a while. My mom and I had a big falling out when I was still living in Ohio. While I was dating my first wife. We hadn't gotten married yet, but I was dating her. And my mom was a drunk. And she came home and ran into my brand new car. I bought a brand new car in '79. And she come home drunk and ran into it. And that pissed me off. I almost beat her to death. I was so mad. And I got my car, I packed my shit, and I left. I told her to go fuck herself, and I left. And that upset her so much that she stopped drinking. Like, cold turkey over. And I lived with my uncle for 6 months. And during that time, I saw a shuttle go off from his house. Man, I'm telling you, once that thing left the pad, it was like daylight for probably, I don't know, it seemed like 10 minutes.
It was absolute. The sun was out. It was daylight in the middle of the night. It was a night launch in the middle of the night, and it was so bright. It was, you know, like literally, you couldn't look at it just like you can't look at the sun. It was unbelievable. And the Kennedy Space Center is probably, it's got to be at least 50 miles away from New Smyrna, at least. And it was like it went off in the backyard. It seemed that close. So yeah, if you haven't gone to a launch, it's definitely something to experience. You know, the sound, the brightness, it just, yeah, it was amazing. So I got to see one launch from my backyard, literally where I was living. That was really fascinating. Where's Luke Air Force Base, David? I'm not familiar with. I mean, I've heard of Luke Air Force, but I don't know where it is. Where's that at? Yeah, Roy, it finally came. You're right. Bill lives in Tucson, Arizona. That's where the boneyard is, in Tucson. You know, yeah, you're right. That's where Bill lives. I finally remembered. Couldn't remember where the hell that damn Air Force Base was. So yeah, I'm not sure where Luke Air Force Base is. Yeah, they have a lot of cool airplanes at the. God, I could have printed that vase if we'd have started that. It's almost 3 o'clock. I probably could have printed that vase by now. I didn't think we were going to stay here this late. Yeah, they have a lot of very interesting airplanes out there. So I would definitely like to go out and see that. Oh, no kidding. So Luke is in Arizona also. No shit. How far is Surprise? I never heard of a Surprise, Arizona. That's interesting. How far is that from Tucson? Oh, you have a Hyundai Tucson?
I used to work for Hyundai. Um, that was a whole nother story. Yeah, I used to work for in 1986 when Hyundai came to America. I became the parts manager of the Hyundai dealership in Clearwater, Florida. I was parts manager there. Interesting story there. I think the first car was an Accent. I think was the name of it, if I remember right. The first Hyundai. What a boxy! I mean, if you look at one of those today, where Hyundai started, oh my God! I mean, that thing was 2 hours south. Okay, cool. That thing was the biggest piece of crap. I mean, at the time it was cool, and but oh my God, looking at it tonight now, oh my God, how they ever sold those cars? They were cheap, I think they were, $5,000, in '86, and it was a reliable car. I mean, got you to work and back and everything, but not a looker for sure. Yeah, I was working at a Honda dealership in '86 when Challenger blew up, and I was watching it live. I jumped over. I was parts manager there. Well, no, I wasn't the parts manager. I was the wholesale parts guy there, and I jumped over the counter and went out the back door, and I was watching it, and I saw it explode. And then in disbelief, what the fuck happened? I ran to the service waiting room because I knew we had a TV on in there. I knew it would be on the to see what the hell happened. And they were explaining. I think we had a malfunction. And they were and I was in total disbelief. I could not believe that son of a just blew up. But yeah, I saw that live. I was standing outside the back door of our dealership. So yeah, that was an experience. Wow. Yeah, we had one day my parts man, the parts and service director. So he was my direct boss. I was the parts manager. He was the parts and service director. So I reported to him, and he was a prankster. So he comes in the office, and he's always trying to prank me, and it never worked. But he comes in the office this one day, and he says to me, he says, go out and look in the waiting room. And I'm like, why? And he just smiles. He says, just go out and look in the waiting room. I'm like, why? He says, just go out and look in the waiting room. Okay. So I casually walk down to the waiting room, and I turn the corner, and there's a black woman sitting there on two chairs. She had to weigh, fuck, 800 pounds. It was unbelievable how big this woman was. So I come back in, and I'm sitting at my desk, and his name was Steve, the parts and service director. He comes in with a rubber door seal for the driver's side door. He says, we need to warranty this. Huh? He goes, yeah, we need to warranty this. And then it did take me long to put two and two together. So this woman is so big, she's stuffing herself through the door and doesn't fit. So she's rubbing against that rubber seal every time she gets in and out of the car pretty hard. And she wore the thing out, literally wore right through the rubber seal, where it rounds around and it's got two edges that grab a hold of all there was left were the two pieces edges going all the way around the door, and the whole center part was completely gone. And I'm like, oh my God, okay.
whatever. So, and I had it in stock. I was the best parts manager. Dimmitt at the time had 9 dealerships, and I was making him so much money. Listen, I'm the only parts manager in the history of Dimmitt that Larry Dimmitt took to lunch because I made him so much money. He literally took me to lunch. You know, for all the, for all the money I made that man. So I had everything in stock. And the first thing I did, they put me in there before I had gone to training on the computer. Now remember, my brother's a or a computer programmer, so I knew a thing or two about a computer. I didn't have the password to get in. So the Hyundai rep came by, and he talked to me, and he says, "How's things going? And how's the inventory?" I said, "I got all the inventory up in the shelves and everything, but I can't sell any of it because I don't have access to the computer." And he says, "Well, you have to go to training in Atlanta anyway." I said, "Yeah, I know." I said, "But at least if I could get into the computer, I could probably, find my way around." So he gave me the password, and I got in, and I was up and running after that. We were invoicing. I was ordering. I ordered every piece of sheet metal you could have. So I had all the sheet metal for all the models, every piece. I had one door and door skin for every fucking door, every hatch, the hood. I had everything in stock. I had the head tech. I said, "Go out there and take that car apart and tell me what we're gonna need. What's gonna break? What do I need to have in stock?" So the first thing he came back and said, "The alternators, we're going to be wearing out alternator bearings because the alternator belts are coming from the factory too tight. They've got it on way too tight, and it's going to wear the bearings out." I said, "Okay." So I didn't order them from Hyundai. There was a place in Boca Raton, Florida called Dixie Bearing. And I took, I said, "Go bring me the bearings. Go take them out of that alternator, bring me the bearings." So he did. I called Dixie Bearing. I said, "I want a gross." It's 144 for you guys that don't know what a gross is. 144 of each of the bearings. I ordered from them. They said, "You want a gross?" "Yeah." So I've got all the bearings in stock. He had me, we ordered transmission parts that we knew were going to break. We had everything in stock. I was the most stock dealer in the country. And so immediately Hyundai ran out of bearings. Now I bought them for a fraction of the cost. I think they retailed for like $26, and now this is back in '86. $26 and like $24, something like that retail. And I think I was paying 18 or something from Hyundai if I'd ordered from them. But I only paid like $6 to $8 from Dixie Bearing. And I had to gross them, So every dealership in the country was calling me for alternator bearings because Hyundai didn't have them and they needed them. And I got to mark them up to, I got to take our price, Hyundai price, not retail price, our price, and mark it up 20% to sell to the other dealers. And I paid less than half. So I made him thousands and thousands of dollars just on alternator bearings. So that was one of the things I had done that made him tons of money. So So anyway, I had a very good career there for a little while. I was there over a year, and then me and the parts, Steve, the parts director, we had a falling out, and I had enough of his horse shit, so I quit. Went to work, and that's when I went to work for Honda. And then I saw the space shuttle blow up. So that's kind of my history, my early history when I moved to Florida. I started off at a parts store called Rose Auto Stores down here in Florida, and I worked there for about a year. Moved to Ace Automotive, was another chain down here. Both gone now. Neither one of those exist. And then from the Ace, I went to Napa. No. From Ace, I went to Hyundai. And then from Hyundai, I went to Napa. And so that was till, I don't know, 89. Let me think. So I bought a brand new Camaro in '89. Where was I working when I bought that Camaro? Let me think a minute here. I forget where I was working. Oh, I know. I was working at a Wreath Auto Stores. It was a small chain of stores. They're still there. Family run, family owned. There were four brothers. There were 4 stores, 4 brothers. Each brother ran a store. Yeah, so I was there in '89. And I forget where I went after that. Well, I left Florida, as a matter of fact, after that. That's when I moved to Florida. Was in, well, no, that couldn't have been in '89. That had been '79. Yeah, it was '79. That's right. Because my Camaro was a '79 I bought new, not an '89. I was in Florida in '83. So, yeah, not '89. '79. Yeah, so in '79, I was working at Wreath Auto Stores and bought a brand new Camaro. And I worked there until we moved to. I was working there till '83, from '79 to '83. Because I left there to move to Florida. So, and then when I got down here, I went to work for Rose Auto. So I was working auto parts most of my life in the beginning there, and then I branched out from there. So yeah, so that's my timeline to the '80s, and I've been here ever since. I've had a multitude of different jobs here. The bus job was probably, well, it was definitely the best paying job I ever had, and I'm probably going back to it. We're talking right now. We're getting a new trailer to live in, and I might retire, or I might go back to work. And I got to make a decision by October, because if I don't go back to work for Disney, I'm going to have to get on Medicare, because if you don't, you get penalized. For every month you're not on Medicare after you turn 65, and I turned 65 in October, I have to pay a penalty. Not immediately, but when I finally get on Medicare, they're going to start taking the penalty out until they pay it back. And I want to pay the penalty. So if I'm working and I have health insurance through work, I don't have to get on Medicare. So we have to decide whether or not I'm going to get on Medicare in October, or I'm going to go back to work for Disney. So that's where we are. Because I'm not going to work anywhere else. Disney pays good money, and nobody else does. So everybody else wants to pay minimum wage down here. And at Disney, I'll start at between $27 and $30 an hour to drive a bus around Disney, which is a cake job. I'm telling you, it's a wonderful job. Fun, easy. The buses are meticulously cared for. You got a nice air-conditioned bus, no one to answer to. You just drive your bus. It's simple. The box tells you where you're going, tells you where you're going next. The only time you even talk to the dispatcher is when he calls you in to break you off the bus. He calls you in and says, "Yeah, hey, I need to break you off your bus, so pull into Pop Century, and I'm gonna and get off the bus. I'm gonna have a driver there, so pull in there, let your guests off, and then come in, and I'm gonna break you off the bus. And that's the only time you even talk to anybody. The rest of the time you just drive the bus. Simple, make good money, So yeah, so if I go back to Disney, I'll be making anywhere from $27 to $30 an hour to start. So that's the only reason I'd go back. Because if I was going to go back and make minimum wage, I wouldn't even bother. But if I try to get a job local, that's all I'm going to make is minimum wage. So nobody pays shit down here.
Magic Johnson was the worst Harlem Globetrotter. That's funny. Are you really, David? Are you serious? Are you really running for governor of Arizona? Yeah, it's where we're headed, David. We're not going to have, there aren't going to be brick and mortar stores anywhere. Everything's going to be online. You're not going to be able to go anywhere to go shopping. Even restaurants, you know, they want to just do takeout. They don't even want to have, you know, all the fast food places are doing away with their sit down, you know, restaurant. It's just going to be a drive through. You know, come get your food and take it home. We're not going to clean the restrooms, and we're not going to clean the you know, the lobby. We're not going to do it. You know. Rick and Roy's the mayor. Oh. You know, I would, David, if you became governor of Arizona, I would absolutely consider moving there. I'm not shitting you. You know, it would be so cool to be the friend, you'd be friends with the governor. You know, that would just be so cool. You know, I would consider moving there. You know, I really would. That would be cool as shit. Instead of going playing golf on Wednesday, we could go fly airplanes. How about that? That'd be our golf. That'd be our golf outing. We go fly model airplanes. Fuck golf. Oh my god. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Very cool. Well, other than oil coming out of Texas, does Texas? Do they have big wind farms in Texas also? What's all the energy that Texas has? I mean, I've been to Texas several times, but I don't. It's been a while. It's been more than a minute. I don't remember seeing any. West Coast RC Utility. Hey, welcome to the show, man. You want to see the T-28? Well, you see the box over my shoulder? It's in that box. I put it back in the box because I'm not building that one. The Corsair is all over the floor here because I'm going to build the Corsair. But yeah, the T-28's back in the box. You'll have to go back to the beginning of the video. I'm not going to take it out of the box again. Well, I could, really, because I didn't put it back in the cardboard. It's just sitting in the foam. Past 25 years, Arizona hasn't modernized the economy, and obviously should have been able to. Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you, David. I'm not totally up on all that kind of stuff. I follow it a little bit, but you know, everybody thinks, you know, Elon Musk is this, you know, genius. He's not. Okay? This electric car crap is never going to work because we don't have the infrastructure to make it work, and we're never gonna. And here's my reasoning. Listen to this, okay? Because I wasn't born last night. You can go to any store anywhere in the United States, probably the world, and buy a light bulb. It'll screw in any light bulb socket of any lamp or fixture that you own, ever, right? So why do the electric car companies all have individual batteries in their cars that are not interchangeable? Some of them don't even share the same plug-in to plug you know, to charge it, and there's no facilities to go charge it. So if they had built it with a battery pack that was easily removable, listen, I don't care if it goes 300 miles or not, it doesn't have to. If you've got charging stations every 20, 30 miles that have battery packs on station, already charged, you go there with your car, you take your battery pack out of your car, you slide it into a charger, you take a charged one out, you throw it in your car, and you're on your way. Okay? That would work. We'd be selling electric cars like nobody's business if that's the way they had figured it out. But they didn't. Okay? And it's impossible to find a place to charge your car. It takes forever to charge it because we're so worried that we need to go 300 miles. Listen, we don't have to go 50 miles if there's another charging station 50 miles away, you know, where you can just take a battery out and throw a battery in, not sit there and charge it. So that's how it should have been done. And if they'd have done it that way, electric cars would work. But they're not going to work the way we're doing it. It's never going to happen. Hybrids would work, but electric cars are never going to work. You know, we don't have the infrastructure to do it. You know, and we're not going to get there before people are fed up with electric cars, and it's a flash in the pan and it's going to be over. So oh, I know. No doubt about that. Absolutely, Juno. The S model is a rocket ship. You know, we go to the drag strip, and nobody wants to line up next to it because they know they can't beat it, and nobody wants to lose to an electric car. And everybody already knows they can't beat the damn thing.
You know, the things, you know, because electric motors are torque, okay? And this isn't new, you know? Diesel locomotives are electric, okay? The diesel engine is running a generator. The wheels are driven by electric motors on diesel trains, all right? They're electric. You know, the diesel is just running the damn generator that powers the electric motors. So this isn't new tech. This has been going on since diesel locomotives came out. They've never been powered by diesel motors. They've been powered by electric motors run by a diesel generator. Okay? So, yeah, that's not new tech. You know, it's been around forever. How we implemented it into cars is stupid. Okay? It's not going to work. It's just not the way it should have been done. Makes no sense. And, you know, charging stations there's practically no charging stations around here. You know, where my ex used to live down in on 54. There's a charging station down there for Tesla. That's 20 some miles away. And the next closest station is up on Cortez, which is again another 15, 20 miles away. And those are the two closest charging stations to here. Okay? So, how are you going to charge your car? You know? I guess she's my grand niece. Or is it just a niece? Anyway, they bought an electric car, and they live down in I forget where they live. Are they in Fort Lauderdale? Wow, there's a commercial running on my show. Have there been commercials before this? Because if they did, I missed them. They couldn't make it here on a charge. All right, they were coming to visit Wayne, the guy that married my ex-wife's mother, my first ex-wife. And they didn't make it here. He had to go pick them up. They had to leave their car on a charging station 20, 30 miles away from here. And he had to go pick them up, bring them to the house, and then they had to go back and get the car later and come back up to the house. And apparently it didn't fully charge. So they had to go to another charging station, which, like I said, the closest one here, I think they took it up to Cortez. And they had to leave it on that charger and brought him back to the house. And it was just a nightmare. I mean, how in the world, you know, how in the world would you want to, I mean, and when I would go down to see Deb at where she was, there's people sitting in their Teslas reading the newspaper on the charger. And I'm thinking, you haven't got anything better to do with your time? Seriously? That you have time to just sit and read the newspaper while you're charging your car? You know, I got better things to do. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to sit in my car for an hour or two to charge it. You know, I'm not going to own an electric car. It ain't going to it'll never happen. I'll never own an electric car. Okay? It's just not going to happen. Literally, here in Florida, if you want to buy an electric car, you might as well just buy a golf cart. Because you're allowed to drive a golf cart on the roads in Florida without a license plate. Okay? We have communities that are not enclosed, open communities. Anybody can drive in and out of these communities that have outside the community CVS, Walgreens, that have parking spots for golf carts that says golf carts only, you know, and they're structured to let golf cart. So why would you buy a Tesla if you can go to the store or whatever you want, wherever you want in a golf cart? Why would you want to pay for the insurance, the price of the car for starts, because they're damn not cheap, and then have to pay, you know, insurance and all that? Just buy a golf cart. You know, be done with it. Okay, well we're talking about driverless, you know, trucks instead of, you know, it doesn't have to be an electric to be driverless, you know. I mean, you know,
So that really doesn't matter whether it's gas or electric. If it's driverless, anything's capable of driverless. My other friend, she just bought a new Toyota Camry, not a Camry, a Celica, and it's almost driverless. It's got that lane, automatic lane keeper thing in it. It drives her nuts because she starts to get out of the lane and the steering wheel's fighting her. Put the car back in the lane, and she can't get used to that. That's driving her nuts. And yeah, so that tech is in gas cars, electric cars. It's already here, so it doesn't have to be electric to do that. It's here and it's here to stay. I'm not against it necessarily. I'll never own it because I'll never buy. Listen, all the cars I own right now, I'll never own anything newer than my 2013 truck. Okay, I'll never buy anything newer than that. It's just not. It's not. What's the word I'm looking for? Affordable and efficient. I mean, I can keep repairing my old cars for peanuts of what it costs to buy a new one and then have it serviced. So yeah, I'll never own anything new like that. It's not going to happen. I have no desire to own anything new. Yeah, that's the other thing. 12 million truck drivers now need jobs. Listen, that's what the rate's going. That's exactly what's going to happen across. Nobody's going to have jobs because AI. I won't shop. I just turned in my card to Home Depot. The Home Depot up here turned into a self-checkout only, and I told them I'll never shop here again. I called the manager over and told him here's my card. I'll never shop here. Why? What's wrong? He says you went self-checkout. I didn't come in here to work. I'm not checking myself out. All right. I came in here to purchase something from a person working a register. If I can't come in and talk to a person working a register to check out, I'm not shopping here. So goodbye. Oh well, wait. You can still check out down at. I'm not doing it. So I'm not going to help them get rid of. How many cashiers are out of work already? Right? Because they replaced them with self-checkout. Not happening. I don't shop at self-checkout stores unless I absolutely have to. I did a little bit when I was driving the bus for the county because my 2 stops were at Walmart's. And, I don't get a lunch break. I have to run in, get something, and run out because I'm on a schedule. And so I would occasionally use a self-checkout to buy a sandwich so that I could eat lunch while I'm sitting there for 5 minutes, because that's about all I got before I had to be on the road again, because I'm on a clock. I have to be at each stop at a certain time. There's a small window, about 3 minutes, that I have to be at that stop. Not before, not after. Definitely not before, ever. After's okay, traffic happens. You can get to the stop after, but you can't get there early because people know what time their bus comes. And if you get there early and they get there after you got there, but before the allotted time, they miss the bus and they shouldn't have. So now now we have to send somebody out special to pick that person up, especially if they're handicapped. So it's a nightmare if you get there early. So you can't get there early. But, we have to stay on time. So, yeah, that's the only time I ever used a self-checkout. And that was rare. But if they only have one lane open with a cashier and there's 17 people in line, I can't wait. I don't have that much time. I can't wait that long. So I had to use the self-checkout to buy my sandwich. But that's the only time I ever use self-checkout. I don't mind standing in line. I'll stand in line all day long when I have time. I won't go to self-checkout. And they try to get, the self-checkout. Nope. Didn't come here to work. Thank you. Nope. That's my answer to them. I didn't come here to work. I'm not, there's a joke about somebody that called the Walmart corporate and wanted to know where his paycheck was. And they said, well, what's your, your social security number? Give it to him. Well, we don't have that on file. Okay. What store do you work at? And they told him which store he shopped at.
and and kept him on the phone for 20 minutes trying to figure out why this guy why he's not in the system. Why? And he said, well, what department do you work in? He says, I work in the self-checkout line. Click. They hung up on him. But, he had him on the phone for a while, pissing him off. So, I mean, I'm sure they were pissed off when he said, I worked the self-checkout line. He wanted a paycheck. That's kind of how I feel about it. I didn't come in here to work. So I'm not self-checking in. If I'm going to self-checkout, I'm going to stay home and buy it online and have it delivered to my house. All right? I'm not going to drive to a store, fill my cart with merchandise, and then check myself out. It ain't happen. I'll just stay home and order it online. So, which is where we're headed. I mean, that's what's going to happen. All the brick and mortar stores are going to be gone. All there'll be, if there's a store, you won't be able to go in the store. There'll be a locker outside the store with your goods in it. And you got an email that said, here's your item, and it's in locker 12. Here's the code. And that's how you'll get if you want to get, you ain't going to be able to go into a store and walk around and shop and pick and choose. That's gone. It's almost completely gone. I went into Target the other day to buy a pair of dress pants. And the whole department was in total disarray. Apparently there's nobody working in that department to keep clothes organized. So nothing's on the right shelf. 3229, has, 2729 pants in it. Nothing's in the right place. Can't find a damn thing. And I needed a 42 in dress. I wear a 38 in jeans, but I needed a 42 in a dress pant. I don't know how that system works either, but they only had 2 pairs of pants in the whole store. And I went through everything. 2 pairs of pants that were 42. Nothing bigger than 42. And there's a guy that I passed a guy walking in that was way bigger than me, so there's nothing in that department he can wear. Nothing. So I went and found a manager, and I told her, I said, first of all, the men's department is completely in disarray. Nothing is on the right shelf at all. Not even close. Second of all, you have nothing larger than 42, and the guy I just passed, there's nothing in that department he's gonna fit. What's your criteria? I mean, does everybody have to be a 28 waist to shop here, or what? I mean, I don't know where you're, what's your target audience? Who do you want shopping here? I said, because I don't want to go back to Walmart. Oh, well, we don't want you to go back to Walmart. I said, well, then, you got to do something, because I can't shop here. You don't have clothes that fit me. So she said, I'm going to go check it out. She said, but please don't go back to Walmart. Okay, I laughed. I said, okay, I'm going to try not to go back to Walmart, but you might not, you're leaving me no choice. So, anyway, yeah, I was very disappointed that everything, it was in such disarray that there was nothing where it belonged. They had very limited. I don't think there was a shirt in the place I could wear. None of the shirts were in a large size I could wear. So yeah, it was just ridiculous. Yeah, exactly, Roy. Yeah, why are we putting people out of jobs? Like assembly lines for cars are all robots now. I don't know how many factory workers there are working in car factories anymore, but I know most of the jobs are done by robot now. So, all those people are out of work, and hell, I might be out of work too if I go back to work for Disney, because they might. I don't know. I wouldn't think they'd want to go to driverless buses, because it's the experience at Disney, not the tech. It's the friendliness. That's what we're hired to do. They train us how to be the giving, caring person that someone that comes to Disney wants to interact with. That's the whole purpose of it. The whole, so I don't think they're going to go to, anytime soon anyway, driverless buses, because people want to get on the bus. They want to talk to the bus driver. Listen, I have trading cards I carry in my pocket. that when kids ask me, "Hey, do you have any bus cards?" Yeah, as a matter of fact, I do. You know, and I give them one. All they have to do is ask for it. And most drivers don't carry them. I do. I thought that was a cool thing. I wanted to be all part of everything. So I still have a big stack of them in the house. You know, so that was just part of the whole culture of Disney. So I don't think they're going to go to driverless buses anytime soon. So and they already have their own fuel. Disney makes their own fuel. They do a biofuel. They don't buy regular diesel. They make their own fuel. And it's odorless, smokeless, super efficient fuel. I don't know what they make it out of or how they make it, but they have their own plant on site to make their own biofuel for the buses. So we don't use regular diesel. There's no smell at all, no smoke at all. Very clean running. You know, and they've been doing that forever. You know, Disney's been doing that forever. I'm surprised they haven't gone to hydrogen or even solar. You know, solar, like a hybrid, solar, electric, you know, gas, and they probably will eventually. But I don't think they're going to get rid of the driver. You know, the interaction with the people is what we're hired for. You know, to make the magic happen. You know, that's the whole point. And I don't know if you've watched the news, but right now Disney's being sued by the employees, and I know why, and they're absolutely right. You know, you wouldn't believe how many employees that work for Disney make minimum wage and have to live in their car, or at least sleep in their car, because they don't make enough money to the highest paid job at Disney is the bus driver job, unless you're an on-stage performer. And I mean a main character, singer. You know, you're the one that's playing Ariel in The Little Mermaid. You're Ariel, and you sing. You might make more money than the bus driver, but nowhere else on property does anybody make more money than the bus drivers. They are the highest paid. That's why I took that job. You know, I didn't care what I did at Disney. I wanted to work at Disney, so I went for the highest paid job, and that was a bus driver. I was, oh, fuck, I could drive a bus. Fuck it. So I did. That's where I went. So... you know, what are you still here? Hang on a minute. Who wanted to see the T-28? I got it off track. West Coast RC, are you still here? If you're still here, I'll go get the plane. I don't know if you left or not. Sorry, got it sidetracked. I'm trying to please everybody. You know, so I'll go get the air. If you're still here, I'll go get the airplane. It's right there. So I'll go open it up. But if you're still here, I think he left. You want to see? Oh well, yeah. You weren't here for the. All right, I'll give you a quick look. We'll just grab it real quick. Here's how it comes in the box. All right. I'm frozen. Why am I frozen? I must have bumped the space bar on the way out. I don't know. There you go. I'm frozen. So, let me, I'll put it in the chair. I need to be, well, hang on a minute. I'll change cameras. That'll help. Hang on a second. Let me go to the other camera. Okay. There you go. All right. So, wing, fuselage, wing, and horizontal stabilizer. Here's the horizontal. If I don't know if Lewis is still in here. Lewis, are you still in here? You probably left. Foam is not a color. According to Lewis, you know, I can't fly snitches. White foam is not a color. That's his saying. So, yeah, this is bare foam, not painted white. It's white foam. So that's not a color. So the plane's red and black. White's not a color. Yeah, I've had 1.5 duds from FMS, I think. Just 1.5. Yeah, I almost never have, you know, I almost always have good airplanes. My Corsair I unboxed tonight's got a bunch of minor issues, but it's a lot of minor issues. I'm a little disappointed in that. I did get a Tiger Cat from FMS, from Horizon, that whoever put it in the box was a complete idiot. Because he broke the gear doors, he broke the flaps, ripped the hinges off the flaps, shoving it in the box. And literally, he shoved it in the box. The engine cowls, I'll show you what I'm talking about. I have one right here. All the paint around the engine cowl here was all knocked off from, you know, being beat up. I mean, the thing was just a mess. And so I contacted Horizon. They said, I'm sending it back. I said, this is not acceptable. I want another airplane. And they offered to give me a discount. And I said, no, I don't want a discount. I want a pristine F7F Tiger Cat. Just send me another one. I'm sending this one back. So that's the only time I really had a bad. But the Corsair, I'll give you an example. I'm going to go back to the other camera. So there's a ton of little stuff. Wrong with the plane all over it. And when I say little stuff, I mean like right here. There's a little impression right there. You see that little flat spot in the thing? Yeah, that I don't, look, it shouldn't have that. That's from somebody handling it and squishing too tight. It's just foam. But I live with that. That's not a big deal. All right? And that seam there where they didn't really clean it up too good, again, not a big deal. I'll live with imperfections like that. But this one, look at how chewed up that is. Brand new, right? Now that's not acceptable. All right? I'm not paying the prices for this stuff and get something brand new out of the box that looks like that. Okay? So I'm contacting FMS. I want new drop tanks because that's not acceptable. But the rest of the model had that little impression thing. It had a lot of that all over the airplane. Not just one or two, but several. It was a little disappointing. A brand new airplane shouldn't be abused that much. So I was pretty upset with that. I won't send it back for the rest of the damage that's on it, even though there's a spot on the fuselage like that tank. Not near as bad as that, but bad enough. But, I'm going to fly it. It's going to get damaged, so I'm not too worried about it. But that drop tank's unacceptable, so I want that replaced. So I'm going to take one wing out. I'm not going to take it all out of the box. I'll take the wing out. So this plane doesn't have any of that impression damage on it to speak of at all. This is, the foam is perfect. There's no squash. There's no, even the top here, the decal's perfect. This is what I expect from FMS. This is the quality I expect from FMS. This is beautiful. Okay, and we've got full gear doors. Okay, and these doors are attached to the gear, so they come down with the gear. But the inner door is on a servo, so the inner door opens, okay, by a servo, and then the gear goes down, and then the inner doors close by a servo. It's not one of those little tripwire stupid things that trip it closed when the wheel goes up. Well, you know what? And it may be on this. I don't remember for certain, but I think that's still servo operated. Let me look. This might have a trip. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, they changed it because originally this
this had a servo, but now it is a trip door. So yeah, the inner door is tripped by the wheel. So that's kind of cheesy, but it's all right. It works. Not a big deal. Not a deal breaker by any means. But it used to be a servo operated. So anyway, yeah. So that I was a little disappointed in my Corsair. You know, it's got way too much that minor damage. Again, I'm not bad enough to send it back, but still a little upsetting. Definitely not happy with that. But anyway. I bought all this stuff on sale. They had a sale. These planes were. I bought 3 planes at the same time. The T-28 1400 size, Corsair 1400 size, and the P-40 1400 size, and they were all on sale. They were all under $200. They were all under $300, and they're normally $350, $389, something like that. There was one of them was I think $120 or $130 off. One was $100 off, and I think one was $90 off, if I remember right. So they averaged to a little over $100 a plane on sale. Yeah, of course, free shipping. Yeah. So I don't know if you guys saw if you guys are in the poop group or not, but I put a post up in the poop group of a picture of my 3 Dodge Chargers that I just got in the yard, and I have them, one in the middle and the other 2 pointed in like this, and I posted that picture, and the caption reads, "Hey, at least I got free shipping." So, because I knew you guys would catch the joke there. So, for anybody that's in the poop group reading that, so, but yeah, so that was funny. All right, we're gonna start this print here. Let me change out my filament quickly here. We're gonna put the gold in it, and we're gonna print that Mayan vase. I'm gonna call it that because that's what it looks to me, Mayan. It's got so much detail and it's crazy. So I'm gonna go ahead and start that. I should have started it before it'd be finished by now. I didn't know we were gonna be here this late. I wish I had started it now, because we'd have it to look at right now. But anyway, you'll all get to see it next week, or hell, I might go live tomorrow. So if I go live tomorrow, you'll see it then. It only takes about 4 hours to print. All right, where'd that? Is this it here? Yeah, I think this is it. Yeah, brass. This is what I want to print it in. Okay. Yeah, I knew it. Okay, good. Yeah, you got to be careful, guys. Sometimes it'll get tangled, and then when it does that, it'll stop the print. It'll get tied so tight, and eventually it catches up with it, and it'll literally, stop the printer from printing, and ruins the whole print. And you don't want to get 3 hours into a 4-hour print and have to start over. There's nothing that sucks worse than that. So I always check it to make sure it's not
tangled, and it was. So it's a good thing I checked it. Okay, so I already preheated the printer and everything. We're ready to go. So this is going to just take a second to load, and we'll be printing. Okay, here we are. Set that down into there. Lock the filament in place. We're going to leave the lid open in the back. Close the door in the front. I am going to do an extrude on this one, just to verify we've got the gold, and then we'll start the print. I'll load it up. We'll be on the way here in just a second. So yeah, Juno, I got better bargains on the cars than I did on the airplanes. I mean, I stole these fucking cars. I'm just dumbfounded that I got these cars parked in my yard that are for the price I paid. It's ridiculous. Oh wow, that's pretty cool. What is it? A antique slot car set? Brand new late model slot car set? What do you got? All right, let's see if I can find that vase. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. Okay, printer's on its way. All right. I have an old Aurora slot car set, and it's the bigger track slot cars, not the little HO size shit, the bigger ones. Very, very old, and you know that's 60s. Not an AFX. This is Aurora. So it's got there were two. The kit came with two F1 cars, open wheel cars, but these were back before they had wings on the cars. You know, it's just four open wheels in a cockpit with a tiny little windshield. You know, the drivers had goggles on. You know, that era. That's what's in this kit. It came with a yellow and a green open wheel car. No wing. There's no wing on the front or back. Just open wheel. And yeah, I still have that. I have an AFX one too, and I think I have a Tyco slot car track. But yeah, old. That's old tech. So Juno, just for because you weren't here earlier, I bought 5 cars in the last, I don't know, 2 or 3 months. I bought 5 different cars for a total, okay, a total of $14,700. I bought 5 cars, and 4 of them are drivable. One's got a blown motor, and 3 of them are in condition nice enough to take to a car show. The 2 Daytonas and the Super B are show quality. I could take to a car show. The Super B it still looks good, but it wouldn't exactly be what I would call Yeah, it wouldn't win. You could take to the show, no problem, but you're not going to win with it. The other two you could win with. They're perfect. So, and they're all Hemis, all Dodge Hemi motors, '06, '07 cars, except the Buick Roadmaster wagon, LT1 car, Corvette motor, station wagon. Runs and drives. All the Daytonas run and drive. All the Super B runs and drives. The only one that doesn't run is the Magnum. I bought a Dodge Magnum. Doesn't run. Doesn't the motor's blown motor. But cars in great. All these cars are in great shape. So I'm gonna expand my channel. I might actually start a separate channel for the car stuff. Probably call it Garage 51. Got Hanger 51. I'll probably start one called Garage 51. And we'll see if we get some interest there. With the wing Hemi? What's a wing Hemi? I don't know. I'm sorry, but I don't know what a wing Hemi is. What's a wing Hemi? I'm not familiar with a wing Hemi. So I just did the math, not in my head. I'm good, but not that good. No, not a 69. 06. So back in 06, when it was Daimler Chrysler, when Daimler, which is Mercedes-Benz, joined forces with Chrysler, they came out with the new Dodge Daytona, the Dodge Charger Daytona. It's a four-door car. It's an E-Class Mercedes. It's exactly what it is. The whole chassis is E-Class Mercedes. Okay? And so it's got the trunk in the back, the batteries in the trunk in the back. All the inner structure, everything. It's all Mercedes-Benz. And then they put a late model body on it. And so the standard 5.7 liter Hemi motor is I want to say it's 346 cubic inch. I think it's just under 350. It's and then the 6.1 liter is 270 cubic inch. So nowhere near the 426 cubic inch motor of the 69 Daytona. So I consider these small block motors. It looks like a small block. It looks the same size as a 5.7 LT1 Corvette motor. It's a small block, but it's a Hemi. And 2 plugs per cylinder. That's fun. I forget what the horsepower. I think the horsepower rating on the 370 is 426 horse, I believe. I don't remember what the 5.7. I don't remember what the horsepower rating is on that one. I think it's like 325 maybe. I don't know. I forget. Um, no, actually, I didn't print those. I had, yeah, you saw them on my show. I've got die casts models of the cars that I bought, die casts and radio control versions of the car. One big ass one. Well, I got 5 of those. Four Daytonas, 4 Chargers, and 1 Magnum. I also have a 300 made by Tyco. It wasn't made by New Bright, but I have a 300 that's also that size, gigantic. Chrysler 300. So I have all those, and then I got a bunch of littler ones. But yeah, so I have all the toys. Now I have the real thing, and I bought 3 of them. Not all at the same time. I wasn't planning on buying 3 of them. They just fell into my lap, and they were giving them away. So I had to buy them. I couldn't not buy them at the price I paid. So, and that's why I say, you know, I bought 5 cars for the price of 1. You know, a pristine. A pristine Super B would be more money than I paid for all 5 of these cars, including a Super B. Just not a nice shape Super B, but not pristine. You know, the pristine ones are going from $25,000 to $35,000 a Super B, and so I bought 5 cars, and I only spent $14,700 for 5 cars. So I did pretty good. Yeah, like I said, the 2 of them they were practically given away. The guy that sold me the Super B was practically giving it away, and the guy that sold me the second Daytona I bought was definitely giving it away. So oh yeah, what crawler did you get? What crawler are you talking about, Juno? What do you got? So is this printing okay? Oh yeah, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Okay. Good deal. Yeah, so those cars were, you know, I never thought I'd have more than one. Certainly never thought I'd have a Super B. And the fact that I have a Super B and 2 Daytonas is just incredible. You know, I have to go out in the yard and look and just stand there like, those are really mine. I mean, holy shit, those are really mine. I can't believe it. It's pretty mind blowing. You know, but anyway, the one I bought the flip. You know, he was giving it away. So I figure I'll dial it up. It needs a little work, not a lot of work. I'm going to dial it up a little bit and see if I can't flip it. Make at least I'll make at least $500 on it. Probably, I could potentially make about $2,500 on it. But if I make anything over $1,000, I'll be super happy. So we'll see. I figure if I take it to a Dodge show, you know, I get it, you know, cleaned up a little bit. I got to do a little bit of cleanup work, just cosmetic stuff. It doesn't need anything mechanical. Everything works. But if I clean it up cosmetically and take it to a show, I think I can. I think somebody will buy it for the price I'm going to ask. I think they'll be jumping on it. So we'll see. Yeah, I've never done that. My problem is I fall in love with all my shit, just like my airplanes. You know, I don't sell airplanes. That's why I have over 170 airplanes, and I have 15 cars, 2 motorcycles, and a truck because I never get rid of anything. Um, but I don't think I'm going to keep the last Daytona. I'm either going to. There's one more for sale that I might buy, super cheap. It's got a blown motor, but the body and the interior looks absolutely perfect. So I think I might go take a look at that one. I have to go see where it is. And if it turns out to be a good deal, I might buy that one, pull the motor and tranny out of the one I just bought and put it in that car, and then flip that car and then sell the one I have left over for parts. You know, I'll just sell the doors, hood, trunk lid, wheels, you know. I'll just part it out, sell it for parts, and I'll get all my money back and then some. I'll make money on the car, and I'll make money on the parts of the parts car. So, yeah. So we'll see how it goes. I'm not going to get hurt for sure. I bought this stuff way too cheap, so I'm not. No way am I going to get hurt. Yeah. Yeah, when the tires started leaving the ground, you had to start slowing down. Yeah. So, all right. You know, it looks like it's just you, me, Juno. Either everybody else fell asleep or they left. I mean, it still says 5 people are in here, but you and I are the only 2 talking right now. So either everybody else fell asleep or... So I think it's time to shut this down. Crisis, it's after 4. I think we've been on for 7 hours. Let me think. 4. Yeah, I've been on for 7 hours. So I think it's time to call it a night. Just gonna let this printer run. It'll print this cool vase that I'll show you probably. I might go online tomorrow. Oh, David's still here. There you are. Thank you, David. So, are you really running for governor, or are you potentially going to run for governor? What's the real story for sure? I gotta tell you, I'm very interested in this. You know, I have a guy that I know locally here that got into government, but I haven't had a chance to talk to him. I think he's at the Pentagon or at the White House. He's definitely in government. He was a good friend of mine, but we haven't talked in years. And every kid I went to school with, I think was in the Air Force at the Pentagon. As far as I know, I think he's still there. But I haven't talked to him in 100 years either. And I would love to talk to him. Because we were good friends growing up. We lived on the same street, like 5 houses apart. So all growing up, we lived, hung out together. And I had no idea he went into the service. Found out later. Somebody told me he was at the Pentagon, and I'm like, really? Yeah, he's in the Air Force. He's at the Pentagon. So I would love to hear his stories from him. So, but yeah, I'm really fascinated by you. If you really are running for governor, that's cool. And I'm serious. If you launched an exploratory and interacted to see if it's viable physically, in addition to my mental health, and so far nobody has objected. Well, that's a start. Hell yeah. Yeah, if you make governor, I would consider moving there. I really would. Just so you and I can hang out. That would be cool as shit. We could go flying, and it would just be cool to have. Hey, I know the governor. It'd just be cool. Anyway, all right, so I'm going to shut this down, though. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you coming tonight. I hope it wasn't a total cluster. We did go over everything. We talked about my real car purchases. We unboxed some airplanes. We did some 3D printed two printers, and the third one's printing now, and now we got into politics and electric cars. We've been all over the place tonight. So it was a really fun night for me. I enjoyed all of this. So I hope it was good for you guys too. But I'm gonna shut it down. But I may go live tomorrow just to show off this vase that I'm printing right now, because it's a very cool vase. You're not gonna believe this thing. It's way beyond just what you think 3D printing could do. It really is. You know, this kind of stuff, like, you know, like this Oscar here. You know, it's cool and everything. It looks real. It looks cool. It's very nice. But, you know, it doesn't look like it's beyond the capability of 3D printing. You know, and neither do these, you know. But what's printing now definitely looks like it's beyond 3D printing. So, wait till you see this, you know, I show it off. You're not going to believe it. Yep, David, I agree with you 100% there. I mean, didn't Hillary sell off half of our mineral rights to Russia or somebody? Is that folklore, or did that really happen? Did Hillary really sell a bunch of mineral rights to another country? You're in the know. You should know that one. Well, I wouldn't expect you not. You know, if you don't know, that's fine. But I would think you probably know. You know, you're in that realm. I'm not in that realm. I don't. You know. So yeah. But that's what I heard. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what I heard. Oh, is that right? She was on Walmart's board. I didn't know that. That's interesting. No kidding. That's interesting. Is that mostly because there's so much land to put solar panels up? You know, is that the main thing you're thinking? Is just because you have so much open country that you can put a lot of solar panels up? Disney put a lot of solar on their property. They have, what is it? I thought Walt bought like 150,000 acres of property in Central Florida, something like that. And now there's a huge, on two different locations, Disney has a huge solar farm going on. And they might be expanding it farther than that. You know, I don't know. But they have their own power station. You know, they make their own power. They make their own fuel for the buses. So Disney is totally self-contained. They're not on the grid. They're not using, you know, city resources. They're 100% self-contained. They have their own power station. Their own. They make their own fuel for the buses. They're totally self. You know, if there's a blackout from a hurricane, whatever, Disney is actually a place to go. If you have to evacuate, Disney is a place you go to, not leave. So, totally self-contained. So, how's Arizona for wind? Do you have any wind generators there? Is that something you're looking into too? I don't know what I don't know what there's enough wind in Arizona for that, but is that something you guys do also, or going to do, or looking into do? Cool. Very interesting, David. God, I'm so glad you were here tonight. Man, that was fascinating. All the stuff you talked about was pretty fascinating. I'm really impressed. So, yeah, good luck to you, man. I hope that works out for you. I really do. Yeah. So one's opening a 13th Federal Reserve Bank. What's number two? Increase the water wells by 20%. Really? Is water a dry? Are you guys pretty dry in Arizona as far as water well water availability, or is there a lot of water underground that you just need to tap? I'm on a well here. I have my own well. I'm almost off the grid. If I put solar panels up, I'd be off the grid. So your plan doesn't sound anything negative. You're trying to bring jobs, you're trying to increase your viability, your net worth, everything you're talking about is all positive. Why would anybody object? What could they possibly be objecting to? This is everything you're doing is good. It should make Arizona a much better place to live. So I don't know how anybody would object to anything. You don't have any platforms that look bad to me. So very cool. All right, I'm out of here, guys. Have a great night, and we'll see you in the next one. I may go live tomorrow. It depends on what I'm doing tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see. So keep an eye peeled. I might go in the afternoon. Who's on Sunday night? Is Ryan still doing a show on Sunday night? I know he's doing that. I think I don't know. He does it either on Tuesday or Wednesday. He just makes it up as he goes. But I don't know if he's doing a Sunday night show. I know David yourself isn't doing a show anymore. If he is, I don't know who's watching it, because I'm not. Don't get me. I love David, but I don't like the way he ran his show. I didn't care for the show, and then when he wanted us all to re-register, start all over, it's like, no, I'm not bothering with that. The hell with it. Wasn't worth that. So yeah. So I'm like I said, I may go live tomorrow. We'll see. So, but for tonight, have a great night. We'll catch you guys later. Good night, man. And thanks a lot. I appreciate y'all coming.